Acquisition Manager for L'Oreal India, and it's great to be here with you all today. Just 5 years back, I was one of you, dreaming to step into the corporate world. And now being here with all of you gives me immense pleasure. Today is a great opportunity for us to tell you who we are and what our 88,000 employees stand for. You may already be familiar with our company, but we are here to explain exactly who we are and who we aren't. With all of this, hope you also enjoy this very interactive platform throughout the day. The platform is very self-directed, so while you attend different sessions and interactions, would urge you all to browse through it at your own pace. The platform has a photo booth, hence don't forget to click pictures and tag L'Oreal on social media. It has a Connect with Us booth where we would like you to meet all our speakers and network with them. Along with this, there's a Discover L'Oreal Lounge, which will help you discover what makes L'Oreal a great place to work. And to top all of this, we have games, quizzes, and a lot more. So happy navigating throughout the day. And also, we understand you're all at home in a very unique situation. Hence, we've tried to make this as flexible as possible. We will be recording this event and will host it on the platform till tomorrow end of day. That's about the platform. It's now time to begin the show. Let's start by getting to know each other. So may I request all of you to go to the poll section and answer a few questions truly, hand on heart, truly. For some of you, in case you can't see the poll, just wait for the results. So how are the classes going, guys? Is MBA all about presentations or you can't wait to be on campus? And hand on heart, who is wearing PJs right now? Business top on top and PJs on bottom? Or it's all about being formal today? We'll wait for a minute for all of you to give your answers to all of us. Okay, so let's see how is the vibe in the room. Do we have the 200% energetic folks? The excited ones, hit me with more sessions? You need your coffee on a Saturday morning, or is it placement season already? Give your answers, guys, you're waiting. Okay, so the energy is 200% in the room, and that's what our poll says. So great going, guys. So coming back to what this event is all about. As I mentioned, we have a super interesting day planned for all of you. To start with, I will invite Johan Zomzail, Executive Vice President, Asia Pacific Zone at L'Oreal. Johan is leading the growth story of Asia Pacific Zone across all our businesses. And it is a pleasure to host him today at L'Oreal on Campus 2020. We welcome you, Johan. Along with him, we will have Ms. Roshni Wadhwa, Director Human Resources, L'Oreal India, who will be moderating the Q&A for this session. So for all the students, just a reminder, please send in your questions, comments, perspectives for this session using the Q&A tab. Over to you, Johan.
Namaste. Good morning. So I'm not sure if we're going to make a show this morning, but definitely you can just lay back and experience the world of beauty and the world of L'Oreal. And I hope they're going to enjoy the next hours and the exciting journey of beauty. And a little bit my job is to present the company, the future of beauty, but also the present of beauty. Nevertheless, I would like to start a little bit, not to tell my whole story, because I probably, like a couple of you will do, I started my journey 37 years ago in Paris, with L'Oreal. I'm a German national, and since then I was traveling to 8 different countries around the world. And here you see some pictures of the recent years on the activities. Up on the left side is the great Indian team with our CEO, Amit Jain, and our world CEO, Jean-Paul Agon, in the last visit last year when we were still able to travel. And on the bottom left side, that was our great race on the Dragon boat in Hong Kong. I'm the guy a little bit exhausted at the end of the boat, but we had a fun race with our management committees and with a lot of MTs in the same boat racing against each other. And the rest is a little bit impressions from different countries in APAC, where we've done campus life events in Manila and Bandung, etc. But today I'm super happy and proud that we can reach such a great crowd of students who are ready and willing to experience the world of L'Oreal. First, let me just put you more in an economic perspective. In these very volatile and VUCA times of COVID-19, with a lot of financial analysts are asking us, how about the beauty market and how your company is behaving? Fact is, and that we go back in different moments in time when big crises have hit the market, worldwide market or APEC market, like SARS, MERS, but also myself experiencing crisis like in Latin America or the Fukushima crisis in Japan. The beauty market globally is always better off than the private consumption, than the GDP of a country. Means also that the beauty market is much more resilient. You very much often see a kind of V shape. We have that in some countries already experiencing right now in the COVID case that, of course, economy and consumption going down, but in the beauty market itself, especially with our results, we are bouncing back quite quickly because somewhere in these times of crisis or uncertainty, the consumers, they're looking for trust and for really values they want to keep, and even if they apply at home, like it's happening right now. So the beauty market overall is very resilient. And that is also the reason that we are recuperating very much quickly from the crisis and also being able, within this very challenging year, to design and to craft our vision for the future of beauty, and of course of our company. And our company historically now is composed by 36 brands worldwide, and we have in APEC, as you can see here, 34 brands. And you see there's a lot of the different brands we have acquired over the last, let's say, 50 years in the history of L'Oreal. And you see French brands, you see American brands, Italian brands. Some of you might discover some brands, and behind me you see the big brand Kiehl's and Lancôme. These are our luxury brands, but also we have mass market brands like the very strong Garnier in India, L'Oréal Paris, Maybelline makeup. And we are very, very strong in our professional world with L'Oréal Professional, Matrix. You might know that when you go to a hairdresser, you have seen these brands already there. And we have also acquired over the past years some and very important Asian brands, like a makeup brand from Japan, Shueimura, or 3CE. It's a very young, hip K-pop, K-art crafted brand from Korea, South Korea, and which are now really take this journey through APEC. So you see, there's a lot of brands, and from a marketing standpoint, these brands are not signed L'Oréal, except two. You have L'Oréal Paris and you have L'Oréal Professional. All the other brands have been acquired, and our, let's say, our strategy is to acquire young brands, grooming brands, and make them big. Such the brand Kiehl's, and I think some of you might know them also in India. Kiehl's has been acquired in the late 90s, and it was just $30 million, just a New York-based brand. And today it's a worldwide leading brand with over $1 billion sales. So you see that is the way L'Oréal is crafting in a very organic way its footprint. And you see in this curve, without going much to details, but although our history of the group started 111 years ago, so 1909, over the last 100 years, especially over the last 50 years, we accelerated the acquisition of key beauty brands. Important is also that L'Oréal, you don't expect something else. We are 100% focused on beauty. And we think that in beauty we know, and we are concentrating on that. We don't do anything else. So we do aspirational brands. We do brands in a very high premium segment, but also in a more accessible segment. But we always want to be very aspirational wherever we are, and high premium level, but also in more democratic price levels. And the good example is Garnier in India, hair color Garnier, color natural, black natural color. So we go in hundreds of thousands of stores with very accessible prices, but still staying aspirational, which also creates, especially in times of crisis, a lot of trust of consumers in our brands. So this is our way to work and our way to craft our business. So I invite you. Promise me one thing. You see a QR code on your right side. You can just scan it if you promise not to play all the time what you're going to see, because what you see on the screen is what we started a couple of years ago, 8 years ago exactly, our big journey into the digital world, transforming the beauty leader #1 worldwide into the beauty tech leader #1 worldwide. We have Shades Finder, AI supported. You see that on the left side in the point of sales. And I just tell you, I mean, you know that better than I. India has 60 different skin tones. And we discovered and crafted these skin tones, and of course to understand what are the right products, especially also in foundation and other areas to match exactly the skin tone. And when you now downloaded the QR code, for those who want to play a little bit, and the guys as well, you will discover an AR tool from a company called Modiface. It's a Canadian-based company. We acquired, I think, 4 years ago. It's a startup company which entirely focus on beauty tech, entirely focus on crafting AR heavy tools in order to craft either the point of sales, the connection, the digital connection between our products and SKUs and the consumer, and especially also, of course, in times of crisis where e-commerce is booming, between us and on the e-commerce platform and the consumer. So you see that is part of our credo, not only to be the undisputed leader on beauty, but also transform the beauty into beauty tech. Of course, in the times right now, the live streaming is absolutely exploding, and we experience exactly the same in all over Asia, the world, and especially in India. You see, the third reason for our way to craft, become, and to stay #1 with our vision we have for the future is, of course, the people. We are on the one side. I told you that we are very brand focused. We are very focused on beauty tech, and here, of course, the most important assets we have is our people. And you can play a little bit of game. We have a lot of very strong Indian top managers across the world, across APAC, and of course in India. We are in our leadership team in APAC. More or less balanced between the gender. We have most of the almost all key positions are held by Asians. 1/4 of them are experts coming from India. And that's also something which is very important. I can tell you from my own experience over the years, what we love with Indian talents and managers. They're extremely resilient, they're extremely intelligent, driving business, and they're mobile. And of course, in a world like that, being mobile and also being courageous to face new adventures, that's one of the attributes we like when we recruit young, the future managers of the company. And of course, you can see here, we have almost 400 MTs, management trainees, across APAC, and we didn't cut one of them, not one of them in this crisis, because for us was very important. Crisis means also opportunity. And it's not from a crisis standpoint that we have to slow down grooming the managers for the future. That's why we clearly decided across all countries, and especially also in India, it's the year to continue to recruit and to groom the best MTs we can find. And I'm very happy that you connected this morning to at the end to decide or not. Yes, L'Oreal, it's my company or not. But you will see, it's a question of also of character, of fit, between our values and each one of you discovering, saying, this is my company or this is not my company. But at the end, the decision is first yours, and hopefully there will be a lot of you who wants to pitch to become a future MT in L'Oreal. Of course, in this moment of uncertainty, we dedicated in the middle of the crisis two big work streams at the group level worldwide in our strategy. The first, of course, is to understand, to grasp, and to respond on strong trends of the future of beauty. In fact, the COVID crisis are not profoundly changing trends, but accelerating and probably more specifying certain trends which were already in the air. And we can see the beauty and that we observe definitely in India. And I have to, if you allow me, just 15 seconds to thank our absolutely courageous and brave Indian L'Oreal team. They are in a lockdown since almost 6-7 months, and I have to say they've done an absolutely phenomenal job, super courageous. Our factories in India were the first to produce sanitizers worldwide to give back to society. And so beauty is moving from an offline beauty to an online beauty. And you see that's for women, for men. We have a lot of live streaming going on across APAC. And of course, the consumer wants to experience in this time of crisis much more advice, but advice, of course, offline not possible. Here we have online advice. We have from Japan an e-beauty advisor promoting one of our Kiehl's products. You see on the live stream part. We do this across all APAC and of course as well in India. So that beauty moves from an offline into an online world, which doesn't mean that will stay like that. It will find a new balance, but it's an exciting moment that all these beauty advisors, we have roughly 8,000 beauty advisors across Asia Pacific region, and they all have been converted from an offline beauty advisor and point of sale to an online beauty advisor very quickly, and a very exciting move. The second move, of course, and the second big trend, and it's not, and you experience that by yourself, is the beauty under the mask. Beauty ideas are still very strong, and the confidence in beauty is even rising, especially in the field of skincare. It's gender neutral. We observe that, especially in India, with the men in Southeast Asia, very strong affinity to beauty. But of course, wearing a mask, and each of one of you probably have experienced it already, that in the crisis, wearing a mask, we do that in Hong Kong as well, and across APAC, 12, 15, 16 hours a day. Of course, your skin is transforming. You might have more oily skin, you have probably more acne skin, a little bit overdone on the right screen. You see the typical sun marks. Of course, the UVA rays and B rays will also mark a difference in your face between the areas exposed to the UV, to the sun, and others protected by the mask, and all that cries for an even skin. That's why also in this moment, skincare and also, let's say, skin tone management is something that's extremely important. But you see as well in the middle that the visible part, what we call the smile with your eyes, it's probably less lipstick usage, but everything goes very strong in the eyes. And of course, I shouldn't tell you that, because India is probably the country in the world who invented, for different reasons, through Kajal, the first strong eye makeup in the world. And this eye makeup is also something which is booming in the crisis, because that is simply the visible part of your face. But also, and that's the third point of a very strong trend, this COVID or these times will accelerate, on the one side, definitely the trust in brands. You, in these times of crisis, everybody looks for, let's say, confidence, looks for some really strong hold and confidence in people, in the family, in your friends, but also the brands you use. Strong brands are becoming bigger. Strong and aspirational brands are really who are bringing something added value, innovative and qualitative, high value, safe and high value to the consumer, are skyrocketing. This is why also we have, since decades, an R&I focus, research and innovation, where we spend more than 1 billion euros yearly on research and innovation. And we have one of the biggest labs, R&I in the world, in Mumbai, developing products not only for India, but for across all Asia and beyond. And of course, on the other side, it's also the moment to refocus on the profound values we have on sustainability. We just launched in the middle of the year, in June, in the middle of the crisis, if you want so, the second biggest wave on sustainability, the program we call L'Oréal for the Future, which is clearly a focus on sustainability on the environmental part, but also on the social contribution we do to the society across the world, in APAC and especially also in India. What does it mean? It means on the one side, we have science-based targets, like becoming a carbon neutral free company in the world by 2025. And we even decided to become carbon neutral in APAC by 2022, in just 2 years from now. And on the other side, we also have in our value system, in our mindset for sustainability, the clear focus on supporting through environmental and social footprints the society. We have created years back in APAC, and a strong support, by the way, in India, a program called Beauty for a Better Life, and it consists on giving back to the society by recruiting, by finding underprivileged women and transforming them into estheticians and hairdressers. So we train them and we provide them after to a job working with L'Oréal products in beauty salons, with beauty parlors, etc. And we in that way, in the last 5 years, we have already transformed more than 15,000 underprivileged women across APAC, with a strong focus in India, to become, in a very inclusive way, ambassadors for L'Oréal. But we provide for free that education, professional education, to transform, of course. And we will have others. You see that on the screen, a lot of objectives, because we know that between ethical values we have as a company, being absolutely transparent, having courage, integrity, and respect, and also the values of sustainability, we have two big streams of mindset, which became almost for all companies the license to operate. This is why I spent some time on that, because I have 4 kids, and I know that they want to join a company where the value set and the value system is intact, and there's a high level of transparency on these very important basic values when you want to join the company for the next years or so. And finally, when that's my part of the pitch this morning, and then you can ask me all questions you want. But we very often have the question, so, okay, I like your company, very interesting, but who you're looking for? And it's very important that you understand when you, after your studies, when you want to join a company, especially for your first job, it might be for money, it might be for image, but you want also to have the right value fit. That's absolutely normal. And I rather prefer that you say, that company is not for me, but or you say that values are exactly the values I feel today I have. And if the company can provide these values, reinforcing that in these 12 to 18 months MT management trainee program, and then I want to make my career in India or my career in the entire world, then I would put here 3 attributes. We believe these are some attributes that are the most key, probably, when you want to join a company and when you want to enjoy a career like all the other Indian managers and myself as well over the last year. So first thing, a company who is transforming in a beauty tech company, of course, we love to have digital natives. Probably that's a Maslow today for millennials like you, or you are that all. But I think thinking also in a consumer language and a consumer mindsets, become digital natives. We want to have entrepreneurs. It's very important. Even the founder, 1909, back in time, he brought over like a heritage, like a legacy to all the managers. And by the way, our company in 111 years had only 5 CEOs in total. We're not a company with a lot of changes in terms of leadership. We're a company with a very stable shareholder structure, but also a very stable management structure. And it gives you a lot of, let's say, insurance Nevertheless, within the company, it's very, very nervous, very agile, and very speedy. This is why we want to have entrepreneurs, as really an entrepreneurship of people who are thinking loudly, are proactive, are feedback to their N+1, to their managers, and people who wants to change things and rock a little bit the company. This is why I want to see entrepreneurs. And when you're an entrepreneur, of course, you're an agent of change. And these, for us, of course, you need an affinity to the products, to consumers, but these are exactly the three attributes of joining a company like L'Oreal. Of course, we have jobs in marketing, we have jobs in R&I, in supply chain, and finance, and commercial, and Roshni later will walk you through everything we offer. But and especially also for the males, I think when you see that pictures and the brands, you are attracted by the brands most of you might know. When you're a woman, said, okay, I use that product, I know that product. And don't forget also for the guys, it's like when I started 37 years back in Paris, when you start in a beauty company, don't think it's only for women. This is why our leadership structure is half women and half men, because we do marketing, we do a lot of digital marketing. Of course, we have also men business. We are number one men skincare company in APAC as we speak, and worldwide. We have brands like Garnier, L'Oreal, and also Biotherm and Kiehl's. But it's more that marketing, especially the beauty tech, becomes absolutely unisex, becomes a company for a very balanced female and male attractiveness. And this is why don't bounce out, dear guys. That's a company as well for you than for the other half of the population. Good. Okay, so I hope that you got a little glimpse of who we are, what beauty means, and how we see the future. And again, we are number one worldwide as a beauty company, which doesn't mean that we are number one everywhere. We're not number one in India, by the way. And not being number one in some places or in some areas, channels or brands is rather a motivation, it's rather a stimulation for us than a frustration, because we are a company with a lot of drive to success, based on a value system. For us, we would never sacrifice, which is quality and also safety. And you can imagine in these times of crisis, there was the number one, and not necessarily number one condition was safety for our people, our offices, our people in the labs, our people in the physical distribution, in the factories. Number one is safety. And the safety is very important for us, as well as safety for our business partners. And I can just quote you before we kick off the questions that, especially in India, our teams helped a lot to open again the beauty parlor, the salons, the beauty salons, who got terribly hit, of course, because of the constraints on social distance. We lobbied a lot with the authorities. We developed worldwide a system of safety guidelines, what we submitted to the authorities, especially in APAC and in India, to reassure to the authorities that these business partners have safety guidelines they respect. By the way, all these thousands of small hairdresser beauty parlor salons in India and in a lot of countries in APAC and in the world have been supported by safety packages, safety guidelines, and also by microcredits in these times of crisis. Because, you know, when you have business partners, especially in these small salons, and they have to shut down for 6 months, but still pay the rent, still pay their people. We supported them, and we want also be a good, very strong partner in the moments of crisis. Okay, good. So far, so good. And I'm open for all questions you have.
Thank you, Johan, for this wonderful presentation. We indeed see that the world is changing, and it's super great to see that we at L'Oreal are kind of staying ahead of this game and adapting to this very, very constantly. It truly signifies the purpose of L'Oreal, which is beauty that moves the world. So thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. We come to now a very, very interesting session, something that you also like and love, is the question answer session. So just for you to know, Johan, we have about more than 2,000 students already on the call at the moment. And And people are still joining in. They are warming up. And we have many questions that I can see on the chat already. We'll, in the next 35 minutes or so, we'll see how many questions we can take, as much as possible. So let me read out the first question. And yeah, it's a beautiful question, something that is also very close to your heart. The question says that it's seen that the Gen Z and the new customers are drawn more towards products that are organic, clean, and sustainable. Is there any approach by L'Oreal to cater to this particular demand in the market? Johan, we are not able to hear you, Tushar.
Sorry. Of course, a very good question. It's a key question because it's nothing to do with the crisis, because there are clearly trends into naturality, organic beauty, and also safe beauty. Let me make a very clear statement before. The first thing overall is safety and quality of the products. We would never sacrifice safety just for the sake of have a pure organic brand or another positioning. And by the way, one of our divisions right now, what we call the active cosmetic division, which is a division entirely with skincare products endorsed by a dermatologist. This is what you might call clean beauty. Is one of the most booming brands and divisions we have. It's skincare. It's a lot of related to skincare and beauty under the mask. And of course, we are developing more as we speak, more naturality, more organic products, more clean beauty products. But to be very frank, to cover the needs of the population, of one part of the population and consumers, not all are really looking exactly for the same thing. And these times of crisis accelerates probably a higher segmentation and fragmentation of brands and products than before. And we are absolutely on the same pace of having crafted these types of answers, which doesn't mean that the company will become entirely organic. That's not our purpose, because we also have to go with the consumer trend, the consumer mindset. But there is definitely a big trend on naturality, a big trend on clean beauty, no nasties, and that we had already in the program, and we are, of course, accelerating that as we speak.
Fantastic. Let me pick the next question in the row, which says, the frequency of buying beauty products is lower in India comparatively. How L'Oreal is focusing on better penetration into the India market?
First of all, I mean, India, especially starting from Maharashtra, has suffered a lot in this crisis of focusing on essential goods, focusing also on certainly proximity stores. In the moment, the logistic capacities were opened again, especially in e-commerce. Our sales have been picked up tremendously. And that's probably the part which becomes super interesting in India, that India in these moments are absolutely leapfrogging from, on the one side, a very traditional and still functioning proximity stores, GT stores, into an e-commerce. We are the leading beauty company in e-commerce, whether we work with Nykaa, with Flipkart or Amazon. And, of course, as a company who has very aspirational brands becoming more and more accessible, of course, we don't have historically the same offline distribution than other competitors, and e-commerce is really leapfrogging that. This is why we are enjoying growth and high market share on e-commerce.
Good. Let me pick the next question, which is a lot again on the online. This question comes from Abhishek Satapathy from XIMB Bhubaneswar. So Johan, Bhubaneswar is in the east part of India, which is very close to Calcutta. It says, my question for you is, can augmented reality trials will be very predominant when the physical trial sessions in departmental stores, considering that the current pandemic and the developing new normal situations throughout the world?
Yeah, thank you very much for excellent question. And of course, according to the safety rules in the countries, most of our stores, they are what we call also in India, manned stores with beauty advisors. Wherever we can ensure absolutely safety on the products, mainly in Japanese or Korean department stores, we still have testers because we have applicators, etc. Nevertheless, and the question is absolutely right, when it comes to free access and more mass market products, the trials will become and are becoming virtual now. That means the physical testers will disappear in the near future, I would say. And in most of the countries in APAC, we banned testers from the stores. We will replace them by a tool like, for those who have downloaded the QR code from Modiface, by a virtual tester part we used before online. And now that virtual tool becomes an offline tool as well to download and make the shade matching in the point of sale. It's just the beginning. And I think that will be probably for the next probably 12, 18 months, one of the major changes worldwide, but everywhere, to replace physical testers and trials by either individual samples, what we do, so one dose in sachets, but also, of course, in virtual trials.
Yeah. So there are quite a few questions on the similar topic, Johan. So maybe since you've already answered quite a lot in terms of how the trials and the samples will be in future, I'm going to skip this one and I go to the next one, which is from Anuradha, IIFT, which is the north part of a campus. With the change in the consumer behavior, low touch and technology driven experience are the need of an hour. How L'Oreal is leveraging this opportunity to prove world-class consumer experience?
That's the same. I think it's a similar question, and it shows very much insisting on that. And I think you're right. I mean, it shows the tech spirit of Indian students and people on that. How you can really leapfrog on that. And I'm pretty much sure. I see some questions on startups. I would love to have some Indian startups proposing us new ideas on virtual trials, because that field, we think we have good answers on that. One of them just explained with this AR tool called Modiface. Nevertheless, that area of virtual trial through live stream, but also through offline non-touch but understanding will be one of the major parts in the future, because most of the products, before you buy, you try. So there will be a lot of different combined hybrid tools between offline, online tools, between a physical trial, but also a virtual trial. And probably for startup companies, it's a great area of innovation and inventing things, connecting consumers to a company like ours to reset certain habits from the past.
Yeah, true. This is another question which is quite an environmental friendly line, but it also has a very interesting point to talk about. It says, greetings with the modern trend of products becoming environmental friendly and cruelty free. What step is L'Oreal taking in this regard?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's we, as I told you, we extended, renewed our commitment. We started 7 years ago in a big stream called Sharing Beauty with All. That was our sustainability commitment, which ended up in 2020 and got, therefore, the next 10 years, what we call the L'Oreal for the Future. The number one premises, and I will come back, we'll probably expand a little bit what we do. The L'Oreal philosophy on sustainability is that all products, all developed products should have either a social or environmental benefit. That's one. Secondly, we will definitely revise our packaging. We're reducing the waste reduction. They become carbon neutral. We decided a brand like Garnier becoming the first brand of the group with a labeling system showing our level of engagement and also the level we still have to fix on the environmental footprint on the products. That means the consumer in the future can see on a product like Garnier what is the environmental footprint, which doesn't mean that we are good in everything. I have to be honest. I mean, there's always in our industry we have to respect the quality, we have to respect the safety standards, we have to respect also the quality standards from the government, from the authorities. In some countries, we cannot even do like we want to do because regulations are prescribing certain levels we have to respect. Nevertheless, We are transforming the company in a no-waste company, and definitely in a heavy reduction on plastic. And of course, we have the first products launched in headquarter now and rolling out worldwide with even containers which are based on non-plastic containers. So La Roche-Posay, for example, one of our derm brands, has the first line with a carton-friendly, carton-similar, so 100% biodegradable packaging. So all that will transform. It's transforming the industry. It's transforming L'Oréal as well. It's a question of time. But again, we always have to balance out the safety for the consumer first, regulation of the country, to the best and most speedy agility to transform.
Thank you. There are a lot of comments and the words of appreciation from the students that are on the chat box, and I truly thank all of you for recognizing that. With that, let me just jump to the next question per se. It is from Himanshu Gupta, again from IIFT. Since Asia Pacific has contributed the highest amongst all the geographies, that is 32.3% of total sales, with a 25.5% growth, very precise, what steps taken by L'Oréal has really led to such growth?
Good question. So there are definitely some. There are probably three answers. There's an answer on geography footprint. There's an answer on category footprint, and there's an answer on channel footprint. And the mixture between all three makes that machine running fast. Geographically, I have to say that L'Oréal company in Asia Pacific, we can also extend it to the world, but in Asia Pacific is definitely strong in all buoyant markets. And that's important. We are the leading beauty company in China. And if you are the leading beauty company in China, of course, immediately you have a footprint other companies do not have. But at the same time, and that over the last 5 years, we are catching up tremendously in the emerging part of the world, in India, in Southeast Asia. And having that balance, geographic balance, is a huge advantage, because most of other companies, they're either strong there or strong there. But having a footprint and to extend that to the worldwide approach, we are the leading company in Western Europe. We are the leading company in the Americas. So that means being number one in APAC, small number one, of course, still, but being number one in Western Europe and number one in the Americas, you have a footprint geographically which really not only drives growth, but also can compensate when one continent is more sluggish, the other more buoyant. One reason. The second reason is our footprint over the last years strategically was very much focused into let's say, three main categories. The one is skincare. Skincare in Asia Pacific and becoming worldwide as well is the number one beauty category. Our footprint in skincare is extremely strong. When you have a high market share and high growth in that footprint, automatically you have the drive. The second footprint is makeup. It's a similar thing. In both areas, we're leading the worldwide business. When you're strong in makeup, then of course you grow. Definitely in these moments of COVID, we got a little hit on that, but we know it's temporarily. We know that the consumer is changing the way to apply makeup and to buy makeup, but this doesn't change at all that skin tone management and certain makeup categories in the face are grooming and are booming again. And thirdly, I would say it's also hair color. That is especially a big focus we have in India. We are leading the hair color business in the professional and globally.
just joined.
Himanshu, just add me onto the stream and make it live, please. Hi, everyone. Apologies for this 2 minute technical glitch. And I think working at home, all of us, we got this good 2 minute breather. And now giving it back to Johan and Roshni, and we will continue the Q&A as it was going on. Over to Johan and Roshni.
And stay on, students. We are still in the very exciting phase of Q&A. So let's start where we left, Johan. The question now is from Muskan Jain. She says, has L'Oreal felt any change in the perspective about beauty post the Black Lives Matters movement worldwide? Johan, you're on mute.
Sorry, now you can hear me. Yeah.
Perfect.
Of course, a lot of companies, let's say the whole economic world, got challenged by that, and we have to make sure that our value system is intact, and we're absolutely respecting the codes of diversity. And by the way, when it comes to diversity, L'Oreal is always ranked one of the top diversity companies in the world, and we are audited by that. And we are clearly focused on continue like that, and this is why the values of ethics and diversity, they're very close. And I can only repeat the basic values of ethics in L'Oreal are transparency, courage, integrity, and respect. Doing so, probably for you students, it's very technical and very far away from your daily life, but you have to understand that in each company around the world, like in India, we have an ethical correspondent. All incidents can be either reported disregarding the hierarchy to the ethical correspondent, or through an email, protected email system directly to our ethical respondents through the internet in the headquarters. So all the ethical questions or incidents, if there are any, are really followed up in the company. So in terms of compliance, that's the transparency part. And this is why diversity and ethics are two values which are definitely clearly linked. Why we are very sensitive on this subject.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to the next question that comes from Shubham Agarwal from IITB. The male grooming products have recently started gaining momentum with multiple new players joining the race. What is L'Oreal's strategy to ensure leadership in this segment?
Good. Yeah, it's a very good part. I think we were, to be very honest, we were pretty much alone on that area for a decade in Asia. Asian men are definitely more beauty addicted than in other regions in the world. We're leading the skincare Asian business, male grooming business. And for me, to be very frank, I think new players joining the club, it's only good. Because the competition is always very helpful to drive penetration. And also to challenge us to be always on top of development, of new ideas, of new marketing, but also new products. For me, the main, let's say, enemy or the main obstacle in this men world is penetration. So having more competitors is only good for the business.
Good. We have just last 5 minutes and I have many questions yet. So let me just go quickly and pick few ones. This one is very interesting. Johan, what has made you stay at L'Oreal for so many years?
First thing, when you start like an MT, I was a kind of MT at that time, back in '83, there was no MT program like so professional we have now in L'Oreal and India, where you do 12-month MT program, fit you pampered, etc., before you get thrown into colder water. And you never start to think to stay decades in a company. It frightens even than anything else. But on the other side, what makes me stay or so long in a company, it's the excitement. It's not a company of boredom. If you like boredom, you can just cut this presentation and go home, because it's an exciting company, but then the company also delivers a lot of sustainability and the right values. In the same time, very nervous. I told you, between this kind of, we have a very strong and stable shareholder presence. They're not the family of the owners, of the founders. They're not in the business. We have all managers from the outside in our executive committee. In the same time, we had only 5 CEOs in 111 years. And at the same time, we are in a very agile company within. All that and the strong focus on people, together with the value system, makes me stay over the time. And if you ask people, we have a little bit the 3 months, 3 years, 30 years staying. But at the end, the license to operate, you want to join a company with the right value system. You want to join a company with international perspectives and possibility to do career, but also you want to have a company who is a winner. And with a company with a winning vision and strategy and the right people on the helm. And that, if you have that, and within an exciting company, that makes you stay.
Yeah, good. So thanks, Johan, for that. It was interesting. And I think that pretty much also answers the next question, which says top reasons on why should the Gen Z join L'Oreal. So I'm going to move to the next one, Johan, if you may allow. This question is from Chaitanya Ashutosh Kulkarni, who's from FMS Delhi. He says, Sir, L'Oreal has been successful in always being the first company that comes to one's mind when talking about beauty industry. How does L'Oreal maintains it? And if you can shed some light on how has this way of making an impact on people changed over the years?
Yeah, let me start by the second part of the question. We had 5 years back, we had done a couple of what we call pulse surveys, so employer surveys around the world. We do that once a year, where we get the feedback of the people by age group, by population, etc., and to get a better grip of who we are, how we are perceived by our own people. And we realized in that moment that our value system has to be revised, the management style and the way we work, etc. And it was a very exciting moment. We called that simplicity. So we reset the value system of values we want to keep, we want to stop, or we want to change. And these 3 elements drove us to a new manifesto. And Nandini, I think if you got the time, and her back was this manifesto, the value system we developed. Give you 2 or 3 examples. I mean, the feedback. Feedback is a gift, or feed forward is a gift, let's say. What is one of the key values we imposed to our management system. Means also that, for example, me as a member of the COMEX, or our CEO, my leadership team in APAC, they all do a leadership survey once a year. They got rated by their peers, but also by the people reporting to them. So we have also a very transparent system of rating the hierarchy and the management capacities. We reset these values, a lot of trust in there, a lot of collaboration, and that new system, as we thought, our company is young, and especially in APAC, our average age in the company is 33 years. And to be very frank, our system is not a seniority system. It's a merit-based system, which is very different. In a lot of Asian countries, seniorities always overrun merits, and in L'Oreal it's not like that. Age doesn't protect you for doing what you ever want. It's the merits behind that and the managerial behavior. And that's why we got very much good pressure from our young people in the company to change and to modify, also to preserve our value system. And that lead us to rewrite our manifesto of behavior and to prove it. Top down and bottom up, and that was a very good experience. This why also I think the millennial Gen Z mindset is made for changing games. I personally believe. See, I have 4 kids, and they're a little bit older than yours, but they're all under 30. I know that the value systems of people under 30 or even under 25 are very much changing and very much demanding. Is that if as a company you don't listen to that, you cannot prepare your future. So the system, this is why the system is not seniority based. It's really merit based, based on a strong feedback.
All right, maybe we can just pick up one last question that comes from Anushka Chowdhury from XIMB. L'Oreal has been heavily investing in beauty tech. What are the key areas of research that the company is currently focusing on, and why?
But it's a very good question, because we are driving amongst the COMEX a big project in what we call the next. And of course, the COVID crisis has accelerated a lot of things. Yeah. You said it before, there are very strong streams on skincare, on clean beauty, organic beauty, natural beauty, sustainable beauty, the sourcing part, the sustainability part, and that drives very strong our R&I capacities. We come also the green science. You know, when we talk about sustainability, it's not only packaging; it's also the solidarity sourcing. Yes. It's definitely what we call also the green science, replacing a lot of ingredients, a lot of molecules by natural molecules. All that, and by that part of the green science. That is a very much focus on that. And if you are a company spending a billion euros on R&I, you don't have necessarily means, but you have the means to shift into these new demanding areas for development, and that's what we do.
Great. Thank you so much, Johan. I think I must stop here. You have been extremely helpful in answering all the questions so patiently. Thank you once again for your time. And I think it's wonderful to have you on this session. I'm sure students would have got a lot of inspiration from this, and also particularly from the question answers. So dear students, that's all the time that we have on this session. So it's a wrap on this session. But stay tuned. You have a fantastic day lined up throughout the day. So make use of it. There are multiple platforms. There are multiple corners being set up on this platform. So you will definitely be excited and interested to go through all of that. And thank you so much for the time. Thank you, Johan, once again.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day and exciting day.
Thank you. Yes. Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, Johan and Roshni. Truly an inspirational session. From understanding how we are shaping the future of beauty, it is now time to understand why L'Oreal is the #1 beauty company in the world. I will now invite Kavita Angre, Director, Consumer and Marketing Insights and Media, L'Oreal India, to lead the next discussion. And just for everyone, we received over 400 overwhelming questions for the session for Johan. So dear students, continue showing us your enthusiasm. Over to you, Kavita.
Thanks, Nandini. I hope everyone can see my screen and hear me clearly. So Nandini, if there's a problem, do let me know. I managed to join in the last few minutes of Johan's session. And even though I have heard him, and I heard him as recently as day before yesterday, it's always so inspiring to listen to him. So he spoke about future of beauty, and now I will tell you a little more about our company, which is shaping the future of beauty. Right, so I will go through these 5 sections, and let's start with who we are. So first, we are a pure player in beauty. So if you look at our competition set, what you will realize is that we play only in categories that are in beauty, absolutely pure player in beauty, created 110 years ago, and we are the #1 beauty player in the entire world. So some of the numbers to back it up, and I'm not going to drain the entire slide, but it's a 29.8 billion euro sales company with 21 research centers, and I know Johan touched upon research and how important innovation is to the company. 88,000 employees with 36 brands across 150 countries. So if you look at it, even before we get to the business numbers and the categories and the markets, one of the core things to L'Oreal is its values and ethics and environmental responsibility and social responsibility. So here are some certificates that we have put up for you to understand how crucial or how critical this is for us. So we have been recognized for the 11th time in a row as one of the world's most ethical companies. We are the number 4, according to Universum, on the Diversity and the Inclusion Index. So there are lots of initiatives. And again, there was a question I saw on this L'Oreal for the Future, which is on sustainability, which goes to show our commitments in this space. Again, talking about ethics, we are very, very clear. We have 4 principles or 4 ethics values, integrity, respect, courage, and transparency. And this is a company, 110-year-old company, that has been built on these. And we are very, very serious about it. There is one very unique feature. Every year, somewhere in the second week of October, we have an Ethics Day worldwide. And that day, the CEO of the company takes questions from all over the world and answers them. And the MDs in every country also take questions from its employees across whatever topics. Usually what I have seen is they're not related to ethics, but they're related to a lot of issues that trouble people. But it's an open forum where you can ask questions, and we dedicate a day entirely so that we are also standing and communicating our values of transparency, integrity, respect, and courage. Coming to our purpose. At L'Oreal, we share a common purpose. We want to create the beauty that moves the world. Now, beauty is actually a very, very powerful force. And if you look at it, beauty is a desire that has been there with humanity ever since, right? And beauty makes a difference. Beauty makes you feel confident. It makes you who you are. It makes you go after what you want to be. It has an impact on your relationships. So we want to offer everyone the beauty he or she desires. And all the resources that we have at our disposal, whether it is R&I, whether it is people, whether it is money, are all channeled in order to give everyone the beauty he or she desires. I'll get into now a few numbers and talk to you about the cosmetics market. The way I'm going to do the presentation is after one more section, I'm going to take a break here and look at the questions so that it can be more interactive. I think one thing I really miss is going to campuses and talking to people and, interspersing the presentation and making it more interactive, but it is what it is. I think we all are, doing our best given the circumstances. So let's try and bring the interactivity. I'm going to break my presentation in a couple of minutes. So let's go to the cosmetics market. If you look at the beauty market, it's a very dynamic market, right? It grew at about 5%. Total sales or total size of the market is about 220 billion euros. And e-commerce is one of the new channels which is doing very, very well for beauty. It has about a 14% share in beauty. If you look at some of the other industries like food and grocery, generally the share tends to be much lower. And like I mentioned in the first slide, say that we are the leader worldwide. So if you look at the beauty market, L'Oreal is the number 1 player, and you can see the number 2 and number 3 player are far behind. When I break down the market, and this focuses on the segment, skincare is the biggest segment, followed by hair care. And then you have makeup, fragrances, and hygiene products. And if I split the market by geography, you can see that Asia Pacific is the largest zone. So obviously it is driven by the population, by the middle class that sits here, and the developing countries where the future actually is a lot going to be driven by the emerging markets. And most of the emerging markets are sitting in Asia Pacific. Coming to our divisions, brands, and business model, and which is where you will see the uniqueness of L'Oreal come out. Okay, we have one of our key divisions is consumer products. So the kind of brands that you have to imagine when I talk about consumer products is Garnier, Maybelline, L'Oreal Paris, NYX, very, very familiar for all of us in the India market. The other division we have is a luxury division. So all the premium fragrances that are there, they all come from our luxury division. The third division is a professional products division, which actually, from a business model point of view, is classically a B2B business. It's a business to business. Of course, because of digitization, it is increasingly becoming a B2B2C business. But you can see how this business model is different. And here, we support the hairdressers and the salons by supplying them with technical products, We also have professional retail products that are available. So that's the professional division. And finally, a division which is known as active cosmetics, which is basically the dermo cosmetic space with brands like Vichy and La Roche-Posay, where again it is about it's about very clean formulae for sensitive skin, and it's largely a skincare division. And here are some of the brands. I already spoke about L'Oreal Paris, Garnier, Maybelline, and consumer products. If you look at the Luxe division, you have Kiehl's. You probably have come across this. Lancome, YSL. A lot of these brands, some are not, I mean, a lot of them are not there in India, but across worldwide we have it. In professional products, you would have seen the L'Oreal Professional. You would have seen Kerastase in India. You would have seen Matrix as well. And in active cosmetics, La Roche-Posay and Vichy, which I spoke about. The other unique thing about this is now when you think about the divisions which I've spoken about, you think of the brands, you look at the footprint and from a go-to-market point of view, right? We're present in salons, we're present in mass market, which in the context of India is general trade and modern trade. We're present in pharmacies and drugstores because the active cosmetics division primarily retails through this. It's not the only channel, but primarily retails through this. We're present in departmental stores and perfumeries, branded retail. So we have standalone shops. For example, some of you living in the metros may have seen a Kiehl's shop. We're present in travel retail. We're present in e-commerce. So another way of looking at this is wherever the consumer is or wherever the consumer is shopping, we are present there. And this is something I covered before across these 5 categories. A very keen pillar of our growth has been strategic acquisitions. So you can see this is a chart starting from 1967 all the way to the recent 2018. Huge number of acquisitions have been very, very critical to our success. So here is where we have new business models. Here is where we have new ways of reaching the consumer. So for example, NYX. NYX was a very interesting brand that we acquired. It was based in the US. It was largely talking to professional makeup artists. And that's the way they ran their business. So we have very different models that we have been able to drive as a result of our strategic acquisitions. Now coming to our business. So what I shared with you in terms of numbers was all the market. If we look at it, 43% is the consumer products division, which is again the brands of Garnier, Maybelline, L'Oreal Paris and NYX. The luxury division is about 37%. Professional products division is 12% and active cosmetics is 9%. From a weight of business point of view, the developed markets, which is Western Europe and North America, contribute to nearly half the business. And the rest of it comes from all the emerging markets, or the new markets as we call it, with a significant chunk coming from Asia Pacific. From a category segment point of view, skincare, which is also the largest category, and that's where we have a huge chunk of our business coming from. Makeup, again, one of the very, very important categories and categories where we have been driving a lot of change. There is hair care, there is hair coloring, fragrance, and others. I am now going to take a break, stop sharing my screen, and switch to the questions. All right, okay. Okay, there are many questions here, so just allow me a few minutes to just kind of run through them. Okay, one question from Kavya Dhingra. She's from MDI Gurgaon. Hi, I wanted to know how is L'Oreal tackling the disruptions in demand in the beauty industry due to COVID. It is very simple if you look at it from a principle point of view. Be where the consumer is. Okay, so and I can give you the COVID context in India. Some of the trends that happened because of COVID is people started shopping more online. They haven't abandoned traditional trade. In fact, we saw traditional trade go up because a lot of the Jugadu Indian grocers and retailers, they started forming WhatsApp group. They give you home delivery. It comes to you in 1 hour. So those things happened, right? Also, what happened is, for example, the salons were shut. And what did people start doing? They did start calling people, calling for beauty services at home. When you see some of those changes happening, very quickly, one of the things we did is we pivoted our strategy to focus on the categories that are the categories that are going to grow. For example, skincare and hair care. Yeah. Given that we are not socializing as much in this time period, makeup as a category is growing, but not that much. So we pivoted. Okay. The other thing that is happening is people are a little scared of going. I mean, the malls have opened, but if you look at the footfall data, only about 1/3 of the people are going back to the malls, right? So now people are scared about going and trying testers, trying those lipsticks and seeing how they look. So we have Modiface, the VR/AR tool, where sitting in your house, you can just go onto the website and check out how this shade looks on you. So to your question, Kavya, the simplest way of doing it is to follow the consumer. And we are doing, I think L'Oreal Paris, for example, I can give you what they did is online, they had a consultation session with an expert. Then they had a tool by which you could go and check which hair color suits you and you can play around with it. And they also had somebody at the end of a call who could assist you while you were coloring your hair. So some of those are the initiatives we have taken as we have seen the disruptions of demand in the beauty industry. Okay. Bandhan Pramanik from XIMB, morning. Your question is, now that we're growing as a society and challenging the conventional standards of beauty, how is L'Oreal going about with this positive change? So one of the fundamental principles of L'Oreal is beauty for everyone, right? That's our purpose. And I spoke about it earlier. And beauty in all its diversity is what we believe in. So in every market, whatever the need of the market is, that's what we demand to. So across the world, if you look at it, we absolutely support all the diverse forms of beauty. We have brands which are positioned there in a manner that is most appealing to the consumer. But that is what we've always been doing. And that's how we're also going to continue to do in the times to come. L'Oreal has went through, this is from Shubham Singh Tomar from IIFT. Hi, L'Oreal has went through many transformations over the years. Can you share the story behind because I'm worth it to because you're worth it now to because we are worth it? I guess what you can see is the inclusivity come through from all of this, right? And I think the story behind because you're worth it is that if you look at the market, and this is a story that emerged in the US, if I'm not mistaken, L'Oreal hair color is always priced premium to the market, right? And I think the insight there was generally the woman of the house is not giving herself what she is due because she's always putting others' needs before her, right? I think it was in this context that the insight came, that even though L'Oreal is an expensive brand, you are worth it and the product is worth it. And that's where the line came from. And I think what you can see is I'm worth it, you're worth it, we are worth it. I think it is moving from becoming a more inclusive brand. And I think that's really the insight behind it. All right. Vineet Jain from FMS Delhi. Hi. Basically, you said we've launched Love is in the Hair campaign. Yes. Conducted many training sessions online for hairdressers and beauticians. I believe this is due to the change in trend because of people staying indoor due to lockdown. What other trends L'Oreal is expecting post-lockdown? Okay, so what we definitely, maybe I'll answer from the professional salon or chain perspective. What we're definitely seeing is at this point in time, people are choosing to stay in. Some of the beauty services at home are growing. But I think I think the reality is that when things get back to normal, chances are that you will go back because there is very high loyalty with your hairdresser. Right? I mean, you can get a lot of skin services done from whoever you want, but when it comes to coloring hair, when it comes to haircut, you are loyal to that one hairdresser. Yeah. So we are expecting that to come back. It will come back with time. Okay. Till then, like I said, we will go where the consumer is. So we are already pioneering a social commerce model where some of the products are coming to the consumer instead of the consumer coming to you. So those are some of the things we've done. What are some of the other trends L'Oreal is see? And the other thing with the salon division is that if you look at it, there is a transactional part of it where you're going to cut your hair or epilation or whatever. But there is also, it is a me time. It is a time when you kind of switch off from all the other stresses, and you feel pampered, and you get pampered, and that's not so easily replicable at home. I mean, just imagine you're getting some service done, and the cooker's whistling in the background, the doorbell is ringing, your kids are running around. It's not the same. So we believe this will come back. I think it's a matter of people just feeling, again, of course, a matter of the COVID vaccine, blah, 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 all that stuff, but also us getting used to the situation and having the courage. On the other side, just in terms of other consumer trends that we're seeing, is we saw a lot of do-it-yourself at home, right? You using the kitchen ingredients, mixing it around, making masks, etc. We saw that happening. We saw health and hygiene picking up big time, and in fact, one of the very interesting trends also was 34% of the consumers had consulted a doctor online. Now, very often what happens is that situations force you to break some barriers of habits, right? And once you do it, you realize, oh, that was not so bad. Otherwise, earlier you would have said, no, what is this? How can a doctor even advise me without checking my pulse and, all that stuff? But yeah, because of the situation, you're forced to adopt some approaches. You feel it's not so bad. So I'm not saying that now everybody will go online, but if you were visiting a doctor 6 or 8 times a year, perhaps 2 of them could still be online, and that can give rise to a whole new business model. I hope I answered that question. I'm conscious of time as well. Okay. Astha Mittal asks, she's from MDI Gurgaon. L'Oreal has acquired a lot of businesses in the early stages that have come to be really successful now. What are some of the important factors that it considers while making the decision? All right. So some of the important factors, first is the size. Not first, as in I'll just talk to you about some of the criteria. The current size of the business, and more importantly, its potential. Yeah. Is it on trend? Like, what is the core proposition? Is that proposition something that you see is a response to some of the existing consumer trends or anticipated consumer trends? Because that's what's going to give you the confidence that this will become a successful business. So that's on the proposition. Secondly, most of the times these are products and not services. So your product efficacy is absolutely critical for us. We have to be very, very convinced that whatever you claim as a brand, you are delivering it through product efficacy. So that is something we are very, very rigorous about in testing. Okay. Of course, profitability goes without saying. You may not be making profit now, but is there a path to profit? And the third thing, of course, is complementarity with the L'Oreal business. Right? So if we already have a similar proposition or a similar brand, there is no point, because we will take the same set of resources and now split it over multiple brands. So complementarity also is very, very critical. Some of the, if there are newer business models, which are again on trend, that also becomes important. All right, I'll take one more question and switch back to the presentation. All right, Shivam Malhotra, very interesting question. Ma'am, as you are the Chief of Consumer and Marketing Insights, it is very necessary to be a customer yourself to gain insights of a product. How do you manage to be an employee and customer at the same time? This is a dual-edged sword. Because what this kind of assumes is that men can never market sanitary products or makeup, right? Which is not true. And why it is a dual-edged sword is that if I, based on my experience of the product, assume that everyone in India or whoever I want to market to in India also experiences the product in the same way, it's a mistake. Right? So you have to be, so while it can give you some sense feel when you use it, you have to be very, very sure that you are completely listening to your target audience, right? So, and there are many ways to listen to it. I mean, the whole CMI function does exactly that you keep listening to what your target audience has to say and react and respond to your product. So the answer to that is that it may or may not help depending on your ability to sense where your bias is coming from. So that's why you have to be very, very careful. What I'm going to do is share my screen again and go back to the presentation and then come back and look at the questions. All right. So far we covered the categories, we covered the divisions, we covered the channels, we covered some numbers. Okay. Now, what is driving all this success? First one, a very obvious one, it is employees, right? We are in our 11th year. We have a study which again shows that, and I think I mentioned this before, the Universal study which shows that we are the most attractive or the 12th most attractive company for students. There is Potential Park study which has shared that we are the most digital friendly employer. Now, and the reason behind this is, I think fundamentally, and I think it came through Johan's conversation also, somebody asked him the question of how come you hung around for 30 years, right? Because there is just there's no scope to get bored here. Yeah, there's just no scope. There is no scope, and that is because the company is very the company values entrepreneurial spirit. It's not that your job description is so squarely defined on a piece of paper that that's all that you do day in day out, right? It gives you the freedom. It encourages you to go beyond, and I think for me that is really the critical aspect of why in a company like L'Oreal, and I've seen that Johan is not the only person who's been there for 30 years. In fact, when I have gone for some of the training programs taken by very senior people, on an average, the guys who are taking will say, oh, I've been here for 27 years, I've been here for 25 years. On an average, that's the number, that's the amount of time people spend at L'Oreal. And I think that is a very clear testimony to how L'Oreal values its people and the freedom it gives to the people to do what they want so that they remain motivated, they remain inspired, they remain satisfied in their job. So the first was employees. The second is science. I mean, L'Oreal was founded by a scientist, right? So that runs in our DNA. We have more than 4,000 experts, around 500 patents. We have 21 research centers, which are organized into 6 regional hubs. And I think there's more on it here. Yeah. So let's look at this slide. 21 research centers, 6 regional hubs. So if you look at it, it's all spread across the world. Again, testimony to the fact that there is no one definition of beauty. We want to offer the beauty that is desirable to our consumers who are spread across the world. So research and innovation is very, very critical to L'Oreal. And I think it also ties in when I answered one of the questions on acquisitions. Product efficacy is not something that we compromise on at all. So that is something we check out because fundamentally, we are an innovation and research company. Third one, technology. I think I've given some examples of it, but essentially, yeah, we are reinventing ourselves to be a beauty tech company. So reinventing the beauty experience, whether it's through products, whether it's through services, whether it's through technology, but there's a huge focus on doing just that. Very digital first mindset. So if you look at it, we have about 16% of our share of e-commerce in our sales. Again, you can read the numbers, 33,000 people that have been trained to this. And I think there is a huge focus because it's simple again, consumers are shifting there and a company would make itself redundant or irrelevant if it didn't move where the consumers move. Finally, our commitments, and again, there were some questions around it already. This is the L'Oreal for the Future program, extremely bold and ambitious program. And I really like the principle or what really drove the creation of this. It was very simple. It was coming from a place of what we need to get done so that we still have Mother Earth in the way it is versus what we can do. And then there are 3 pillars where we're talking about transforming ourselves by respecting planetary boundaries. We're talking about empowering a business ecosystem because it's not just alone, but it's our suppliers, our partners, the consumers who also contribute to the footprint when they use the product. So it's important that we help them transition. And the third one is where we have put 150 million euro fund to solve the challenges of the world. So I think 50 million is going into impact into impact investing, where we are going to see what can we do to kind of improve the green cover, etc. So there are 50 million that is going to go into supporting vulnerable women. So there are a lot of programs around it, and this is a very, very, very bold program. Really proud of this one. I think this chart, what tells you is that the sustainability program, which I just talked about, sustainability is not new. Yeah, way back in 2010, we had started our sustainability program, and these are some of the numbers in terms of what we have achieved so far. So this is almost like the phase 2 of the sustainability program, where we are taking far more bolder ambition and targets to achieve this. Finally, this is just one slide I'd like to end on. This is our CEO saying we're a global company with a startup mindset and an entrepreneurial spirit, or challenger spirit, like he says. Okay, I will go back to the questions and let's see what we have here. All right. Okay, there is a question here. Nandini, now, okay, sorry. I don't see the name in the question, but that's okay. All right. We are observing that only rural markets are showing signs of positive potential growth. Does L'Oreal plan to penetrate rural markets where digital media is not as prevalent and the personal selling approach is difficult option to explore at this time? So we have to be careful when we read the growth numbers, because it is not steady state as yet. So if I look at the market, and I'm talking India, of course, June, July was slightly positive, August was deep negative. Yeah, because I think if you focus on August and say that is going to be the basis for forecasting the trend, we're going to get it wrong. Why? We're going to get it wrong because I'm not so sure that people's purchase cycles have settled to a monthly level as they were before. If we were in a strict lockdown in April, May, possibly a lot of the pent-up demand was satisfied in June over July, and maybe because we overstocked, August went down, right? So we have to be very, very careful when we look at the numbers and say, oh, this month this is growing hence. Yeah. Overall, yes, rural has shown positive growth compared to urban. But we will keep an eye on it. On your question of does L'Oreal plan to penetrate the rural markets? In some categories, yes. In the other categories, there is so much more for us to be got by just focusing on the urban market. And it's not got to do with digital media or personal selling approaches, just that we haven't penetrated enough the urban market. And there we see a huge opportunity. So we will continue to do that. Where we have penetrated enough, we have leadership, there we will look at rural areas as a potential place to grow. This is from Daksh Kumar. Morning, ma'am. From greetings from IFT. We have witnessed how beauty and cosmetic industry is hit by COVID, but comparatively very less badly than other sectors. Is there something innate in the nature of this industry which makes it so resilient? Yes, actually, perhaps there's something, because I think fundamentally beauty is a very human need. Yeah, goes way back in time for us. And if you look at it, when you're using any of the products, and maybe it's more true for cosmetics or makeup, is that just a little dash of lipstick makes you feel good. You perk up. Right. And in these times, I think everyone wants to feel good. And there are various ways to feel good. You could order Chinese food from outside and have it, or you could order a brownie and have it. There are various ways to feel good. But the fact is that when things are not looking good, they are bleak, you look for indulgences. And you look for sometimes big indulgences or small indulgences. And somewhere, this is a little bit of treat that you allow yourself. And that's why. Again, in the beauty category, so that was from a makeup perspective. If you look at it, hair and skin, crisis or no crisis, you have to wash your hair and clean your skin, or hydrate your skin. So that's almost like hygiene. It's basic. It should be there. So which is why we see this more resilient than some of the other categories. Abhishek Singh from IFT, ma'am, with decrease in the spending of consumer non-essential products, how L'Oreal is addressing the issue. again, we'll have to split this, because the decrease in spending has not happened in all categories. Yeah, in hair care, from a consumer habit point of view, we saw no change in behavior. Skincare, in fact, cleansing has gone up, and even skincare has gone up, because if you're constantly, putting a sanitizer or washing your hands get dry. So, skincare has gone up. Hair color, we were very, 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 very reassured to know that 80% of the consumers, for them, hair color is a need. And again, if I go back to the human insight, once you get used to seeing yourself in a particular way, it's very difficult to kind of completely change. It's just you and your eyes, what you're used to seeing. So 80% of our consumers told us that heck, I will continue to color the hair even in the lockdown. It is not necessarily linked to whether I'm meeting people, whether I'm socializing or not. I think in the categories that we play in, makeup is perhaps the only one which is more strongly linked to socializing. And as the socializing occasions have gone down, the consumption of makeup has gone down. But interestingly, we are now in unlock 5.0, right? We have seen it pick up again. So it's better than the previous month, not as good as last year, but now we have festival seasons coming up. So the way we are addressing this is first by recognizing that it's not blanket. Every category has a certain behavior, and we're playing as per the behavior in that category. All right. Anandita's question: with consumers going digital, how does L'Oreal ensure consistency in maintaining the quality and in-store experience through their online platforms and other e-commerce platforms such as Nykaa? So Nykaa, Amazon, all these are very, very crucial partners for us. And, it's equally important for their business, equally important for our business to give consumers the experience they desire, and that is also in sync with the brand values. So we work very closely with the partners, and because it's a long-term relationship, no one is, everyone treats it with that kind of perspective. So they can't do without us, we can't do without them, right? So that's how we maintain. We have deep engagements, we have continuous engagements, and we maintain that kind of eye on what is happening. And if there are issues that come up, we just solve it through conversations. Samyak Jain from MDI Gurgaon: with store closures and social distancing guidelines, how does L'Oreal view data-driven direct-to-consumer approach as part of its long-term strategy? Definitely part of the long-term strategy, and I think we need to understand that. Let's take it as direct to consumer, which can have many forms. It could be a brand.com, it could be social commerce, it could be various ways, and that's definitely a very integral part of our strategy. Social commerce, which is also a direct to consumer, is something we've already started in our professional products business, and we are doing some pilots even in our consumer products business to go direct to consumer, along with the retailer, along with our beauty advisors. There are some pilots that are already on. Once we read the results of the pilots, we will look at scale up. Okay, greetings from SGMSO MIT Bombay. Due to the pandemic, many people have lost jobs, thereby decreasing consumer buying power. Has L'Oreal thought of coming up with a more affordable line of beauty products? First, maybe I'll give you a more conceptual answer and then answer what we are trying to do, okay? But you start working in the world of brands and marketing, you will realize that there are some things that your brand can do, and there are some things your brand cannot and should not do, right? Example, L'Oreal Paris coming up with a 20 rupee kajal, yeah? I mean, it's not something that you associate with the brand, right? It is not something that the brand is positioned on, right? Is it a bad idea? A 20 rupee kajal may not be a bad idea, and I'm not commenting on the idea. I'm just commenting on you define your brand and you position your brand in a certain way within certain boundaries, and you always have to be careful that you stay in sync in those boundaries. Otherwise, you're going to have a very schizophrenic brand. Yeah. Now, because of the macroeconomic situation, okay, one of the strategies that we are looking at is about making sure we have SKUs, which are smaller sized SKUs, which makes the cash put down more accessible, right? Some of our brands are already in the affordable line of pricing, but some of our brands have a premium positioning. Yeah, and when they have a premium positioning, it could be a bad idea for them to come up with an affordable line of pricing. Having said that, they can always look at other marketing levers. Example, consumer promotions, right? You can look at those levers to make your pricing more affordable. But if you are a premium brand, right, it's important that you stay consistent with that. All right, I'll take the next question. All right. Woon Mona, I hope I pronounced your name properly, from Micah, says that since you mentioned the importance of a product staying true to what L'Oreal does, was it a worry for your factories to start producing hand sanitizers when COVID happened? How did you make sure that it's still on brand? Did these sanitizers have the L'Oreal label? So fundamentally, the sanitizer activity was a solidarity or a CSR activity. Those sanitizers were not intended for sale. Yeah, it had a L'Oreal label on it. Yeah, but it was not L'Oreal Paris, the brand. It was L'Oreal, the company. And we gave it to policemen. In Maharashtra, we gave it to policemen. In Baddi, where we have our factory, we gave it to all the surrounding areas there. So fundamentally, it was on brand from a point of view of rising up to the need of the hour, right? So it was not about brand positioning there. It was about a solidarity initiative to say that how can we contribute to what is happening around. Okay, Ronak Meena from Calcutta. How do you see the industry changing as the beauty norms around the globe are changing? How do you see the future of fairness products? So again, like I said, the industry will stay relevant if it keeps an eye on consumers and responds and reacts to what the changing needs of the consumers are, right? To the future of fairness products, whether we like it or not, I think we have to accept the fact in India, fairness is still a need, right? There are many stories. I've met many consumers. Maybe right now we are in an era where it may be slightly less acceptable to say fairness is a need, but open the matrimonial pages of a newspaper. What do you see there? The need in India exists. I think the question is, when brands respond to fulfilling that need, all brands can be very responsible in not making that the definition of beauty or not making that as the only reason why you will succeed in life, right? But we all have to accept and realize that fairness is is still a need. Will it change over time? Maybe, yeah. But today it is a need. Are there, Sanjula Jain says, are there any trends in consumer behavior or trends in beauty that came as a surprise to you? If yes, what insight did you gain from it? I'm thinking. I'm not. Okay, the beauty services at home channel. What I'm seeing right now from the numbers is that, again, it was always there, right? I expected more people to tap into it, but from the numbers I'm seeing, it's not as much, right? So maybe that is a bit of a surprise. I think the rest of it is pretty much in line with what one expected. And why I'm saying that, because even through the COVID period, we did what we call e-connects. So again, pre-COVID, we have a program of Consumer Connect where our brands, marketers, whoever from the company, they can log on to a website and say, I want to go meet these consumers, whatever, as my team will organize it for them. So those we called consumer home visits or consumer connects. So now in the post-COVID or during COVID world, we changed that to similar to what we're having now. And there are agency partners who have similar platforms where we can chat with consumers. So throughout the COVID period, we either ran surveys or we had consumer connects with consumers. So didn't really. So which is why I don't think anything came as a strong surprise. When we ran a quantitative survey, yes, some of the numbers sometimes tend to say, oh, it's that much or that little. Sriram's question from Maika Ahmedabad. You spoke about penetrating to the urban market. In the new normal, when people are not going out, is there a change in the value proposition for the times that helps you onboard new users? Okay. See, the thing is, a brand has a proposition which is, I mean, one can't say eternity, but it's a fairly long term proposition. When we're talking about the new normal where people are not going out, um, it's only in the now and the today, right? And again, if you step out on the roads, you would think COVID has not happened in India. It's still as crowded. I live in Bombay, and it's still as crowded. I'm still getting stuck in traffic jams. So I'm not so sure that the proposition fundamentally has to change. What can perhaps change is the context in which you communicate, so that you don't come across as a brand that's living under a rock and doesn't even recognize COVID has happened, right? So maybe some of the context in your advertising or messaging can change, but your proposition per se may not. And again, I'm speaking more from our brands. But yes, can a hygiene brand or a brand that's launched a sanitizer or a soap talk more about it? Yes, of course. Okay. This is Harshita Siddha. Is L'Oreal working towards establishing sustainability in its core business operations in order to bring brand value amongst stakeholders? Absolutely. In fact, recently we had Ultra Do, which is one of our hair care brands, and this happened in France. They launched a solid shampoo, right? And again, so it doesn't have a shred of plastic in its packaging, right? So we are working for innovations, and when the innovation is that the whole chain follows, where fundamentally we want to be carbon neutral, we have targets on being carbon neutral, we have targets on use of recycled water, we have targets on use of recycled packaging. So fundamentally, with this program and the earlier program that we had started, it flows through the organization with KPIs that are measured, and they're part of our shareholder reports. Mudit Mall from MDR's question is, given that as more and more people are wearing masks, people are emphasizing on other forms of makeup, especially eye makeup, has L'Oreal taken any initiative to capitalize on this market? You're absolutely right. With the usage of masks, what you're seeing is the usage of eye makeup is dominant. And what we are doing is maybe advertising more the eyes category and less the lips category. We've not done any new launches because we have a portfolio that is quite capable of tackling it. This is Gautam's question. Okay, this is then my last question because Nandini has just prompted me that there's only a minute left. Gautam's question: what is L'Oreal's strategy towards Ayurvedic products, considering the huge rise in demand of the products in India and environmental concerns in Europe? So fundamentally, L'Oreal as a company doesn't have any brand that is based on Ayurveda, but we're very open to looking at brands from an M&A perspective, which are based on Ayurveda, because totally agree with you that there is a huge trend for this, and there's potentially a huge opportunity for this, not only in India, but in all of the other parts of the world as well. All right, so I think I'll have to end the session here. It was wonderful to have all the questions and talking to you, but yeah, nothing just beats talking face to face. But yeah, whatever the situation is, thank you for all your questions. I hope you enjoy everything that we have put out for you in this day and over tomorrow as well. And all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavita. I am sure students had an interesting session. Thank you for giving them a glimpse into the world of beauty. Now it's time to let our little secret out to all of you. What differentiates us? It's our people. As an organization, we take pride in empowering our people, taking bets on them, enabling and developing them. And as our founder Eugene Schuller rightly said, L'Oreal is not about walls and machines, but about people, people, and people. So now you guys have an opportunity to meet many interesting people from L'Oreal and discover their diverse careers. Discover careers we offer to young talent like you. We will open the career cafe now. So request all the students to go back to the main lobby. Click on the Career Cafe zone. Select the cafe of your choice. While you're on it, the format is 30 minutes of talk and 45 minutes of Q&A. And for all the students, this is your time to let all your queries, questions, anxieties out and embrace the careers at L'Oreal. See you in the Career Cafes. A very warm welcome to all of you. Hope each of you had an enriching experience at the Career Cafe booths. Also, hope all of you got some time on your hands onto our interactive platform. Do try the quizzes, games, the Laurel on Campus wall, photo booth, and the Discover Laurel lounge. A lot is in store for all of you. At L'Oreal, we are convinced that science can help us make beauty more efficient, inclusive, and effective. On that note, inviting Harshada Tulsian, senior scientist, for an exciting session on innovations at L'Oreal. And joining her will be Amit Ranga, senior manager, human resources, who will moderate the Q&A. And dear students, reminder to send in your questions for Harshada. Harshada, over to you.
Thank you, Nandini. It's been an immense pleasure to be a part of this session and to talk about research and innovation at L'Oreal. It's quite a difficult task to put all the multifacets of research and innovation of L'Oreal in a session of 20 minutes, but I'll try and do my best. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do a brief overview of the research and innovation at L'Oreal. And then I'm happy to take questions at the end. So let me start with the essence that defines us at L'Oreal. I'm just taking a minute to make sure my slides are seen by all of you. Okay, perfect. So I guess you guys are already seeing my screen. So let me start, like I said, with the essence that defines us at L'Oreal Research and Innovation, which is our passion for science. The world has been tremendously changing in the past few years. Today, our consumers are much more demanding, they're more conscious, they're more involved. They require a high value for money. And these changes have actually not been threats for us. They've been more opportunities, they've been more inspirations for us. And we'll tell you how. At L'Oreal, we aim at using science and innovations to make the world a better place, to change the way our consumers are, and to make their lives significantly better. Let's take a small look at how do we plan to do this. There was just a small glimpse into our world. The legacy of L'Oreal, the way we are today, actually started about 100 years back. 100 years back, L'Oreal was actually founded by a scientist. In 1907, Eugene Schuller, a 23-year-old French chemist, invented the first hair dye formula. A hair dye formula that was made with harmless chemical compounds in his kitchen. So we had a very humble beginning from the kitchen of a French chemist, Eugene Schuller, to become the number one company today in beauty worldwide. And this journey has been through, of course, it started with hair dyes, hair colors to start with. And eventually, L'Oreal forayed into multiple beauty categories like sun care, skin care, hair care, makeup, and fine fragrances, and the list just goes on. Since we founded by our scientists, the principles of science are still there with us even today. We all believe that superior science is the key to all innovations. Beauty is not just hope. Unless you use science as a weapon, as a method, we will never be able to create beauty that will change the life of consumers worldwide. Our consumer remains at our heart. We almost treat our customer as our God. And which is the reason why we have today multiple research centers across the world so we can actually answer the needs of our consumers worldwide. At L'Oreal, we strongly believe in entrepreneurship, that one small idea, when pushed forward, can make a huge impact. And while we do all this, the key talent of L'Oreal is really the people. We have our people at our center. We strongly believe that as company is not about the walls, the equipment, and the sophisticated machines that you have, but it's all about people, people, and people. We have a very strong research and innovation institution at L'Oreal. Together, we are about 4,000 R&I experts across the world. We have 21 research centers across L'Oreal. We have 7 strong regional hubs that account in 7 different countries to answer for that respective zones. We have 14 evaluation centers to make sure that the research that we create in these centers is evaluated well and is relevant for our consumers. We have about 100 partnerships worldwide with academic institutions, startups, and industry suppliers. Every year, at least 3% of sales is reinvested in R&I. In 2018, it was close to about 914 million euros. The strong research and innovation team of L'Oreal churns out patents. On an average, we have 500 patents registered every year. Now, this strong and research and innovation institution is actually spread across the whole world. And the idea, like I said, is to cater to the needs of our consumers worldwide. But we also want to make sure that we make the best of the ecosystems that are present in all these respective individual countries. For instance, we have a strong research and innovation center in India, and we have a satellite in Indonesia. And together with these two research and innovation centers, we actually cater to the needs of not only India, but also India, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and the entire cluster of South Asia. Likewise, we have research centers in other than Asia. We have China and Japan that handle the North Asia part of Asia. We have Brazil and USA to handle the Americas. We have other research centers in South Africa and Europe. So cumulatively, we have about 7 hubs and about 3 satellites, creating innovations that are relevant for the zones of those individual countries and clusters. In addition to these, we also have other 21 research centers. They're involved in high-skilled upstream research, as we call it, and they're also present across the world. To make sure our innovation meet consumer expectations and performance, we have about 14 evaluation centers worldwide. Just a small glimpse into how our world is. The Research and Innovation Center in L'Oreal is actually fragmented into 3 major functions: the advanced research, the applied research, and the development team. The development team is the one which is more closer to the market, the consumer, and the business. For instance, we have a strong development team in India that caters to the launches of all brands that are present in India and Southeast Asia. The development team actually does the job of taking an existing innovation and making it relevant for the current users of that zone. For instance, if we have a strong technology developed in India by the applied research team in India, the development team will further make it as a perfect mix by getting the right fragrance, the right pack, the right communication, making sure the quality is highly met, and then eventually results in a launch into the market. So the development team is someone who is much more closer to this launch phase and has a typical development time of about 1 to 3 years on an average. The applied research team is slightly more upstream than the development. So this team is responsible for creating disruptive and radical innovations that fuel the future launch pipeline. For instance, the applied research team may create superior technology than what exists today in the market. And typically, these innovations are scientific breakthroughs, so they cannot be very easily copied by competition. The ambition of applied research is not only to create superior technologies, but it's also to create new white spaces. For instance, spaces that don't exist in the market today and could be big breakthroughs in the cosmetic fields. This is the kind of work that the applied research team aims to do. We have 16 application domains across the world. We have about two applications. Actually, we have 4 application domains in India, and I'm leading one of the application domain for hair for India. The average development time of a research project in the applied research is typically about 2 to 5 years. The advanced research team is more upstream that way, and this team is responsible for finding new molecules, new breakthrough raw materials or bioactives or methodologies that could create the future of science. Usually, this project is these projects and these timelines are very upstream, so they usually operate by a timeline of somewhere between a 3 to 7 kind of a timeline. Now, just to give you an example of how the whole system works, now imagine we want to do a new sunscare in the market for India. Now, usually the way it starts is if advanced research is working with this kind of an ambition in mind, they will scout for new molecules. And a random example in this case is they may come up with an interesting bioactive molecule and they will work to make sure that the performance of this molecule is established. Next, the applied research team develops a kind of a formula around that molecule to make sure that the product in the end will be finally acceptable to the consumer in terms of sensory. It also makes sure that the bioactives efficacy is not compromised, but actually more enhanced. That the spreading is well, that the layer of the sunscreen on the body will be uniform, that it is also at the right cost, it gives significant value to the consumer, and it's also safe. So that's the kind of work the applied research team will do in this kind of a launch. And then eventually the development team will work closely with the brands to identify the right packaging, the right fragrance, the right claims, the communication, and will make sure that the product is launched into the market and will follow up further on its quality, on feedback, and if any improvements are needed in the near or the late future. So these 3 teams work really close, hand in hand, across with one another, and that's the kind of work that goes through whenever we launch a new kind of a product into the market. Now, to support this strong 3 functions of R&I, we have the evaluation team in L'Oreal. The evaluation team is a full-on expert on clinical, instrumental, sensory, and consumer profiling. We also have R&I enabling functions like safety and regulatory to make sure that all the innovations that we create are safe to use by the consumers and do not violate any regulatory norms. We also have a very strong intellectual property team situated in France that answers to all the hubs. And this team makes sure that all our innovations are patented, that no one can steal our intellectual property. Very strong data sciences and data management systems as well. They help to capture all the knowledge that we create in R&I across the hubs, and then it serves as a ready repository for us whenever we want to refer it. That's an overall way that the teams are structured in research and innovation and work very closely with one another. Now, just a few examples of our transformations, and actually there are a lot many. I've cited here a few of them that you could relate being in India. So the first transformations, the things that we do in and out every day, is the launch of consumer and professional products. And here are again just some examples for you to relate with. Worldwide, we have huge number of brands, huge number of portfolios across all the markets, and all the R&I teams are actively involved in this kind of a work day in and day out. But that's not all. This is something that we do and we live for and we make the business for. But L'Oreal also has an aim to invent, to innovate for the future. And this is where we're really working with incubators. So we have internal incubators that have the mission to disrupt the beauty industry. It could be via digital, it could be via something else. So these are very futuristic projects that we already are working on. We also have strong partnerships with world-class accelerators. We are very strong in open innovation. We also attend major tech events around the world every year. This is just an example of one of the disruptive innovation that L'Oreal will launch in 2021. I hope you'll enjoy the way the innovation is personalized.
Introducing Perso by L'Oreal, a 3-in-1 device for personalized beauty. Powered by artificial intelligence, Perso creates skincare, liquid lipstick, and foundation just for you, on demand. Plus, it gets smarter over time. How does it work? In the app, Perso leverages L'Oreal's Modiface technology to evaluate your skin. Then it assesses important environmental factors like pollution, air quality, and humidity. Perso even considers your top skincare concerns and priorities. Next, it engages its patented 3-cartridge system, using advanced robotics to dispense the perfect formula for you. Perso can even create personalized foundation using its precise shade finder tool. Want to create a signature lip? Perso can do that too. Or try color matching. Coordinate your lip with your dress, shoes, or the latest trends. So next time you're staring into your cabinet, ask yourself, could your beauty routine be working smarter for you? Now, there's an intelligent beauty device with L'Oreal's unparalleled expertise. Perso by L'Oreal. Personalized beauty comes home.
The quest for future innovation cannot really be complete without having a keen interest in sustainable development. At L'Oreal Innovations, we have a strategy built on 3 pillars: transforming ourselves and respecting planetary boundaries, empowering our business ecosystem to help it transition to a more sustainable world, and contributing and solving the current crisis of the world by supporting social needs. So in terms of L'Oreal for the future, there is some initiatives that we're doing on innovation in the account of sustainability.
At L'Oreal, we have long been committed to sustainability. But the world is changing fast, and with higher stakes must come stronger commitments. This is why we are launching L'Oreal for the Future, our new sustainability program. Our strategy is twofold: transforming our activities to respect planetary boundaries and contributing to solving urgent environmental and social challenges. With bold 2030 targets, our goal is to ensure our activities are respectful of the planet's boundaries. 100% of our sites will be carbon neutral by 2025. 100% of the industrial water used in our plants will be recycled and reused by 2030. 100% of our bio-based ingredients and packaging materials will be sustainably sourced by 2030. 100% of the plastics for packaging will come from recycled or bio-based sources by 2030. 100,000 people from underprivileged communities will gain access to employment by 2030. We will make available the information on the environmental and social impact of our products. But reducing our impact is not enough. We want to make a positive contribution to society. We are creating a 50 million euros charitable endowment fund to support highly vulnerable women. We're also allocating 50 million euros to help restore 1 million hectares of degraded ecosystems and 50 million euros to promote a more circular economy. With these objectives, we want to inspire people to take action for a more sustainable future. L'Oréal for the future.
In a world where certain references are disappearing, where the digital revolution is changing everything in its way more than ever before, we can only latch on to science. Science and technology can solve major tensions, including beauty, pollution, resources depletion. Our research and innovation institution at L'Oréal has never been better prepared and equipped to handle these challenges. We've continuously invested upstream in our research with a very high level of ambition. Our teams are skilled, they're talented, they're motivated, and our hubs operate today in the biggest markets around the world with greater proximity to our consumers worldwide. This is where we are, this is how we are at L'Oréal Research and Innovation. Welcome to our world.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Harshda, for such a wonderful session. I'm sure we all learned a lot about value of R&I behind all our products which we make. I think important key takeaway from for me today was that science. If we go way back in 1907, I think science was the most important part in all our products, and it remains and it will remain the most important part for us, right? So as we move ahead, we have last 10 minutes for Q&A, and we've already got some really interesting questions from the students, and I think some tough questions as well. So
Sure.
I will just uh, read out some questions for you. So first one is from Gautam Rao from FMS Delhi. His question is, I would like to know about L'Oreal India's R&D activities. I think you've already answered a lot about that. Is L'Oreal planning on investing in R&D on Ayurveda, considering the tremendous scope due to the rising demand for Ayurveda in India, as well as rising global environmental consciousness?
Sure. So just to answer this question, we have a huge R&I setup. We call it research and innovation. We don't call it research and development. That's a L'Oreal term because we really believe in innovation to our core. So we have a huge research and innovation center in India at two facilities. We have one in Mumbai and we have one in Bangalore. And we have a total capacity of over 100 research scientists who are working here. And to tell you, the research center at Bangalore is actually there just because to be in close proximity to all the herbal natural extracts that the South region is such rich in. So the research center at Bangalore is actively seeking all the natural ecosystem that India can offer to Indian consumers and also to worldwide. So that is some work happening there in Bangalore. I think it's beyond Ayurveda. I wouldn't only confine it to Ayurveda because other than Ayurveda, there's a lot of ecosystem that India offers in its numerous plants and its numerous hubs, in the numerous ancient traditional systems that we have. So the team in Bangalore is really already onto it for a couple of years now. And maybe I'll just go back to the first question as well. The Indian R&I is solely here to make the most for the consumers for India and Southeast Asia. So it's not so even though we are a huge giant company worldwide, not all technologies from France are suited to Indian consumers. And the job of the Indian R&I is to really make the most relevant technologies, formulations, and innovations that are suited for the consumers of this particular zone.
Great. Thank you, Gautam. Hope that answers your question. So the next one is from Saransh Bharti from FMS again. And a very interesting question. In fact, if I were the consumer, probably this would come into my mind as well. After 100 years, many companies lose their relevance and run out of business. But L'Oreal is still creating a heavy impact in daily lives. How does L'Oreal adapt itself to stay relevant in such a dynamic atmosphere?
I think there's a bit of a lag. Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Amit?
Yes, now I can hear you. Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I got the question. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of lag. So you're right. I mean, that's a very interesting question and a very interesting observation as well, and I completely second it. I
Right.
think what remains as some of the key trait of L'Oreal is first, like I said, the passions to science. If you keep on innovating, if you're way ahead of the curve, and then of course you have mass power. Huh? I mean, look at us. We are like about 40,000 scientists from across the world. So it's not just one tiny team of scientists in one small country that's innovating. We have access to the best technologies of L'Oreal. The Indian hub is actually the most recent baby in the L'Oreal research and innovation system. Huh? Our hubs in L'Oreal are probably 100 years old. So we have a lot of expertise that also we draw from the internal research ecosystem of L'Oreal. And having said so, finally, I think passion is something that totally drives us, but also being very super consumer centric. I think we have, as a company, been very conscious of the numerous trends that have been following, and we've not just followed the trends, but we've managed to kind of anticipate trends and get them in the market much before. So, being first to market, being daring, being launching innovation is something that I think L'Oreal has in its DNA, and I think that is something that helps us still stay alive and kicking.
Agreed. Totally agreed. Thank you. Okay, so we have 5 more minutes, so I think we can take 2 to 3 more questions. So next one comes from Anirudh Gupta from IIFT. The question is, what is L'Oreal's stance with the AI-powered augmented reality virtual mirror makeup slash look enhancement to bypass multiple product lineup in makeup?
There is a lot of work that's happening on AI for sure, but a lot of it, like you rightly said, has to undergo through a lot of ethical filters. And if I may, and I'm just saying on the behalf of the L'Oreal Worldwide Institution, we do not believe in making any false claims. So I do not think L'Oreal as a company will ever use AI just to enhance or kind of create a false image of something that we would want to sell into our consumers. L'Oreal is one of the country with the most ethical standards. So while we'll of course use a lot of digital artificial intelligence to enhance the life of the consumers, I think that's a space that L'Oreal invents or is interested to invest in, not really the facade one.
Thank you. Okay, so the next question comes from Amrita Mishra from IIM Calcutta. Uh, what are the other technologies that L'Oreal is using apart from AR and VR, and how are we using it?
Oh, actually, a lot of AR and VR is a small part of our innovation, very honestly. A lot of our innovation is actually creating all the things that you use in your day to day life. The Maybelline Kajal, the lipstick from L'Oreal Paris, the hair care shampoo from L'Oreal, the hair color from Garnier. These are all product formulations that the L'Oreal research and innovation teams extensively formulates and spends a lot of time on. And I actually showcased more AR and VR just as examples of the futurist innovations that we're going to bring. But this is the kind of matrix that the team solely invests in. We create superior shampoos, we create superior hair colors, we create spaces that have not been explored before. For instance, just as a small example, we created in some parts of the world we created the loco movement. So that was a more of a product. It was in between a shampoo and a conditioner, and that was a totally new category altogether. So this is the kind of the work that actually is probably around a 70-80% of our core.
Right. Okay, great. Okay, I think we can take one more question. We have 2 last minutes. So this one is from Anushka Chaudhary from XIMB. How is beauty? I think this is more related to the industry. How industry is getting into it, and of course how we as a company can probably look ahead to it. So one part is, how is beauty science and technology expected to evolve in the future years, and what is the key area of focus for the same?
Hmm. Some of the trends or some of the anticipations that we are doing is, I think, personalization will be a big focus area in the coming years. Inclusivity, as we call it. And just look at the consumers of even India and Southeast Asia today. We have a huge value for money kind of an equation. So we want to spend, we want to diligently buy our purchases, but we also want to be different and still retain a lot of our values. So there is inclusivity that it is getting on more and more with the consumers. But at the same time, a lot of us, and I mean, we are the highest countries who is on Facebook. So in terms of exchanges, in terms of photography, in terms of selfie, I think we are not shy any longer. So the world is also actually moving towards a lot of these individual expressions, and hence I think personalization is a very big trend that is, and that's actually going to come tomorrow, not even in the long future. So that's one for sure. And then I think artificial intelligence will have a huge role to play. But I wouldn't say it's a trend. It's something that will have to go across through all of these will be sustainable innovation. Today consumers more than ever are buying into more and more sustainable cosmetics, more and more sustainable products, even if they don't really match the highest performance attributes that they're otherwise used to. So I think what always will go across as a trend and more in the future now will be more sustainable innovation as well. So these are some of the trends that we are aware of and we are watching, or rather in some countries will create.
Agreed. Totally agreed. Okay, thank you so much, Harshada. I think so. We are on time. It's sharp 2 o'clock. So I think thank you everyone in the audience for such a wonderful and interactive session. And of course, big thanks to Harshada for taking out time to for this wonderful session, and of course taking out time to answer all these tough questions, I would say. And I really hope we were able to help you with some really good insights to the audience, and of course to re-emphasize on the importance of R&I for L'Oreal, especially, right? So all of you have a great rest of the day and a great learning experience, because all of you are worth it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you, Amit. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harshada and Amit. This was indeed a very interesting session. Now, the next 2 hours, what we have in store for all the students are some very interesting workshops curated as well as conducted by our management trainees across various batches. The first workshop is by our management trainees Pranali, Nupur, and Sarvagya to help you all prepare for the upcoming summer interviews. Over to you all, guys.
So hi guys, I am Sarvagya. So L'Oreal will be on campus in a few days. So let us see what is the vibe on the campuses right now.
Hi.
So hi guys, I am Sarvagya. L'Oreal will be on campus in a few days. So let us see what is the vibe on campus right now.
Pranali, yeah, summer placements are starting and I'm so nervous. I get really nervous during interviews.
Tell me about it, Nupur. I think I have a track record of getting nervous in before all my interviews.
Yeah, and I was talking to an alum and he told me that he was asked to design a campaign strategy against ISIS during one of his interviews. I mean, how do you answer something like that? It's as difficult as breaking a COVID vaccine.
Oh my God, that's a tough one. I don't know how I would have answered that question. But I guess there's a session that L'Oreal is taking which says how to crack an interview. I'm not sure if we can learn out of it. Honestly, I have my doubts, but I think let's go and check it out. Maybe we can take few pointers out of it.
Yes, we should.
All right. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. We are a group of 3 people, Sarvagya, Nupur, and I, Pranali. All 3 of us joined L'Oreal as summer interns at one point of time, and we are here to talk about how to crack uh, how to crack an interview. Now, the little dialogue that we did in the beginning was to tell you guys that we understand how nerve-wracking this particular question can be. Personal interviews tend to be intimidating, and the degree of that may vary from person to person. But having said that, it is intimidating, and I think for every right reason, right? I mean, the interviewer can ask you absolutely anything under the sky, and you might not know the answer to everything. But what you can indeed do is you can prepare to your best potential, to a level that you feel confident enough of your amount of preparation that you've done. So the question now really becomes, how do you prepare for an interview? So in terms of preparation, from a preparation point of view, I think we can bucket them into three categories. First is personal, professional, and topical. The weightage for personal and professional, I would say, will be a little higher. And by weightage, I mean the amount of time you should dedicate to prepare for this bucket should be higher, and then comes topical. We will be talking about these three buckets in depth in the coming slides, and we'll also talk about a certain hygiene sort of a checklist, which is basically, tips and tricks that you can take care of for the interview, and then we'll open up for questions. Starting with the personal bucket, what do you really prepare in personal? Personal is all about you and the company. Many a times we often joke about this one cliched question, which is tell us something about yourself. But consider this, whenever you're meeting a friend or a stranger for that matter, you end up asking, what's up? How have you been? You know. So it's like taking an update from the friend. So this is also similar to that. The company wants to take an update about you. They want to know you better. And trust me, if you nail this one particular question, you are actually writing the script of your own interview, because the next question that the interviewer will be asking will be 90% of the time based on what you've answered. So how do you really nail this one question? All you have to do is spend some time thinking about yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are the things that you believe in? Why have you chosen this particular campus? Why are you inclined towards this particular subject? Why have you applied to this company? I know it's a lot, but you need, and the answers are there. You know yourself the best. The answers are there. You just need to bring it together, put it on a piece of paper, and go through it. Once you've done homework about yourself, the next thing to do is study about the company that you're applying to. And I would say treat the company as a person, because company will also have a personality about it. There will be certain things that the company believe in. The company will have a vision, a purpose. Study about the products that the company is making, study about the campaign strategies that the company is doing. And if you pay close attention, all the campaign strategies, all the language that they're putting out there will have certain common things between it, which will give you a window to understand the kind of culture the company has. To give you an example, L'Oreal believes in 5 competencies, and we absolutely think that these 5 competencies are very close to us. One of it is entrepreneurship, which means that if a task is given to you, you really need to own it like it's your own business, like it's your own baby. Now, is this something that you can connect to? If yes, then L'Oreal is the company for you. So when you're prepared for yourself and the company, the next agenda is to think about the common points between the two, bridge the two, and think about what value add you can do. When this question is asked, why should we hire you? Whenever this question was asked to me, I used to think, what sort of a question is this? I mean, you should hire me because I'm a good candidate. I work hard, I work smart. But I really don't think that's the way to go about it, because everybody is as good as you. Everybody has got CVs which is flooded with good work. But what is that you'll bring to the table which will be differentiating so that the company can benefit out of it? And in return, you can also grow in your life personally and professionally. So try and look at it in a way that this is a journey that both of you are trying together. Again, to give you an example, if you're a person who thinks that beauty lies in every aspect of life, beauty is universal, again, L'Oreal is the company for you. Having said that, this is the kind of preparation you should do in the personal bucket. Moving on to the next bucket, which is professional, and I would like to invite Sarvagya to talk about it.
Thanks, Pranali. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon. I am Sarvagi Kala, currently working as the assistant sales manager for the consumer products division. So, 2 years back, I was at the same place as you all guys are, and I was scared, anxious on how the summer placement process would be and how I would be able to crack the interviews. So today I would just take you through and brief you about how you should prepare about the academic and the professional part in order to crack the summer placements. Uh, uh, so I'd be talking about three buckets. Number one would be resume building, how you should prepare for the professional experiences and work experiences. And third would be a preparation on the academic part. So starting with the resume building part, I feel that resume building is the most critical part for like whenever you're applying for any organization for summer internship, because the first screening of candidates would obviously take place via your resumes, and it is very important that you tailor your resumes according to the need of the role, and that for which you're sitting for. The resume should be able to tell your story, how you have navigated across your professional and personal life as an individual, and you should try to include all aspects of your personality via your work experiences, PORs, hobbies, etc. Another important aspect is not using the generic languages and instead portray your work ex via data driven outcomes. As you all know that we all have similar work experiences, have done similar projects, and we tend to write similar languages in the resumes, which might not make you stand out as compared to the other candidates, or from your peers. So whenever you are writing something, you should focus on details and include data driven outcomes. So just for example, you when trying to say that you solved a business problem for a US client, US pharmaceutical client during your work experience, would not be as impactful when you say that you solved a complex business problem for the client, which has helped the client to increase revenues by X percentage. So try to include number driven outcomes wherever possible. A lot of the times it happens that we tend to tell about our skills, like I am a great team player, I am entrepreneurial in nature, etc. But what I would suggest is that instead you should substantiate your skills, and show that through your resume why your work experiences, PORs, and citing the examples during the interviews. Now, second point that I would want to highlight is on how you can prepare and showcase your work experiences. It might be possible that like a lot of us would not have a relevant work experience for a beauty or a FMCG organization. So instead of telling them what you should focus on, instead of telling them what you did, you should focus on how you approached your work, your life projects, etc., to make it more interesting. And you should always try to highlight the transferable skills from your past experiences, which might be useful for the role that you're sitting for. Now, third part is the preparation on the academic concepts. So it is always good to brush up the basic concepts. So you might be sitting for a sales or a marketing profile, HR, IT, or a supply chain profile whenever you sit for L'Oreal. So it is great. It would be good to have that you brush up your basic concepts. So nobody would like never ask you to explain the theoretical concepts like a BCG matrix or a product life cycle. Instead, they would want to test your practical application of the same. So in my interview during the summer internship, I was asked about my favorite L'Oreal product and was asked to tell about the 4 P's of marketing for it. So you should be prepared on the practical aspects of the theoretical concepts. Now, similarly, since you are opting for a beauty or a beauty tech or a FMCG organization, so I feel that knowledge about the ads and marketing campaign helps a lot, because a lot of these students during our time were asked about various marketing campaigns, what you liked about them, what you did not like about them, how you could have changed the overall campaign if it was given to you. So yeah, so this was all from my side. I would hand over to Nupur to take you through the topical aspects of preparation. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Nupur and I'm working in e-commerce sales planning.
So apart from the things that Sarvagya and Pranali have already covered, it's also very important to be topically aware, generally aware. So you might have a few industries in mind that you want to apply for. So what I would suggest is that pick two of those industries at least and do a research on them based on, what are the drivers of the industry, what are the major players in the industry, how has the industry grown over the years, what is the expected growth of the next few years, and how disruptions in the industry will or can shape the industry. Uh, this with this knowledge, you will be better equipped to answer questions that require a basic understanding of the industry. So, for example, in one of my interviews, I was asked on what are the 10 mantras that a beauty company should follow in order to make its mark. Or in another interview, I was asked about the how the disruptions in the telecom sector will shape the sector. Hence, it's important to do your research and choose at least two industries. Second is general awareness, which is extremely important. So you need to be aware of what's going on around you, what are the issues that are affecting the nation, affecting the world, what are the hot topics of discussion. And knowing it is just not enough. You can follow newspapers, social media for your knowledge. However, it's also very important to sit and introspect and think on what is your opinion, what is your view on these issues. So, and this particularly helps during your GDs and so your group discussions. So, in one of my GDs, I was asked about, we were asked to discuss on the non-performing assets in the banking industry. And this can also very easily translate to an interview question. The third thing that's extremely important during today's world is COVID-19 and its impact. So you need to know how COVID-19 has impacted the economy in general and how it has impacted particular industries, particular businesses. What are the businesses or industries that have flourished during this time? What are the industries that have been adversely affected? Has there been a change in consumer behavior? Has there been a shift in distribution channels, retail channels during this time? How has the ways of working changed in organizations? And your opinions and views on how a particular organization, how a particular industry can come out of this stronger. Fourth and final thing that's important, for a lot of industries right now, for a lot of companies right now, and more importantly, so for L'Oreal, because we are a beauty tech company, is the age of digital and how digital advancements in digital technology have caused a paradigm shift in how companies work, in how consumers behave in terms of their perception, their thinking, their buying behavior, their post buying behavior, and what are the companies doing to cater to this change in the industry, in the consumer behavior. And what are the digital campaigns that a lot of other companies have done? How are we evaluating them? What metrics, what parameters are used to evaluate these parameters of these campaigns, etc. So now that we've covered what you need to prepare for your interview, we will tell you about a few hygiene checks, a few tips and tricks that you need to succeed for your interviews. What you need to keep in mind before your interview day, on your interview day, and during the interview. So before your interview, like Sarvagya has already pointed out, it's very important to have your resume on point and for you to be well versed with every line item on your resume, because your resume is you and you need to know the resume better than anyone else. The second thing that's important is to have a support system with your peers, with your friends, where you share resources with each other. Your entire campus and people from other campuses are preparing for the same interviews. So it's important that you share your resources. Um, Take a few mock interviews with your friends, with your family, so that you know how to tackle unexpected questions, how to behave during an interview, how to carry yourself, and that will just boost your confidence on the interview day. The third thing that's important, since most of your interviews are going to happen virtually, your one virtual professional representation, that's your LinkedIn profile, needs to be updated. You need to be your basic intro, your professional picture, your experiences, education need to be there on your LinkedIn profile for the ease of your recruiters and interviewers. Over to Sarvagya.
Thanks, Nupur. So now, guys, it's the D day, and how you should like prepare yourself for the day of the interview. So I would suggest that you should follow a basic checklist, because since everything is currently happening in a virtual setup right now, so it is very important that you all have a good internet connection so that everything happens smoothly. You should check your mic, speakers, and even your background. So a lot of the times it has happened with us during our reviews, that there are a lot of disturbances, and it somehow irritates the panelist or the person who is you are having a discussion with. And lastly, I would say that since it's a professional setup, you should dress up in a formal attire, be look confident, and have a good smile on your face. Over to you, Pranali.
Thanks, Sarvagya. During the interview, like we've mentioned, you need to smile, but that doesn't mean you need to fake smile. Be natural, be happy, have a happy vibe about yourself, be confident. I know easier said than done, but trust us, if you prepare, you will feel confident. Second is, I think it's okay to say no. Many a times there are certain weird questions. Once I was asked how many stairs, not in my L'Oreal interview, but how many stairs were there when you came to the room? And I think it's okay to say that I was not mindful about it. I did not count. To take a wild guess, maybe 50. So be honest. It's okay to say no. It's okay to not know everything. Fourth is listen to the question, and it sounds easy that okay, I can listen to a question, but when a certain thing is important, in summer internship, personal interviews are important to us, to students. And when the thing is important, you tend to get anxious and not listen to the question completely. But I would suggest that listen to the question. In fact, if the interviewer is asking you something and you're not clear, ask them that I'll need a minute or two to answer that, and they'll happily give you that time. So I think these are the entire 10 or 11 points that is sort of a hygiene check that you should work on. I guess that's it from our end, and we are open to questions now. Do we have any questions? Okay, I can see a couple of questions here. We can start with the first one, which is what are the tips for a virtual interview? I guess Nupur has talked about it in her slide, but Nupur, do you want to talk about any other pointers that you can give here?
Sure. So apart from all the all the checks that we've told you about and how you want to check everything that's in order, it's also important that you face the camera with a smile, and there's nothing else that's different between a virtual interview and a one-on-one interview. It's you just need to be yourself, and you need to answer questions the way you would in a one-on-one interview. And what is that I mean, what is not there is that people can't see you. So I mean, you are not there in front of the person, so it becomes even more important for you to make an impact. And that is going to happen if you are brief in what you say and don't beat around the bush, and you are confident on what you're saying. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we have another question which says, what does a L'Oreal interview look like? I think I'm going to talk about this one. It's like any other interview, honestly. There's always, whenever you enter an interview setup, there's always a notion that the other person is going to judge you. But in my L'Oreal interview, I felt that it was very free flowing. And to answer other question, which is what was the highlight of your interview, I think L'Oreal interview was different because I felt very comfortable while answering all those questions, and I think it comes from a culture where we have a very coffee culture. You can walk up to anybody for help. It's very friendly, I would say. But so I think that was the highlight, and I could get that vibe in my interview also. So like I said, not any majorly different from any other company, any other interview, but you can see the culture of friendliness in the interview when it was happening.
So I can see one of the questions from Abhishek, which says that, so as you have mentioned, the CV should be on point and connect with company's values. What should be the best way to go about it? So Abhishek, so So I would just brief you about the qualities that L'Oreal look for in a candidate. So L'Oreal looks for a candidate who is entrepreneurial nature, who is a good integrator, who is innovator, who is a people developer, and who basically likes, who is a good strategist. So you it's very obvious that you would not be able to showcase all the qualities via your resume completely, but try to showcase some of the qualities through the way you write those pointers in your resume. And whenever you get the chance in the interview, then you can obviously elaborate on the pointers and connect with the 5 qualities that L'Oreal looks for. I hope that answers your question.
I
Okay, there's
see
one more
another
question.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Nupur.
Sure. So there's a question that says, despite checks and backups in places for an interview online, what can be done if there was a break in communication for a few seconds or a few minutes? So, in fact, I had a technical error before I joined this session, so I think I'll be able to answer that better. Uh, I mean, despite all the checks and backgrounds that you can do, I did a camera check 2 minutes before the session, and my camera did not work after the session. I mean, when the session started, you can always come back to your interviewer and tell them that I'm sorry, I apologize for the connection, and yeah, I am back now, and continue where you left off. The first thing is that no one's going to hold it against you, because all of us face that issue during our meetings, during our interviews, and that's okay. But one thing that's very important is that you don't get affected by it, and your confidence does not go down, because this is not your fault. You apologize for the technical error and continue as it is.
Okay, I guess one more question. What are prospects of switching fields and verticals while working in L'Oreal? Um, See, I think I can talk from my experience with L'Oreal. I have spent 4 years in L'Oreal so far, and when I joined for sales and marketing. And I actually wanted to do sales, and I was offered marketing. So all I can say is L'Oreal listens what you want, and they will be a better judge. If you do a good job at your work, they will not overlook it. They will be keeping a close watch on what you're working, what your interest is. And if you trust in L'Oreal that they will make a right decision for you, trust me, you will end up at a better place than what you thought about. I hope that answers the question.
So I can
Let
see
me check.
one question here. So for people with work experience, how much interview is centered around academics and how much is around work experience? So there is no fixed pattern to an interview, to any interview that you would sit for. So obviously you would start by making an introduction of yourself and talking about what you have done, and from there itself the question would arise. But for example, if the interviewer finds that in your resume there is something very interesting that you have done in your academic part or in any previous work experience, so obviously the question would come from there. But there is no any rough percentage or a fixed pattern that you would be asked 2 questions from the work experience, you would be asked 3 questions from academics. So you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. I see another question which says, if I'm unaware of some facts and figures of L'Oreal, is it advisable to just say, sorry, I'm unaware of this, or it is preferable to have a estimated guess? I think both. You can just start with saying that, sorry, I don't think I'm aware about this. Maybe I'll just go back home and Google, but right now I'm not aware. But I think I can take a calculated guess, and then you can start working on the guesstimate, right in front of them. But you've made it clear that you are unaware, and but you are actually attempted that question. So both, do both. Do we have any more questions? Okay. Nupur, do you want to take this? What should a fresher focus on while preparing for the interview, seeing there is no work ex?
Sure. So as a fresher, what is more important that you understand? So I'll just tell you about how my summer placement interview with L'Oreal went about. It was more, first of all, was more about me and what are my hobbies, what are my interests, and we had a pre-process where we had to, create a video or something which tells, I mean, answering the questions about that L'Oreal had asked. And there I'd mentioned about how I'd lost weight in the last 15 kgs in last 2 years. And some of my conversation then was based on that. Some conversation was based on if I like traveling, then why do I like traveling? What is that I learn from it? So about 30% interview was on myself. They wanted to know me better. The other part was more about if I understood the company, the values of the company, and if I understood the industry. So just off the top of my head, I can think of a question where I was asked on what is the difference between, selling a perfume or selling a soap. So here again, they are testing my knowledge of the industry. They're testing my marketing and sales concept on as to understand if I understand how and what are the different things that I need to go in, on in selling to different beauty items or personal hygiene items. So you need to then, since you don't have work experience, you need to again be very well with your resume, with yourself, your positions of responsibilities that you've taken up in your college during your MBA. So I was in the marketing club, so I could talk about that a bit. And also then becomes more important for you to understand the company in detail and how you are well suited for the company despite having no work experience, which then you can relate from your experiences during your the school and college years in the responsibilities that you've taken up.
Okay, I think time's up for our session, so we'll wrap up. There were a lot of questions, but I hope we were able to cover most of them. So yeah, thank you guys, and we look forward to your interviews. All the best.
Thank you.
All the best,
All
guys.
the
Bye bye.
best.
Thank you so much, guys. The journey from your summers to now is quite a memorable one. Now, from prepping for how to give an interview to how to look during an interview, we had this very interesting workshop with Hema Gulati, Senior Manager, BA Training. Over to you, Hema.
Hello, hi guys. So I'm Hema Gulati, and as Nandini put it, I take care of the BA training, and I'm here to add a little bit of glam factor of what you have been, going through since morning. So yeah, I'm here to really talk about the technical details of our product. What are the since we are in the makeup industry, why makeup is so important, and how to apply makeup. And since the earlier speakers spoke a lot about, what are the do's and don'ts and what are the tips and tricks of an interview, I'm going to tell you how to look presentable and how to carry yourself beautifully during the interview. Okay, so let's start it. Uh, I'm going to touch base a little bit upon the kind of attire you need to, sport during the interview, and a little bit on the skincare and kind of makeup you need to, sport during the interview. So let's talk about the attire. I'm just going to brush upon the kind of do's and don'ts again. So whenever you are meeting an interviewer, ensure that you, now since everything is so virtual, you are just visible like on half of your top. So you have to ensure that either you're wearing a collared maybe a shirt or a jacket, or if you're not wearing a collar or you're wearing a round a neck or something like that, probably wear a nice scarf with it. Or I'm just going to cover myself right now with the jacket, but I'm just going to probably put my makeup on and just show it to you how it looks eventually. And your hair should be either neatly tied up, or if they are open, they should not be a distraction on your face or overall on your entire attire. The accessories also have to be the minimalist. So you could wear something like these small earrings, because this area is super visible. You could wear a nice accessory, bracelet like this, because you will be moving your hands, so your hands and wrists are going to be visible. And of course, you can probably wear a watch as well. And if your if the shirt collar is a little deep, try not to wear much deeper clothes, but if it is a little deep, you can cover it up with a nice chunky necklace, but it should be very, very minimalist. It should not be like really chunky, so that the whole attention moves from your face to the necklace. So just ensure all these things. And now I'm going to get into the glam factor of it. So, guys, welcome to L'Oreal, which is a #1 brand for beauty industry. So, we are a pioneer, and we are the #1 brand in skincare, in makeup, and we have great, great brands under our umbrella. So, I'm going to touch base a little bit upon the skincare as well as makeup. And today, I'm going to demonstrate a 10 to 15 minute makeup routine which you can put on yourself and be interview ready. So before we move on to makeup, it's very, very important that you take care of your skin. This is for both men and women. It's completely universal. It's just a 5 minute routine which you need to do in the morning and continue the same in the evening. And believe me, your skin will go a long way. And a good skin really does not need a lot of makeup. A good skin talks for itself and it stays forever. So yeah, what you need to do is you just need to follow a simple routine which is of only 5 steps, but these are imperative. And any one of the routine can probably be skipped once in a while, but overall these 5 steps need to be taken into consideration. You definitely need to cleanse your skin, whether it's in the morning or once you come back home, or even if you've not been going out or something, you need to clean your skin before you sleep. It could be for oil or dirt or impurities, or if you've moved out, even the pollution and dirt and grime. Number two, you definitely need to tune your skin, because a good cleanser normally opens up your pores. You have these small little, holes on your face which are called pores, and that's how your skin breathes. So you need to tone those pores down, because if the pores are a little open, the dirt tends to go inside there, or the oil tends to go inside the pore and create an acne or create an infection. So a good cleanser is important, but has to be followed up with a good toner as well. These two are very, very important and imperative. We kind of tend to, let them go, but these two are super imperative. Number three, another very, very important factor which has very recently been advised by a lot of skin specialists, and it's been a part of a skincare routine, is a serum. So I'm going to introduce you to a beautiful serum which we have. It is a serum, or it is also a micro essence. It's called the L'Oreal Micro Essence. This is how it looks like. I know whether you can see it or no. It can be worked as a serum. It can be worked as a moisturizer. So this is something which is a part of special care. And why do we need special care? See, all of us have our skin problems, right? So I would probably have dry skin. Somebody else would have an oily skin. Somebody else would have an oily plus acne-prone skin. Somebody would have a sensitive yet very dry skin. Somebody would have some pigmentation or dark, patches somewhere. Somebody would have lines or wrinkles. Somebody would have puffiness. So serums are basically created to target the your main problem. So if I have a dry skin, but my main problem is, some pigmentation, it's my color, my complexion is not even, then I should use a serum which kind of helps me to remove pigmentation. Similarly, if I have very, very dry skin, I should use a serum which ensures my hydration levels are locked. Moving on, after the serum, you start with a day cream during the day, and you apply a night cream during the night. Day cream, as the name says, it ensures that your skin moisture level is intact and your skin is not dehydrated. And most of the day creams also have SPF in it, so they kind of save you from harmful rays of sun, which is very important. The night creams, whereas, are definitely gives you a lot of hydration in the night, gives you a lot of hydrating factor. But in the night, since your skin is breathing, since you are relaxing, your skin is relaxing. So all the kind of repair work of the skin happens in the night. So night cream helps in repairing your skin. Now that does not mean that if I'm 19 or 25, I really don't need a night cream. As soon as you start taking off your skin is going to go a long way. Okay. Moving on, if you're stepping out, the fifth routine is you need to wear a sunscreen. Whatever you do with your serum or day cream or night cream, I'm trying and removing my pigmentation. I'm trying and removing my lines and wrinkles. It'll be completely, useless if you're not protecting your skin from sun, because sun has these two harmful, uh, damaging rays which creates a lot of chaos in your skin, all kind of pigmentation, all kind of lines and wrinkles, all kind of, that dull skin. All these problems come from sun. So how much ever amount of serums or day creams or beautiful amazing luxury products I apply on my skin, and I don't take care of, I don't protect my skin from sun, it's all useless. So these five things are imperative. Actually, five things in the morning and four things in the evening. Now you got to promise me that you need to start doing, taking care of your skin from today, and I guarantee you that you will thank me later. Okay, moving on. So guys, I just want to let you know that, makeup is something which now is important, because we all are, attending and, attending meetings, or, going for interviews virtually. So yeah, we just see half a portion of what a person is wearing. So the whole focus actually remains on the face. So your body language, your facial expressions, and of course the kind of makeup and the kind of accessories you're wearing plays a very, very important role. So just few tips before we start. You don't need your makeup to be jarring for sure. You need to wear makeup, but very, very minimalistic, very soft, soothing to the eyes. Definitely no reds, definitely nothing which blares in the, into your eyes. But yet you want to look presentable, yet you want to look nice and classy, yet you want to look absolutely prepared. So I'm going to show it to you in 10 minutes. How do you be makeup ready for an interview? Are you excited? I hope you are. Okay. So we start with, first and the foremost thing is the Infallible Foundation. This is the L'Oreal Paris Infallible Foundation. And what I like about this foundation is it's super, super lightweight. It is a very, very, very good coverage foundation. And it kind of, cover all your flaws. You really don't need anything else besides this on your face. So since we just want to get ready in 10 minutes and we want to be presentable, we want to use very less product yet effective ones. I'm just going to tie up my hair a little bit so that I don't put any kind of makeup on my hair. And yeah, you will see from before and after right away. Okay, so I've taken this product on my hand like this, and I'm just going to dab it all over my face in the form of dots. And yeah, I'm putting a little bit more under my eyes because that's where the area which I want to conceal right now, specifically, of course. And I don't forget the neck. Neck is very important, guys. The ears, because we tend to forget these areas which are kind of not visible to us, but it overall shows, virtually shows on the, computer screen or on the, on the phone screen. So yeah, don't mind me right now. I just have dots all over my face. I am just going to use a flat brush to ensure that I'm just kind of, smudging and, blending the whole thing out. And I just go from top to bottom. That's where your facial hair goes, like. So it just effortlessly blends in with your facial hair. And see, I mean, you can just see how beautifully it's kind of absorbed on my skin. Even though it's a high coverage foundation, it stays for longer hours. It is a 24-hour formula, and it is a liquid formula. And the coverage is super, super good, yet it looks effortlessly blended with my skin and doesn't look really, really jarring. It just looks apt, completely apt. Now, one more thing I'd like to tell you is, don't forget, the upper lid of your eyes. And whenever you are blending your product on your forehead, it has to be from down to up, so that your hairline doesn't show separately. So yeah, we are kind of done. And people like me who are almost, catching up with their age, we also do need a concealer. So here I will be using an infallible full wear concealer just under my eyes, just to ensure. And I'm sure you guys have also studied very hard, and you have kind of a few dark circles coming in. So you really don't want the dark circles to show virtually, right? So all I'm doing is I'm just taking this concealer. It's a L'Oreal Paris Infallible Full Wear Concealer. It's a superb concealer. And I'm just going to apply it under my eyes in the form of one application here and one application here, something like this. And yeah, this will ensure that my dark circles are covered, and I don't look tired, and I don't look, flushed out, and I look absolutely ready for the interview. And all I just need to do is dab, dab, dab it all over my face. I don't need to like blend it. I just need to dab, dab, dab it where exactly I had done the application. So you see a major difference between the other one and the other eye once you're applying it. And yeah, we are kind of done with the facial makeup almost. All I'm going to do is now, just to ensure that my under eyes are not looking specifically prominent, I'm just going to just apply a setting powder, which is Maybelline Fit Me, same color as mine. And it is a loose powder, superbly pigmented loose powder. I'm just going to take a little bit on the flat brush like this, remove the excess, and I'll just press and roll and press and roll. This will ensure that my concealer is not looking out of place and it's completely set. So yeah, you're kind of done. This also helps, a lot of time we perspire when we are in front of the interviewer. So believe me, there's not going to be any sweat which is going to be visible, and your skin is going to look pretty matte. All right, moving forward, I'm going to add a little bit of blush and some color, but after I do my eyes. Now, my eyes, I really don't want my eyes to look really jarring or really, really flashy, yet I want my eyes to look pretty. Okay. So, what I normally suggest is that you should use a nice gold shade from any shadow. Here, I'm using Maybelline Rooftop Bronze City Mini palette, and I love this. Little gold out here. It's superbly pigmented and it's very, very nice. It opens up your eyes immediately, and you will see how it opens up. And I just add a little bit of liner with it and some mascara, and I'm ready to roll. So you can see the kind of pigment it has. I'm just applying it with the ring finger, or else you can apply it with flat brush too. This is the flat brush for the eye. But I like to apply it with the ring finger because I have more control, and this is how it looks. Super pigmented. Yeah, super pigmented, yet very, very subtle when it comes to giving an interview. So yeah, this is the best shade I would recommend when you are, you guys are meeting virtually for an interview. And just to ensure that your internet connectivity is superb, and even if you kind of lose the internet connectivity, don't sweat it out. We do number of lives nowadays. We do number of trainings using the internet nowadays, something which is not in our control. We just can't help it. We just get back to where we stopped and we continue. All right, so yeah, moving on, I have kind of finished with my eyeshadow, which is quite minimal, yet it just kind of opens up my eye a little bit. I would also suggest to go ahead with a thin line of an eyeliner, which is here I'm using the L'Oreal Paris Super Liner Duo. It is in the form of ink pen, so it's like a pen felt liner. That's what we call it technically. So this kind of gives us a lot of grip and a lot of control, so your line kind of remains the way you want it to be. So I'm going to create a very, very thin line, and a lot of us still struggle to create a nice wing liner. But don't you worry. I mean, we have training going day in and day out for the same, and once you get in, we will trade you for that as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's been years I've been applying liners. So it just kind of is uh, child's play for me. So, yeah, we are almost done. And guys, if you have any questions, you can put it across, and I will be happy to answer. Anything to do with makeup, anything to do with the kind of makeup one should sport during the interview, what are the colors, anything which you have, any question you have regarding the makeup, skincare, you can address it right here. All right, so I am almost done with my liner, and I am kind of a kajal person, so I'm going to apply a little bit of kajal also. So here I'm using uh, uh, the Maybelline Colossal Kajal. I'm sure you must have heard of it, seen it all over, the televisions, and a lot of branding is done around Colossal. It's a superb Kajal, very, very, very long wear, and it's superbly highly pigmented, as you can see. And yeah, I mean, I'm just going to give a little color. And yeah, I'm done. Okay, now the eyes are incomplete without good mascara as well. So here am I introducing you to a amazing mascara, which is L'Oreal Paris Lash Paradise. It is very, very good. It gives your lashes a completely false eyelash effect, and yeah, you really don't need a falsie after this, which you definitely don't need during the interview. But it just tends to help you to open up your eyes a little bit more, make your eyes more interview ready. And yes. And also, I would suggest you guys to probably, do your eyebrows as well, because eyebrows become a very, very important part of our eye makeup. So you just need to, shape them a little bit before you go for an interview. I am not saying that you need to like take what 5-10 minutes to only shape them. You just need to probably cover the gaps and make your eyebrow look a little better and done. Okay, moving forward, I would also suggest you guys to use a very, very nude shade or a pink or a brown shade of lipstick when you are appearing for an interview. I personally am in love with the nude shades, and I'm going to recommend each one of you this amazing shade of mine. This is Maybelline Color Sensation 650 number nude nuance. It's something I can't live without, really. And I will be using a color sensation liner, color sensational lip liner. This is again from Maybelline, and this works beautifully well with this nude lipstick. I definitely would want to tell you that these colors should be avoided because it kind of jars, and you don't want the attention to come on your lips, right? So you'll have to give me like 2 minutes. I will not be speaking. If you want a woman to keep quiet, you should probably give her a lipstick. I got such awkward silence. Don't like it at all. 1 more minute and I'm done. see, I know the nude lipsticks don't really show virtually, but at least you're ready, you interview ready, you look good, you feel confident, and yeah, you don't want anything else to divide the attention of an interviewer. So yeah, you want to keep it really, really bare minimum. Okay, now after the lipstick, I'm going to go to a very, very important product, which is a blush. Try using a blush which is more of a peachy shade. Not use something which is again very, very dark. Out of this, I would try and use a peachy shade. So it just adds a little bit of color on my cheeks, yet it does not kind of divides the attention. So I've just taken the blush in this fluffy brush. This, by the way, is L'Oreal Paris La Bar brush. It's superb product, and I've just taken it on the fluffy brush like this, and I've just removed the excess, and I'm just going to apply it all over my apple of the cheeks, just like that. I'm just going to smile, and this is where I'm going to focus the apple of my cheeks like that, and going on top just like this. So what it does, it just gives your face a shape, a little bit of shape, and a nice flushed color. So something like this. All right, so yeah, I think we're done with the color. Yeah, we're done with the color. Okay, now I am going to tell you to advise you to do whatever residue you have in this brush. You can just apply all over your face, so that it doesn't look the color only stays on the cheek. It's just the residue which you apply on the face. Also, I will advise you to put a little bit of highlighter on your cheekbones as well. Here I'm using the L'Oreal La Bar highlighter again. And all I need to do is I'm just going to take it on the fluffy brush like this, and I'm just going to flatten it out a little bit and take it on the flat brush. And wherever I just applied the blush, I'm just going to apply it, but I will go from top to bottom like this, just on the cheekbones, something like this. And just to ensure that it's not, since it's so highly pigmented, I just want to ensure that I don't jar. Again, I don't like stand out, my makeup doesn't stand out. I'm going to take one brush, which is another fluffy brush, and I'm just going to mix them all together, and just to ensure that everything is nicely melted in my skin, and not standing out, or everything is completely merged in. And now I'm just going to put some accessories. As I showed you, I'm going to wear something which is very, very comfortable and very, very small on the face, because your ears are seriously going to be showing. So your ears have to be, you need to put some nice accessories, maybe a hoop earring or a loop earring, or something which does not distract the attention can be worn. You should wear a nice bracelet maybe, and maybe you should wear a watch, and probably open up your hair if they're not very distracting enough. And yeah, I am ready for the interview when it comes to makeup. And I'm just going to wear a jacket on top of it. And yeah, I think I'm interview ready. So yeah, please guys, shoot the questions if you have any, and I'll be happy to answer. Okay. All right. So I just hope I helped each one of you to create a little impact when it comes to makeup, when it comes to doing your makeup before you move for an interview. And natural makeup is the way to be if you are going for a virtual interview, for sure. You really don't want to use very, very jarring or very, very loud colors. And yeah, so we do have some questions. So there is Sushmita Dikshit. What would you suggest for people who are not very comfortable with eye makeup as they feel that it does not make their eye look out of place? In your opinion, it makes them feel more conscious. Okay. Nevertheless, kajal definitely can be worn, and kajal with some mascara is enough. You really don't need to wear a nice gold shade or maybe a liner if you're not very confident. Maybe a little bit of kohl or maybe a kohl just in the waterline and probably smudge it out, and few strokes of mascara is good enough for your eyes. All right, so yeah, I think that's it. We don't have much time for questions, and I'm getting ultimatums out here. So thank you very much, and all the very best, each one of you. Please enjoy your interview. This is one experience of your lifetime, and all the very best once again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hema, for this exciting workshop. So, guys, interview prep check, looks check. Now, the D Day workshop. We have our management trainees, Sanjana, Arzu, and Varun, to help you ace your internships next summer. And for the students, keep your comments, questions coming. Over to you guys.
Hi everyone.
Hello everyone.
Very happy to be here. Arzu, your project?
Hi everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the session. I am Sanjana Ahuja and I am from the 2013 batch of Mudra Institute of Communications. I did my internship with L'Oreal in the luxury products division. I got a PPO. And after doing 1 year of the management training stint, I was placed as the ASM in Bangalore for the consumer products division. I spent 2 years there, after which I was called to the Edge show to join the Garnier marketing team. And I've been here ever since.
Hello everyone, I'm Varun. I graduated from MICA in 2015 and I've been with L'Oreal ever since in different commercial roles. After the management trainee stint, I was posted as an ASM in Calcutta, where I was managing the selective business, which is the makeup and skincare business. I currently work as the key account manager for a few chains for the selective division itself. Back in 2014, I interned with L'Oreal in the consumer products division, and I had a project on modern trade. So I have had similar roles since then, and that was the internship project that I had.
Hi everyone, I am Arzu. I am from MDI Gurgaon, batch of 2017-19. I interned with L'Oreal itself in the professional products division, after which I have been working in the Garnier marketing team in the head office.
So before we start with the agenda for the day and talk about acing your internship, on a lighter and a more fun note, let's look at what an internship does not look like. So there you go. Your typical intern does not look like a 70-year-old Robert De Niro who's going to walk into the office with a briefcase. It's definitely not like a movie. It's going to get real with your internship having projects that will enable the organization to make real life business decisions. Contrary to a lot of memes we've seen on the internet, no, we haven't come across a culture where interns are asked to go and get coffee. That's definitely not what we've seen in any of our experiences. And lastly, you're not expected to be Bruce Wayne and Batman, work all day and all night to complete your assigned tasks. Uh, from our experience at L'Oreal, the project charter is very well defined. You have very good clarity on what your final deliverable will be.
So now that we've seen what an internship does not look like, we want to understand from our audience what is that one word that comes to your mind when you think of an internship. So just to understand what you guys feel like, I would request all of you to go on this website, www.menti.com, and use this code and just give us one word that comes to your mind when you think of an internship. We'll keep seeing a word cloud here when you key in your responses. So we'll just wait for 20 to 25 seconds and see what you feel of an internship.
This will also help us this will also give us some idea as to whether there is something in particular that we need to address when we do do the next part of the session. So, hoping to see some interesting responses.
Learning. Okay.
Learning.
Friends and
It's all
fun.
about learning, yes.
I love the fun
I
part
think
of
fun should become a little bigger, I hope. It's not all work.
it. Exposure. Unpaid internship.
No, you guys, I'm sure, will be paid.
Yeah.
Excitement, yes. Growth first.
Opportunity. Challenging.
Yep.
It's mostly positive what is coming out. I was
Yeah.
expecting maybe Varun cleared it up for cleared it up for all of you
Yeah,
very
it's
well as to
okay.
what it is not, because we were expecting some of the answers to be in that domain.
But there is networking. I see networking. These cool words.
Okay, so how many
Okay.
responses?
265.
Okay.
I think we've
Yeah,
got
okay.
enough. We
Okay,
see
so
a
we
theme
the
here.
gist of it.
Yeah.
So yes, guys, it is about learning. It is about creativity. It is about making presentations. It will give you the best exposure of your life until you join the corporate world for good. And so, thank you for your responses. And we'll now move ahead with our session, and we'll address some of the points that you've also brought forward in our subsequent sections. So, as you all know, we are here to discuss how to ace your internships, and we will be talking to you from our own personal experiences and personal perspectives. We have divided the session into three parts. The first part will be taken by Varun, and he will talk to you about how to prepare for your internship before you start. Arzu will take the second part, and she will give you tips and tricks on how to do a good job of your internship project. And I will take the third part, and I will essentially talk about what are the other things that you need to do to have a successful internship in a corporate environment, especially that of L'Oreal, since that's the experience that all of us come with.
So the preparation of the internship starts once you know the organization that you'll be joining, the industry that you'll be joining, and doing the right preparation will really help you kickstart your project and start your project on a very solid foundation. So to start with, I would definitely recommend you read a lot about the industry, read about the market leaders in the industry, and of course the company that you'll be joining in. Understand what are the key trends that the industry and the company is focusing on. So, for example, right now for L'Oreal, beauty tech and sustainability are two very keen initiatives that the company is really looking at. And when you join the project, when you start working on it, the information that you'll get from the company, from the market, will be something that you'll already have a solid foundation on. So you'll be sensitized to that kind of information that you start getting. In my case, when I knew I had a modern trade related project, which was deep diving into two specific chains, I made it a point to read about what those chains were, what exactly did they do, what format did they cater to, and what were their key initiatives which married the ones that L'Oreal as well had as well. So automation of devices to record sales, to record stocks was a very common initiative that both the company and the chains were looking at, and it helped me streamline my deliverables accordingly as well. The next point would be to understand what the brand tonality is. L'Oreal has quite a few brands that operate in India, and each of them cater to a specific target audience. So it's important that you understand which brand caters to what target audience and how their communication is like. What is their digital communication like? Go through their social media pages. Look at the past TV ads that you'll find on YouTube. That'll just help you understand what each of these brands is trying to talk to the consumers about. The next point would be site visits to understand the retail and the company landscape. If I had to compare the makeup and skincare division, if you look at a shopperstop.com versus a Nykaa.com, they both have very different kind of target audiences that they cater to. A Shopperstop will have a very lifestyle-led imagery, while Nykaa would be very beauty-focused. So it's very important to understand what each of these markets are like, understand what the category initiatives in these markets are like, understand how the brands that the organization that you'll be working with are placed on each of these sites. And of course, in pre-COVID and other times, I would definitely recommend a store visit as well, which would help you understand the retail landscape. In my experience, I did visit a particular store before my project started, and a brief conversation with the store personnel helped me understand what the brand and the category was about. It helped me understand what category management meant, what planogramming on shelves looked like. So those were some key aspects that I looked at, and they definitely helped me develop my understanding of the project better. And the last point would be to develop your Excel and PowerPoint skill set. Your final deliverable will be a PPT, and it's very important that your story and your project is communicated very effectively through those slides. The Excel will, of course, help you crunch data well and generate the right insights to make the right recommendation. So that's it on preparation before the interview. We'll now move on to cracking the project in the right manner.
So thank you, Varun, for that. And now that you guys have understood the kind of pre-work that you need to do before you start your internship so that you really hit the ground running, I will specifically talk about how you can go about working on your project. So first comes your project charter. Now this is a document that companies share with you before you start your internship to really tell you what you'll be doing in your 2 months internship. Now it's possible that as an outsider, you might not really understand everything on that charter. So try to talk to as many people as you can, talk to your mentors, your guides, and understand the kind of work that you'd be expected to do so that you can prepare accordingly. Once that is done and you really start working on your project, as an intern, you are the company's sole point of contact on the ground, and that is what you have to keep in mind. Because you, as an intern, again, will have access to a lot of senior membership in the organization. So your observations and insights will hold a lot of weight. That is why really go out there and spend as much time as you can observing every little detail as possible about your organization, about the competition, everything possible, so that you can gain insights out of that. Once you have done that, really discuss these points with your mentors, your teams, anybody even remotely related to your project, because these people would have been in the organization longer than you, and therefore they would also understand the landscape much better than you. So when you talk to them and discuss your observations with them, they would be able to give context to those observations. So their feedback is what will really make or break your project, and how you work on it is what really makes a difference to your project. In both my internship as well as my management trainee stint, my mentors and the feedback that they gave me is what made my project different. Now it's possible that in the current times you might be doing a remote internship like L'Oreal did this year, and it might be difficult for you to connect with these people, but my advice would be to persevere and keep at it, because there are people who are there to help you. So when you keep talking to them, they will give you that time and give you the feedback that you really, really need. And finally, in the 2 months that you spend in your internship, get a business understanding of the organization. See what the company culture is like, what people work like, how do you really find your way in your 2 months. So that when you go for a review at the end of your 2 months, you will obviously talk about your observations, your project, your recommendations for the way forward, but you should be able to tell people how you really found your way across the organization, how you really managed to work on your project and collaborated with different people. And this helps you and the organization really understand if there's a good fit between the two of you. So these are the four major things that I learned from my internship. Over to Sanjana for the last leg of the session.
Okay, guys. Hello once again. So obviously, the key to crack any internship, the key to have a very good internship is to do a very good project. Your aim should be to do a project by which you're able to give an interesting insight to the team that you're working with, make them realize something that they've not realized before, or just do a very good execution of whatever it is that they've interested you with. But other than this, what should be your mantra going on? My suggestion to you would be that when you start your internship, embrace the entrepreneur in you, especially in an organization like L'Oreal. L'Oreal is a big organization, but it thrives on this entrepreneurial spirit. And when I say entrepreneurial, what is it that I mean? Firstly, don't be shy, network. Go out there, meet people, talk to people, and that's how you will get the true flavor of the organization that you're working in. And that's how you will also realize whether this is an organization that you want to make a career in or not. And who knows, a lot of these people might even end up helping you with your project, in giving you some insights that would prove very, very beneficial to the project that you're doing. Now, since we are in the middle of a pandemic and since COVID, due to COVID and the lockdown that it resulted in, this networking has obviously become a more challenging. And if you come next year and this kind of situation even persists till then, you will have to make an extra effort to make sure that you continue to network. So don't be hesitate to get your teammates to introduce you to new members, to other members of the organization over a call. Don't be shy to ping people and introduce yourself. Companies are also realizing this as a challenge and are kind of finding ways to make you feel more included in this work from home scenario. For instance, the summer interns that L'Oreal hosted this year, we had organized what we called internship socials, wherein every week the summer interns got a chance to interact with different members of the organization over a call. And this way, they not only met many people, many important people from the organization, but also got exposure to multiple divisions, functions, and brands. The next point would be don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. Don't think of any job as being beneath you. Whatever you get, do it to the best of your ability. When I was starting off, I was doing a market visit with my senior. We went to a store and we saw that a lot of our products were looking very shabby. She picked up those products, cleaned them, and arranged them properly in the shelf. And only then did we leave the store. She felt a sense of ownership towards her products, towards her brands, so she did not hesitate to get her hands dirty. And this is an important suggestion that I would leave with you too. The third point is go that extra mile. Don't be restricted to your project. Your project is very important, but don't make it the end goal of your internship. Talk to your team and see what are the other ways in which you can contribute to the regular business of the company. What else that you can do to help your team members. And it's only when you go beyond what is expected of you will you leave a lasting impression behind. And finally, look for order in chaos. Now, as I said, a company like L'Oreal thrives in its entrepreneurial spirit. And like any other entrepreneurial organization, L'Oreal too has its chaos. The trick is to be patient and look for order in this chaos. Once you understand how to identify this order in chaos, you will thrive in an organization like L'Oreal. And also, over the last few months, because of COVID and the work from home situation that we had to go through, things became a lot more complex and chaotic for us. But over the last few months, we have been able to find a good rhythm to get work done while being at home, while not being in office. And if you all come in next year and the work from home scenario is the reality for you guys too, be rest assured that L'Oreal will go out of its way to give you enough guidance on how to make this work from home scenario work for you and for your project. So look for order in chaos and you will thrive. That's it from my section, and that's it also from our session. We have around 10 minutes left, and we will now look at answering some of your questions. So please do let us know if you have any queries, questions, or even comments that you would like to share with everybody watching the session. Okay, so we have some questions coming our way. So there is a question which says, question is, how are interns trained? Will there be standalone sessions, learn as you work, or a mix of both depending on the type of project? So I will give you what I know, and then Arzu, maybe you can add to that since you did your summer internship just a couple of years ago. So yeah. So there will be, obviously, you will be expected to learn the most from the project that you're doing, from the team that you're working with, because that is where you will get the actual sense of the business of the organization, how decisions are taken, how plans are made. So the biggest learning will obviously be on the job when you're working on the project, when you're helping your team with the jobs, with their everyday jobs, with their everyday operations. Other than that, most organizations, and especially L'Oreal, will have standalone sessions also, especially towards the beginning of your tenure. You will be exposed to different functions, different brands. You will be given a proper induction of the organization that you are working in, so that your transition period is made smoother. There will also be sessions, especially in this COVID environment, on how to do the best project that you can, given the new reality, given the new normal, given the work from home situation. So it will be a mix of both. There will be sessions which the company will be organizing for you to ensure that you approach your project in the best possible way. But you will obviously also be expected to learn on the job, and that will form the uh, biggest part of your learning journey, the actual on the job piece. Arzu, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, yes. So when we started our internship, we did it in 2018, and we had a 1 week complete induction period where the Mancom members addressed us, people from the brand addressed us, supply chain, finance, other sales functions, SDM, everybody interacted with us. We had sessions with them, we could ask questions, we could clarify our doubts. And finally, towards the end of that week, we also went out on a market visit. So, regardless of the kind of project that you would be doing, whether it's marketing, sales, or whatever other function, you will go on a market visit to really understand how the business really works in an organization. So, that also gives you an opportunity to really interact with the salesmen, also your shop owners, owners, since L'Oreal also functions in that. So it gives you a holistic understanding of what the organization is like. And after that 1 month, you have one-on-one sessions with your mentors, your teams, you interact with them, and they really help you out in deciding how to go about your project. So there is, as Sanjana mentioned, you obviously have to have that entrepreneurial spirit. You have to go ahead with ideas, and they are the ones who will guide you as to, okay, how do you bring this idea to life? So don't worry, you will be trained very well in any organization that you go to. And since we know about L'Oreal, we can tell you about that.
Yeah, so there will be standalone sessions.
Yeah.
Your guides will be there to help you. Your other team members will be there to help you. And obviously, you will learn yourself also when you start working on your project and start making sense of what you've been interested with. So,
It
yeah.
definitely puts your learning in your first year also in perspective. So then when you go back to your colleges after your internship, you'll understand things better.
Yeah.
So there's a question on the expectations from interns, if it's more of a cultural fit or the amount of impact that the intern creates in those 2 months. So I think a couple of things that's a broad expectation from the interns. One is approach to your problem. Everyone's going to be entrusted with a problem, and you need to solve it at the end of the day. So what your approach is like, and your line of thought is something that is gauged. Uh, 2 months being a short time to actually implement things and see how they turn around in the normal business sense is a little short, but what's looked at very closely is your approach. How are you managing the problem? What are the steps that you're taking? And how close to reality are you when you're suggesting things that could be a solution to the problem? So that's one. And the other thing would be creativity. One of the words which we also saw on the word cloud, which was creativity, would be the perspective that you're bringing on to the table. Well, you'll be working with a specific department, and there are people who are working in that department since years with a certain number of years of experience. However, we do believe that the interns who will come in will have a fresh perspective to an existing or a new problem, and that perspective, coupled with creativity, is what will be also looked at. And yes, a cultural fit is something that any organization will look at on how well you fit into the culture or how well you will fit into the culture. So that's something that is also looked at as well.
And cultural fit is something that even you guys would want to see, right? Whether
Yeah.
you yourself feel comfortable working in a in that particular company. So it works both ways. It's not just company judging you as to whether you're a cultural fit. It is also you judging the company as to whether it fits how you want your corporate career to pan out.
Okay, so there is another question by Kunal. One important aspect of acing an internship is to interact with multiple individuals across the organization. How can an intern at the organization ensure such a level of interaction in this virtual setup? Okay, so as Sanjana had also mentioned, since interacting with people is really important, even in this virtual setup. So at L'Oreal, we have a Microsoft Teams. Every organization has one such platform, and you keep pinging people on that. You try to set up meetings. If they reschedule, you do that. You talk to your team members because at the beginning of your internship, your guides and mentors will introduce you to the entire team as well, and they can introduce you to other multiple people. And once you set up time with them, set up a small 15-minute or a 30-minute window and discuss with them whatever you want to discuss. You want to understand about the landscape, you want to talk about your project or something that you observed or an idea that you have, they will make time for you.
Yeah. So, and don't hesitate to ask people for help. Like if you want to be introduced to somebody in some other team, ask your team members to help. They will help you. Or you just pick that person and say, hey, I am this person and this is my project. I would love to catch up with you and get your perspective. So just make that additional effort and it will work for you. And even the HR department will ensure that you give enough exposure to multiple people so that you have your flavor of what it is like to work in the middle of a big organization, even though it might be remotely in our case.
Also, this is not just limited to a virtual experience. You would have done the same thing had you actually been there out there with your team in your offices. You would just go up to people and be like, do you have time? Can we talk? Or should we set up a meeting? So it's the same in a virtual setup as well.
Yeah. Okay. So there is a question from Samyak, and it is what additional skills should you acquire before starting your internship? And I think each of us covered it each of us covered a few points regarding this. One would be, as Varun said, get an industry understanding, read up about beauty, see what the market scenario is, what are the players in the market, what are the products that are there in the market, and what is the competition that you think would be present and would be the competition for L'Oreal. And also he also mentioned that it's important that you get the right presentation in Excel skills because it will just make your summer internship project that much easier if you are already very comfortable with data and data work on Excel and making presentations. So, and once you join L'Oreal, Arzu touched upon how it's important to get a proper understanding of the expectations of that they have of you, that the team has of you, to understand your project charter totally and completely, and then regularly get feedback from everyone around you to see if you're on the right path, to if you are approaching things in the correct way. So don't hesitate to ask for feedback and be very receptive to that feedback. And other than this, there were a few points that I touched upon, which is networking, very important. Get your hands dirty, move beyond the basics, do additional jobs. And that's how you will end up leaving a lasting impression behind. So I hope that answered your question. I think we can take one or two more questions.
Yeah. So what are the there's a question that asks, what are the past experiences that we believe could help someone in an internship role? I think when you're assigned your internship project, there is a certain past experience that the company will look at before assigning you a project. But having said that, if you've done a role in research and you now have a role in sales for your internship, I think it's great because you're going to learn again something about a completely new function. You can definitely use those skill sets that you have developed to do better in the current role. But yeah, look at your internship as something that expands the horizon in terms of understanding the industry or the company, and also to develop your skill sets in a completely new role. So the more roles you do at a younger stage during your internship, during your management trainee stint, I think you're able to take a more informed call on where you want your career to grow. Because we often have perceptions about what different functions are like, but such short projects or internships and the empty stints do help you actually get a flavor of what the role really entails. So yeah, that's my point on it.
I think we are at the end of our session. We hope that you got something out of our own personal experiences and perspectives that we shared with you. And all the best to all of you, and hope to see
All the
some of
best,
you in
everyone.
L'Oreal very soon.
All the best, everyone.
Thank you.
Please
Thank you,
reach out to
guys.
us in case you have any questions. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, guys. Internship to the MT program to interacting with the students today. Quite a journey you'll all had. We've come to the last workshop now, which is on how to make the best of your B school life, from home or campus. I will invite our management trainees Purvashri, Srinath, and Mitali for this workshop. Over to you guys.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. So there is a little bit of a structure that we've tried to put to this, and I'll give you guys a little bit of background on how we arrived at the structure. So when we were told that we're supposed to talk to everyone about how to make the best of your business school life, and we got chatting, and we realized that there is no one way, and in fact, our journeys were very different. Our journeys from our expectations of business school to how we approached business school itself. Even our entries into L'Oreal were very different in that sense. So what we've tried to do is really encapsulate, the one thing that really binded our journeys at business school, and then eventually how we landed at L'Oreal. And you'll see that these are three very distinct routes, and the approach that we had was also very, very distinct. So moving on, I'm Mitali Seth. I'm an assistant brand manager with the L'Oreal Paris Hair Color. I have been with L'Oreal for 2 years. So I was part of the management training batch of 2018. And how I entered L'Oreal was through the Sustainability Challenge. It was the maiden year of the Sustainability Challenge, and I will talk a little bit about that as we move along. So pre-business school, I actually come with a little bit of work experience before business school, and I was actually in investment banking, so very, very far away from what I'm doing today. And I came from an economics background, then finance, so very, very hardcore, very distant from the consumer, very distant from what I'm doing today. Not to say and not to take away from the fact that I actually did learn a lot in my prior role, but in the 2 years that I spent at the investment bank, I realized that industrials and chemicals doesn't have like a creative ring to it, and I feel like personally I'm a fairly creative person, and I did not have that much of an outlet of creativity in my role at the investment bank. So and of course I used to try and make like really fun PPTs and try to encapsulate a little bit of my creativity in the PPTs. But I realized that business school needs to be that pivot for me to move into something that has a better outlet for my creativity. So going into business school, my expectation was only that I do not want to go back to doing something that I was doing before, and especially want to be closer to the consumer. So want to do something that is definitely more relatable, something that comes to me more intuitively. And so when I went into business school, the only things that I really did know about and have like a fair understanding of was economics and finance. So marketing, for example, when I first sat in a marketing class, and I still remember I was very surprised with certain questions that I intuitively knew the answer to, or like thought like the consumer and was able to kind of participate. And I think that's where something ticked off in my brain, and I thought, okay, yeah, this could be potentially like one of the 10 things that I could consider. So that was really the whole expectations route. And so, like I said, because I was very open in the sense I was very open to exploring different sectors, different verticals, different subjects. So my outlook towards business school. Could you just click once, Srinath? Thanks. So my outlook towards business school was really about letting it happen. And I think I speak for everyone who's ever gone to business school here that every day really brings a new opportunity. And oftentimes it's very, very overwhelming where you feel that, oh my God, am I also supposed to do this? And I was just doing this, but how much can I multitask along with academics? Do I need to be part of like the student council? Do I want to be part of the placement committee? But there are also these business school competitions. So what all do I really kind of participate in? And with me, I think I just took one each day as it came. So I had a filter, but only for sanity. So if I felt that, no, this is too much and this is something that I can't handle and now I'm going to lose sleep over it, that's when I dropped it. But I did try to be part of everything. So in that sense, I really let business school happen to me. And I tried to take up as much as I could. And it was a very good learning journey. And of course, it was not like, I excelled at everything and everything went as planned. But in the process, it really helped me arrive at something that was meant for me at the time. And I was eventually happy with what I narrowed down my final goal to. So one click, please, Srinath. So then eventually, of course, with business school, at some point you have to say that, okay, fine, I have explored all of these 10 things. But I think that these are the 3 things that I really want to go after. And I'm sure it's true for all business schools where, you can't really apply to as many companies as you want. And you can, once you get shortlisted, you can only participate in, so many placements. So you have to, at some point, decide what's right for you and you have to make that decision. So I did make that decision for myself. And like I said, going in, I knew that I did not want to go back to finance, or I did not want to go back to industrials or chemicals or anything to do with those sectors. So I did know that, maybe marketing, and given my experience with the classes and everything and the competitions that I participated in, I realized that marketing was the right fit for me. Thankfully, the same time during placements, L'Oreal launched the Sustainability Challenge. And it was a very interesting competition in that we were actually supposed to come up with a sustainable plan and not just present the plan, but also execute it for a month. So run it like a business and present what came of the business and how sustainably could you run it. And of course, it was very interesting for me. We participated in a team of 3 and we won it. So that was really my route to L'Oreal. But not to say that I did not apply to other roles that were more marketing or that were more consumer facing in that sense. Those were the only roles that I really did apply for. So I would say that in that sense, my approach to business school was that of an explorer. So that's about it. I think on to Srinath now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mithali. So, hi everybody. So, like Mithali had mentioned, so while we were discussing what to put it out there, so we realized that we all come from very diverse ways, and we landed at L'Oreal. That's the only common trait that was there with us. So, hi, my name is Srinath Nair. I'm currently working at the capacity of an assistant manager in marketing with L'Oreal Luxe, the luxury division. And my route to enter into L'Oreal was through the finals in campus placements. So just to touch upon what I did prior to my entry into a B school. So I am a mechanical engineer by trade. But somewhere during my mechanical engineering, I realized an interest towards the social sector, and I had started an NGO of my own. And before joining L'Oreal, up until like 3-4 years, I had run the NGO from ground up and expanded it to a fairly decent level across the state of Kerala. And by the time I'd realized that how is it that you work in an organization, and that was my first interface with sales and marketing as a function, and how crucial it is in order to drive a business. So I took a quick liking towards building brand and building a organization based with sales and marketing at the backbone of it. And from then I got really hooked on to the domain, and that is when I decided that I need to do an MBA to further my understanding of the world of sales and marketing and how they are used in businesses. So my entry into a business school was purely from an interest towards the field of sales and marketing, and my objective was to further my understanding of the same. So, and like most people, I'd given my CAT, and I got a fairly good score. And then it came to a point of choosing a business school, which I feel some people are flooded with options and some people are limited with options. So I was fairly lucky in the sense that I got a couple of good options to choose from. But since I had a prior predetermined understanding that I wanted to go into the domain of sales and marketing, and at that time for me, SPJN was the only school that was letting me choose my specialization prior to my joining. So that was my pure inclination towards the school. And for me, even right from the beginning, so just to put the context in the sense that before joining, I was clear in my purpose that I want to do sales and marketing, and I'm purely learning MBA from a point of view of understanding that in the in-depth sense and to just broaden my understanding of the same. So throughout my MBA, I was a unilateral focus towards the field of sales and marketing. That being said, that does not mean I was lacking off in the other aspects. So my purpose was that anything to do with sales and marketing, I need to work on it more so that I can sharpen my skills, and maybe towards the end of my 2 years, I can be a very good professional in terms of sales and marketing. So right from the day one of my B school, my priorities were very clear. That being said, I was always interested to do multiple domains. So in most B schools, there are options of attending committees, joining college fest, working on that. So I was a person who was inclined towards this field of sports, and I wanted to keep continuing my passion. So I took on the responsibility of being the convener for my sports fest. So this does not directly relate to the field of sales and marketing, but for me, it was purely do what I like to do and keep doing what I enjoy doing throughout the course of my B school, and don't let what I'm good at just fade away. So B school, although it is a flood of options and flood of choices in terms of committee works, projects, live projects, case studies, competitions, etc., I decided to stick to what I was good at and what I like to do, and try to deepen my understanding of that. And for me, the world of sales and marketing was always in the back of my mind. While taking up any challenge, I was trying to add value to the skills that I already wanted to sharpen. So likewise, so while going into the internship, so we had a slightly different system where I had done my internship in the autumn's phase. That is, the structure of the course was such. So I had taken that well-decided risk that I will not apply to anything that does not curtail to my interest. So I was purely applying to roles in the sales and marketing domain, and within the sales and marketing domain in specific, I was applying to FMCG companies because I wanted to deal with customer-facing roles. I wanted to understand people, and I wanted to use that understanding to better deliver products, better deliver the business of the organization. So for me, the first interaction with the FMCG space came through my internship with Rakib & Kaiser. And that experience really broadened my eyes as to how a big organization works and how a global organization works, and how is it that this the experience and the knowledge that we learn in our MBA can be translated to that. So post my internship, while coming back into a business school also, I continued to choose electives which were towards the domain of digital marketing and ad hoc courses, which were trying to build on my skills of sales and marketing and sharpen it further, so that by the time I'm approaching finals, if an opportunity comes to go for a company which is in the domain of sales marketing, which is consumer facing, I will be well equipped to face an interview, to face a GD, and to give positive inputs to the company at a very initial stage. So, and luckily enough, L'Oreal had decided to come visit our campus for finals that year. And the domains that the roles they were looking for were in the domain of sales and marketing. And for me, by the 2 years that I'd spent with my fair amount of understanding of the domain of sales and marketing, I felt confident enough stepping into the interview room that yes, this is something that I've prepared for the last 2 years, and this is something that I will be well equipped to answer. So with that, I'm just going to conclude by saying that the approach that I had chosen going into a business school was very focused, in the sense that I was very clear as to my area of interest would be in sales and marketing, and the fact that I want to end up in a company that let me do something in that same space. So I would like to pass on the mic now to Purvashri and to share her experience.
Hello everyone, I'm Purvashri Vora, and I currently work as an assistant manager in marketing with the brand Garnier Skin Naturals. So as you can see on the screen, I got into L'Oreal from a third route, which was through their competition called L'Oreal Brandstorm. I was a national finalist in the year 2018. And before I sort of, go into how my journey in a B school was, I would like to say that the two approaches discussed before sort of amalgamate into my experience at a B school and where I was coming from. So a little bit about what I was doing before I joined a B school. I was studying to become a chartered accountant. I have completed 3 years of my articleship, and those that was a very, very different world from where I am right now. It was a lot to do with regulations, a lot to do with law, a lot to do with keeping yourself updated, of course number crunching, the entire system of making sure that there are no unnecessary risks being taken, a very process driven world, where your analytical skills as well as your ability to get into details was appreciated. Here, one thing that I kept missing was the interaction with people, a little bit of crisis management, negotiations. These were the skills I felt I was really good at and would have liked to practice as my career. And I took a pause and decided that, okay, if this is not something that I'm looking to do for the rest of my life, let me take an opportunity and turn the tide. And that's when B school and the entire MBA conversation started in my life. I gave my CAT right after a CA final attempt, which was less than 20 days away. So with that kind of preparations but a lot of determination, I got into IMT Ghaziabad. The 2 years that I spent there, I knew that I should go in with zero expectations as to what will come out. But at the end of the day, be in a career or in a profession which meant something to me and where I would be able to contribute more, willfully and with more participation. So 2 things in mind when I entered IMT. One, yes, I need to learn as much as I can about a field which I know nothing about, which was for me marketing. And secondly, ensure that when those 2 years are done, I am such an eligible and viable candidate for any of those companies who come on our campus looking for a marketing employee. So very broad expectations, and I knew that this meant that I had to take a lot of risks. I had to keep an extremely open mind, a very positive attitude in these 2 years, take on things which normally as a student or especially a B school student, you'd be like, okay, let me not really put my effort behind that. Okay, that group project someone else can manage. Maybe this B school competition isn't something I want to really participate in. Where is the time? I put all of that aside, and the one thing that I did throughout the 2 years was say yes. I said yes to practically most of the opportunities that came my way. The idea was just to keep building on what I was professionally and personally. You should understand that these 2 years are not just for your professional development, but are also a great way to develop you as a person, and that will never be a bad idea. Like Srinath mentioned, he worked on sports, something that is dear to him. Similarly, I realized that, okay, I needed to know more practical stuff about marketing and sales. I took this opportunity to do multiple internships, participate in lots of short-term projects, do as many certificate courses as possible to get more of an idea of what marketing meant. And at the same time, whenever I was in a classroom, I was in the classroom. I take a lot of pride in saying that, yes, well, it is popular to believe that, academics is not something that will really push you in a B school, but it really helps if you may not agree, or you may not really think that every session is valuable, but sit there and think of taking away at least 2 things from every session that you attend in college, and that will hold you in great stead. So never leave academics behind. Build. There will be misses, as you can see in the picture also. Not everything led to, a great amalgamation or something that added value. But saying yes helped me figure out a lot of things about what I like, what I did not like, and build a great story. And when a great story is presented to anyone, be it to your faculty, be it to your colleagues, be it to a prospective recruiter, that is what clicks. Even failures work, it doesn't always have to be success stories, but what did you gain out of that failure? Let me give you a small example. A lot of people, when you enter campus, you want to be part of these committees, and even in the virtual world, I'm sure there are committees which hold a lot of importance in your 2 years. They ultimately sort of become like your family. A lot of competition to get into, say, a student council or a placement committee, and trust me, it's very, very competitive. exciting, it's very enticing. But that is where I took a call and said, okay, while I have so much ambition and I want to do so much, I want to take every opportunity that comes my way. I'm very clear about this. Let me take a committee where those skills which I think I need to sharpen get an opportunity to be used. So I ended up joining something called the International Relations Center with IMT Ghaziabad, where my sole responsibility was to market IMT Ghaziabad as a campus to different international B schools, host those students, and ensure that their experience when they stay here for 3 months was above par. So these were different aspects, everything from negotiation to marketing to there were crises when they came. There were international students. They were in a B school campus. There were a lot of things that we had to take care of, and this really helped me in good stead because when it came to interviews, there were so many anecdotes I could take away from these experiences. So I would say that build on wherever you are. It doesn't, even if you think that you know exactly where you want to be and you know what the path is, say yes and keep building. And this whole saying yes brought me to Brandstorm as an experience and as a competition. We in 2018 had to the challenge was within the professional products division of L'Oreal, where we had to build loyalty between a hairdresser and a consumer through digital and technological solutions. So a very interesting challenge. It was a long it's a process which is 2-3 months long before you even reach the regional finals. And this entire experience helped me sort of keep sharpening on my skills of as a marketer or as a salesperson. When it came to the national finals, we had a 5-minute elevator pitch, and while we did not win, it did give me an opportunity with a pre-placement interview. And this is where I knew that if I didn't bring onto the plate every single thing that I've experienced in these 2 years, and I made sure I had packed a lot of experience, is where I think L'Oreal happened for me. And now, after a successful year as a management trainee across marketing and sales functions, where I was exposed to the world of FMCG, the practicalities of it, the challenges of it. I am now working as an assistant manager with marketing and in Garnier, which was something that I some 5 years ago would not have really been something I would have thought would happen to me. But as a profile builder, as someone who knew that I had to bring a lot on my plate, I worked towards that. So that is all in all my journey. I think it is, like I said, a beautiful amalgamation of Mitali, who was an explorer, and Srinath, who had a very focused approach when he entered his B school. And let me just say that there is no one way to do this. There are multiple ways in which you can do it. With your virtual first year at least, there will be challenges. We all had them. Yours will be slightly different, of course, but nothing stops you from, if there is something that doesn't sit right with you, if you take that initiative within your B school structure, that will always be appreciated. If there is something that you do not like or you would want more of, say a guest lecture or more interaction opportunities or a networking opportunity, take that initiative, get it done. And that will really take you a long way in these virtual circumstances. So with that, I think the three of us are all set to sort of take questions from all of you. Mitali, do you want to start?
Sure. So there is a question. The question is, networking is a big plus in an MBA. How can we network studying from home? Definitely, I think I really relied on my alum network during my MBA to get inputs, to understand what their role was, how did they prep for a particular role. And I don't think in that sense networking with, so I would actually answer this in two different segments. One is, of course, networking with alums, which I think happens very effectively over the phone or a video call, whatever it is that you prefer. And I did most of my networking over the phone. So just reach out to your alums, reach out to people in companies. People are more than willing to kind of, get on a quick call to explain what their role is, or shoot them a message on LinkedIn. You'd be surprised how forthcoming people are to help. So I would really urge you to do that. Then in terms of actually networking with people at business school, I do understand that's a challenge today, considering, all of the classes are happening online. I think one great way, and this is something that I also did, although it was more in person, but it's definitely going to aid you. Don't try to stick with just your group of friends when you're doing a project. When you take up a certain class, I know the initial, and I think this is something that everyone struggles with when you first go to business school. You are alone. You go as a single entity, and you're of a certain age now, and you feel that I can't make friends that easily. So you tend to stick with a certain set of people who become like your really good friends. But as you go along, try to take up classes, try to meet with people that you would not, in a regular setting, and that will really help you, because there's a lot of perspective that they bring as well. So whether it's business school competitions, whether it's class case studies, whether it's a group project, ensure that each project you do with a different set of people. That will not only help you understand different perspectives, because everyone is coming from a different mindset, they have different expectations, different goals from business school. They'd be able to aid your learning in a huge way, and in the process you will realize that there are some great relationships that you're able to build. So I do understand that it's a big miss this year because of COVID, that you're not able to actually interact with people, and maybe you'd want to catch up after a group session, go grab some snacks or drinks, whatever. But that's not something that you can do today. But make the most of this as well, because and I can say this for myself. There are a lot of projects that we work on at L'Oreal, and a lot of it is happening virtually. We have a very fun team at L'Oreal. We used to go out a lot, and all of that bonding that you really need, the networking that you also need to do within a company, we are trying to do that virtually. So try to make the best of this situation, and yeah, I think you'll be fine. Srinath, you want to take
I think
the next
that's perfectly summed up. Yeah, so I have a question here from Vishali from MDI. So her question is that if you were to go back and do your MBA again, what are some of the things that you would like to do differently? It's very interesting because I don't think the answer is one but many, because I'm sure most of us have made multiple mistakes while doing our MBAs. But that being said, one thing that I would really invest in while going back to my MBA days was I'd like to work on my profile and CV, like what Purvashri had mentioned, because I was very unilateral focused, like I had mentioned, that I will only focus on sales and marketing, and a little adamant in that sense. But I had that clarity, and I still have that clarity that where is it that I want to head. But that being said, MBA gives you an immense amount of opportunity to explore things that probably you will not be able to explore post graduation, because in a work environment, there are some limitations that you have as compared to an MBA. So in a school with great faculty surrounding you, with amazing colleagues and friends that you make, there are the number of opportunities that you get to explore things are unlimited. So like Mitali said, if you're doing multiple case studies, do it with different people. Do it with do a case study competition which you did not expect yourself to do. So that some of these experiences might actually add value, which does not come into your purview. I can surely say that now, but looking back in the day, I was kind of sticking to my comfort zone of what I wanted to do, what I need to do to get where I wanted to get. But that being said, these offbeat experiences that might not seem to add value to a CV might add much more value to you and in person. And you never know how it can translate to your professional life as well. So yeah, that being said, I would like to take more risk in terms of going out of my comfort zone and exploring other options. So yeah, that's the one thing I would like to correct if I were given a chance to go back to my B-school days. Purvashri, do you want to go ahead and take a question?
Sure, absolutely. So there is one question here that says that in the times of e-education, what are some of the most important learnings for a student in a B school? I don't think the learnings will be that vastly different just because it's e-education. Most of us enter B school not knowing a lot about what to expect. However, I recognize the challenge that the current times bring, and I would say that one thing that you should really get used to is making the most of any situation, whether it is the current times or any challenge that comes, and that is something that is not just true in B school. It will hold you steady even later in life. So, like Mitali said, L'Oreal is a very fun organization where people like interacting in person. We like to go out, but I have joined a team and taken on the role of an assistant marketing manager in these times, and I have not yet met my team. So everything is happening virtually for me as well. So I absolutely recognize the challenge of not being able to meet your co-students, not being able to interact with professors. But that doesn't take away from learning. That doesn't take away from your ability to take initiative. So I think the biggest learning is to mold yourself into someone who is able to thrive in any situation, who is able to make the most of any situation, and take every challenge the way it comes and just adapt. So that is not a classroom learning, but this is definitely something that solidifies in a classroom. So not going to discount that at all. Mithali, do you want to take one more?
Sure, I think we have time for just one more question. So there's one question that reads, how to leverage activities on campus to identify traits inbuilt in you, which would make you a good fit for specific management roles. I think here, and maybe Purvashi can add here, my approach, like I said, was really to participate in as many things as possible. And Purvashi also mentioned that, she said yes to a lot of things. So that definitely makes you, reach a point where you see that you're inclining towards certain kinds of roles, even within, whether it's a classroom discussion, whether it's a business school competition, there will be certain competitions that you want to participate in more. And some of them you just feel, no, this is not my jam. So give yourself the opportunity to say yes to those and say no to the ones that don't feel very, that feel a little bit alien to you. So in that sense, as you move along, if you've done like 5-6 case competitions, you've done maybe, a couple of different other business school competitions, you will see that you have a very inherent inclination towards certain things, and you have a grasp for things in, those particular areas that you feel that you're good at. So I think that will really help you identify your core skill set. Like for me, for example, in any case study, I was always the person who was, talking about how do we do a go-to-market strategy. And it's not something that was inflicted upon me. Nobody said that you're going to take care of this, but it's just something that I would constantly think about. It's something that I would start to talk about because going in, I knew that I wanted to be close to the consumer, and that was my natural inclination. So I would say, listen to yourself, give yourself the opportunity, and trust yourself to be making those kind of decisions as you go along. Don't feel that, and I've said this earlier, that don't think that you need to excel in everything that you do. There might be things that you don't do very well in, and that's okay. It's all right. Purvashi also said it, Srinath also said it, you can't excel in everything that you do. There are always hits and misses at business school. But be able to identify what it is that you're hitting very well, because that's probably also an area that you will eventually excel in. So yeah, I think that's about it.
I think I'll wrap up because our time's run out and just say that be open, guys, take risk and just have fun. That's what B School is supposed to be. It's life-changing, so just have fun. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Hope all of you students watching us really enjoyed these workshops, and all 4 of them will help you in your next years. Coming up next is a very interesting session. Beauty is a high-tech industry, L'Oreal a digital-first company, and tomorrow's beauty will be led by digital and tech. To speak more about beauty tech, we have Anil Chilla, our Chief Data and Digital Officer, with us. And joining him is Amit Ranga, Senior Manager Human Resources, to moderate the Q&A. And the students will loving your energy with questions, comments, opinions. So class of 22 continue the same. Anil, over to you. Anil, you're on mute.
Hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Over to you.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. It's and thank you, Nandini, for your introduction. It's great to be here and talking to you all. I wish there was something like this when I passed out of my B school 20 years back, way back in 2000, which seems like the dinosaur era, as far as digital is concerned, right? So today I'm going to talk a little bit about and give you a flavor, of how L'Oreal's beauty tech journey has been, right, over the last few years, and give you, sort of a taste of, what kind of work happens here and in beauty tech, and probably also at some point in time defining what is beauty and beauty tech. Beauty and tech are two very different words, so we've sort of brought them together. So without any further ado, let me just get into it. Well, digital revolution, has taken a long time coming, right? So if you look at the industrial revolution, or the age of steam engines or transportations and so on and so forth, right? They took more than 200 years, right? And to actually come into mainstream life, right? So, and to be a part of everyday life of people across the world. Well, computers are not new. If you look at it, they're almost 60 years old, right? So, or more, or older. If you look at the ENIAC machine, of World War II, right? Uh, so they've existed for a long time, but it's only in the last, decade or so that this has sort of achieved a snowball kind of a, snowballed into a much bigger, sort of animal, or much bigger, uh, sort of revolution, right? So now we see it pretty much encompassing everything, as far as business life is concerned, right? And the COVID pandemic has only accelerated that further. So for us, it's been a journey over the last 5 years, right? So if you look at this slide, this actually shares, our story, right? So it's taken, and this is data from the prior year, but this year, it's accelerated even further. So for us, it's 5 years of sort of e-commerce growth, from literally low single digits, as of Q2. We are close to 20%, or we have just crossed 20% in terms of revenue, and we've worked with more than 80,000 influencers across the globe. We've got more than 1.5 billion data records, right? Uh, More than 7 billion video views instantly, of which India, within L'Oreal has the record for the highest YouTube highest viewed video, which is more than 1 billion views, for Ghana. So it's been a long and interesting journey for us. So what did this actually sort of mean for it? I mean, you got to look at it, the share price at the end of the day, and of course, the growth of the business, right? Uh, I mean, this digital revolution, or the effort in digital transformation has actually helped the company, leapfrog, and all this 5 years, or the work of 60 years, the computer revolution or the IT revolution has been compressed in the last 5 years for us, right? Now, if you look at digital, so it's not just what you see, it's the way content is built, it's the way websites are built, it's the way data is picked up and sort of used across the organization, right? And how e-commerce sites are built. So it involves quite a bit of work. And while we were talking about in the industrial revolution, mass production, of items. Right now, we are talking about mass production through our digital factories, and we have created them internally for our websites, for content, for different kinds of services, for our e-commerce sites, etc. And this means, that productivity and ROI is at the heart of everything, right? So at the end of the day, what we are, the effort that we are putting in digital needs to lead into productivity, needs to lead into ROI, right? And this is what this slide is essentially showing, right? So sort of an amalgamation. So it's sort of, a combination of art and science, right? And you're trying to create a perfect, sort of recipe here for transformation. So we are now a digital first company, and this is a quote by our CEO, Jean-Paul Egon. And there's also another, sort of quote in French, which reflects the culture of the company. While I can't say it, I don't know French, but I can translate it for you, right? It roughly means that we're never happy with the successes that we've achieved. There's always a little bit of dissatisfaction left. Why? Because we want to progress further. While there's a lot of work that's been done, in the last 5 years, we believe that we are still in the first stage of transformation, and now we need to move into the second stage of digital transformation. Okay, and what does that really mean? Okay, so the first thing, right? The ambition, right? We want to be the number one beauty tech company. Yes, we are the number one beauty company, but we also want to be the number one beauty tech company. And what does that mean? And this is incidentally, what Jean-Paul Egon, our CEO, declared a few years back. Okay, so this is what it means, right? So defining beauty tech here, right? So beauty is really, about how products, within the beauty category, within this industry, help people feel better, look better, and feel confident about themselves, and aided and added with tech as well as services, and the data that we are talking about. So sort of data is at the core of this. Powered by data, we are able to provide services to not to a product. So it's product plus services plus tech, and that sort of becomes beauty tech, right? So in a smart way, in an agile way, and agile, as you know, is a concept that comes from the software industry, right? So we're building solutions which are aided or fundamentally underpinned by tech, right? Let me give you an example of what this means, right? Shortly. So in the second wave of transformation, there are three big pillars that we have, right? The first one is winning in e-commerce. The second is being a data-driven company, and then the third one is how do we reinvent marketing models, right? How do we reach out to consumers in newer ways, newer models that are currently sort of evolving, right, as we speak. Even during the COVID time frame, right? So, and thus become a product and services company, right? So, I briefly mentioned about e-commerce. So, uh, in the first half of this year, we grew at upwards of 60% in terms of a business in e-commerce versus the prior year. And we've now reached 20% in terms of revenue as far as e-commerce is concerned. Data is at the core of a business. We're building capability around data so that we can use analytics. We can use data that's collected in multiple parts of the business to make better decisions, right? And then the third one is newer ways of reaching out to consumers, right? Just think in terms of the current model, right? So especially post the COVID pandemic, right? So you saw that not many people are stepping outside of their house. So one of the things that we did, for example, was for our salons, right? So we brought salons effectively. We had salons going to the consumers rather than consumers walking into salons, right? So just an example of that through hyper local, right? So so that's sort of the three pillars on which our second wave of transformation sort of stands. I'm just going to talk about what does this mean. So traditionally, when we think about products, you're thinking about physical items, right? These are formulae, essentially. When it comes to beauty products, there are ingredients, and there is a process that we follow, right, which is a step-by-step process. But when we add services to this, what happens, right? So when beauty is augmented by services, you're adding in new things like diagnostic services, personalization, loyalty, sort of bringing the physical and the digital together. So phygital, right? Connected, which means it's connected to the ecosystem, and you're able to see the data flowing in at all points in time. Fluid, meaning it's not very rigid. You're able to move things so that you're able to respond to consumers in the best way as possible, right? Few examples here, right? So diagnostic, right? So think about we've acquired a company called Modiface, right? A couple of years back. Modiface is a augmented reality based virtual try on. It provides virtual try on services to consumers. You can try on makeup, etc., right? So that's an example uh, online, on an app or on a website, without necessarily touching or feeling a product. And you can actually apply it on different kinds of makeup, even hair, yeah, on the website. The second kind of service, which is diagnostic, would be skin diagnostic, right? So take a selfie, just put it up on this website. We call it Skin Genius, and this Skin Genius product basically analyzes your face and is able to make a recommendation, right? How does it do that? At the back end, augmented by AI. There's a data set, right, of many millions, or if not millions, hundreds of thousands of people, right, who've sort of gone through the test sample, and provides a sort of a recommendation saying these are the issues that a person has or doesn't have, and this is the regimen that they need to follow. Now this, think about, is not just a diagnostic but personalization, at uh, an individual level, which is sort of the holy grail of personalization, right? You're trying to personalize at an individual's level, because at the end of it, we're all very different. Each individual is different from the rest of the people in this world, right? So how do we provide something that is tailor made for people, right? So that's an example of products plus services and beauty tech essentially in action. So let me sort of give you an example, right, of how this works internally, right? So you see, three different things here. On the top left is essentially a scorecard that we see within L'Oreal, right? So all digital teams essentially are going through the scorecard, which is called Lighthouse. And the way we do it is that we get to see the data of all marketing activations that we do, right? And we get to see the effectiveness, how many people did it, reach, what was the efficiency, and so on and so forth. We are able to do that, in near real time. On the right hand, the top right, is you basically see social chatter or social conversations related to brands, or to or to the company overall, or to a particular category, right? So, and we make decisions, basis that we get to see what's happening on social media with respect to our brands and the company and the category in near real time, right? And then act upon it. And then, of course, on the bottom left, you've got Modiface. Modiface is the I was just talking about Modiface, right? And how people are able to use that, especially in the current context when we are all afraid to touch a physical product, right? Especially, when it comes to testers, which is used by multiple people. And this actually helps a person do a virtual try on, and you're able to see many different shades. And what you see here is, how many people have experienced, the different types of shades that exist with a particular product. And you're able to do that in quite quickly and instantly, right? So, and again, another example here. So these are activations that we have of Modiface on the different websites, right? So Urban Decay, NYX, Vichy, L'Oreal Paris, Giorgio Armani, and so on and so forth, right? So in India, you can actually go to Maybelline.in or L'Orealparis.in or Garnier.in, and you can actually try this out, right? So experience it. It's fun, it's cool. Or you can go to your app store, and download the Modiface app and just try it on. It's quite interesting. Yeah. So, and the way we've activated it now is not just on the websites, but also with our partners, media partner, whether it's Amazon, Facebook, Instagram, And in India, you can see this in action on Nykaa, on as well as on Amazon, and you can experience the product and get a feel of the product without necessarily having a touch and feel around it, without actually going through the physical experience. Now, an interesting thing that I want to mention here is that we work with partners like Founders Factory or Station F, etc. Right? And the way we do it is we work with a lot of startups, and we are continuously trying out new ideas, and not just as it relates to Modiface, but different types of activation within digital, right? Whether it's marketing, whether it's customer service, or whether it's websites or personalization or use of data or social commerce, as is prevalent now. And we are trying a lot of new things, and we engage quite actively with the startup ecosystem, right? In fact, in India, we made an investment in a startup fund called Fireside, right, where we are continuously engaged with startups within consumer product startups within India, right? So and we have and if there are ideas out there, love to sort of hear about them and connect on them. All right. So, but all that is really product, services, technology. But the most important thing here is people, right? Over the last 5 years, literally from having very few people in digital, we've now got more than 2,500 people in digital, right? And from a company perspective, while this is last year's data, we've upskilled more than 30,000 people within the company on digital, right? And so from a very let's say from a very early stage or a nascent stage in digital, we've now sort of taken a big leap, right, over the last 5 years, and built in a significant amount of specialization in digital, right? So within digital, we've got multiple, and it's not just digital manager or digital marketing. We've now got truly specialization within digital as well, right? Like performance marketing, like on platform marketing, off platform marketing, media, precision media buying, and so on and so forth. Of course, data and analysis, right, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of cool stuff that's happening, right? And we obviously need the right talent and the resources to make sure that we are able to continue to keep our cutting edge and continue to progress into the future. So with that, I just wanted to leave you with a remark, right? So Cesar Seque comments basically means, and again, an ingrained part of the L'Oreal culture. It basically means seize what is starting. And this is, something which one of our CEOs, Francois Dahl said, I guess 60 years back in 1960, and it's still true today. So the digital transformation, we believe, we're still in early days, and we've got a long way to go, and a lot of work to do. Come, join us on this journey, and there's a lot of fun out there. With that, I'll pause, and I look forward to your questions, and look forward to your comments as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Anil. It was, I think it was very informative session. I think personally, one key takeaway for me is that when we say beauty tech is the future, I think it's the present as well already. Right? The way the world has changed in last 6 months, I think it has taught us a lot of things which otherwise might have taken few more years. Right.
Correct.
So that's a very important key takeaway for me.
Yeah, that's
So-
very Amit, just to comment on that. In fact, our CDO, global CDO Lubomira, mentioned this recently, in a couple of months back, that we've achieved 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months. right? So especially during the pandemic time, right? So a lot of digital initiatives have been fast tracked and accelerated, as a result of this.
Yeah, agree, totally agree. Okay, Anil. So I think tough 20 minutes ahead for you. We've got some really interesting
Look forward
questions.
to it.
Yeah. So I will just tell you the questions one by one. So first one
Sure.
is major chunk of L'Oreal's customers are the millennials and the Gen Z populations, which together constitute around 55% of Indian population. This population is tech savvy and prefers products and services customized to their requirements. Can Modiface, which is a revolutionizing feature in itself by L'Oreal, to also move into the customized product segment? So this is the question.
Okay. I'll sort of decode that into two parts. So one is Modiface and what it does, and what I've just sort of explained. And then the second part is around product customization, right? So, um, Modiface, it's core feature, or what it does essentially is provide let's say an augmented reality based virtual try on, or a skin diagnostic, or some sort of experience where a consumer can experience the product without necessarily touching or feeling it.
Right.
So that's more from an experience standpoint. Now, as far as customization is concerned, yeah, so for sure, yeah. But so we've got, let's say, multiple brands, right? Garnier, Maybelline, L'Oreal Paris, L'Oreal Professional, Keristas, Matrix, etc. So the application of the product is where this becomes customized, right? Let me give you an example. Now, Keristas is our, a product, which is uh, uh, basically used in hair salons, right? So before a person goes through a Keristas, sort of experience in the salon, they actually get a hair diagnostic done. So there is a tool, a diagnostic tool, which is used on the hair, and depending on the hair, and depending on the scalp and so on and so forth, the hairstylist actually makes a personalized or a customized recommendation to the consumer. So not everything is the same. I mean, for you it could be different. For me, it could be very, very different, depending on uh, the hair that I have, or very little bit of it, right? So which I'm fast losing. But the point essentially is that the application is where this sort of becomes the art, right? And which is where our whether it's the beauty advisors or the hairstylists that sort of bring this into reality, or actually make it real for a consumer.
Got it. Got it. Thank you, Anil. Okay. So another interesting question, Anil, and I think even I would want an answer to that. How do you think that in-store trials would change in the new normal? How long? So there are two parts. So this is first part, and second part is how long you think it would take Indians to adopt your revolutionary virtual testing. And I would
Oh, it's
exactly
already happening. I don't think
it's happening.
digital is the future. Digital is the current, right? It's already happening, right? So, um, so I think we're all, and as the previous question mentioned, right? We are young. We are a young nation. More than 55% of our people are, within the less than the age of, let's say, 30 or 25, right? So yeah, so I think in terms of actually usage or application, at a store level, now that is going to turn digital as well, right? So as we speak, we're trying out a couple of pilots, right? So where people can use, and and they don't need to. We don't have testers, for obvious reasons currently, right? But are actually able to use the tool at a store. Just scan a QR code to get the appropriate sort of product. Go to a website on your phone and just try the product out, right? So we are especially in the last decade, we have become a very tech savvy nation. So I think I mean, or one of the most tech savvy nations in the world, right? So I don't think that's a challenge for us at all. Just look
Right.
at the usage of things like WhatsApp or YouTube or Facebook, right? We have the highest
Right.
audience in the world.
Correct. Yeah.
So essentially the answer is, to the physical testing and try on, that will become virtual for obvious reasons, right? And there'll be different types of digital tools or contactless methods through which people can experience a product while keeping safety in mind.
Agreed. Agreed. Totally. So I totally agree, Anil, and it'll be actually interesting to see how long it takes when customers actually get totally used to it, because I know for a fact, for sure, that there are still so many people who would, or rather ladies who would want to go to a physical store, try that lipstick thing on their arm, and try that shade, and then actually decide for the product, right? It'll be actually interesting to see how long it takes when customers get used to it. And I totally agree, and I think it's already happening, and way ahead. Okay, so next question is from Ritesh from IAFT. With the brands in L'Oreal, what it where it has to constantly inspire the customers, how does L'Oreal win the customers' love digitally? Yeah,
Yeah,
interesting.
very broad question, Ritesh. So very interesting question. So it's at the end of the day, each brand stands for a promise, and how it solves a consumer's problem, right? As long as it meets that promise and solves the problem, or solves a requirement, that's how we build trust, right? In terms of the brand or the product specifically, right? So yeah, so we have a framework, within L'Oreal, a digital framework where we look at consumer love as a metric, right? Uh, which instantly is the way, and there are different parts of that metric and different constituents of that. We look at how much is our consumers engaging with our social media, how much are they engaging with our websites, how much are they engaging with the content that we are producing, right? And at the end of it, we sort of summarize and look at especially when it comes to non-paid media or non-paid traffic, right? For example, organic or earned traffic. We basically look at a metric. We look at, are we moving in the right direction as far as the consumer segments are concerned, right? And sort of look at that as a metric to determine, are we building connections with enough consumers and more, right, going forward, right? So that's a key, let's say, priority for us, and especially a country like India, right? We are still in our early days, right? We've been here only for 25 years, and we believe that we need to reach a majority of the Indian population, right? So and one of the KPIs or targets that we have is to how do we acquire the next 200 million consumers in India, and which basically means that we need to build deeper connections, and of course digital is going to be a key enabler of that.
Totally. Thank you, Anil. Okay. So the next question is, Anil, being a digital first company and the rise of e-commerce retail in India, how do you think it would affect your physical stores, even with the rise in AR and VR in the stores?
Yeah, so interestingly, what we are seeing is that and I'll speak before the pandemic time, we were seeing both parts of a business grow, right? So there isn't I mean, while there's a lot of talk about cannibalization per se, but I believe that India is a market which is, and our company believes that, the India is a market where there's a tremendous, sort of growth potential, and beauty as a category is under penetrated, right? Compared to any other, compared to, a lot of countries, right, across the world. So there's a phenomenal amount of growth potential here, irrespective of the channel, right? So whether it's e-commerce, of course, e-commerce is growing. Whether you look at retail, traditional retail, right, that's also growing. And just to give you some data, right? So I was just looking at the penetration of e-commerce within the CPG or FMCG category, right? Before COVID, it was 0.5%, so which means 99.5% was still done offline. Post COVID, this has become 1.5%, which means 98.5 still is being done offline. And this is FMCG and overall CPG. I'm not just talking about beauty as a category. So majority of retail, and when you look at retail, on the whole, post the pandemic, it's at 5%, penetration, compared to say a country like China, where it's even after a significant amount of China is the biggest e-commerce market in the world, and retail there is roughly about e-commerce there is roughly about between 15 to 20% penetration, right, in terms of retail. So yeah, so a lot of opportunity and a lot of growth irrespective of the channel.
Way to go for us as well, yes. Okay, thanks, Anil. Okay, so the next question is, and I think this is something which was, most of it was covered in the presentation, but if you still feel that something needs to be discussed, I'll just read out the question for you. AI-driven computer vision is an up-and-coming technology that has been touted to bring change to the beauty industry. Can you tell us how L'Oreal is adopting these technologies, and can we see such technologies in applications in the near future?
Yeah, I mean, Modiface, one answer. So I don't think it's up and coming, it's already there.
It's already there.
So yeah, so I mean, try it out, Maybelline.in, Garnier.in, L'Oreal or the Modiface app, on the iOS store. It's not yet available on the Play Store, Google Play Store.
Okay, thanks for confirming that. Okay, so the next question is from Sarabjit from IAFT. How much do you think augmented reality and artificial intelligence will influence hyper-personalization of cosmetic products?
Yeah,
So
a lot
again,
of great questions from the IFT students, right? So, yeah, even in the session earlier in the day. So yeah, so how will this, enable personalization? Like I just, explained, right? So gave an example of Skin Genius, where you load a selfie, or you get a live, sort of diagnostic done, and we get a recommendation, right, which is personalized to me, saying this is the regimen, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 that I need to follow. I gave an example of Keristas as well, right? Of course, technologies in the future, right, could come in. So I'm sure some of you may have heard, right? We have, earlier this year, last year, in fact, at the CES, we announced Perso. Perso is a product which is personalized, which actually, is formulated at a individual level. And the way it works is that you've got the base ingredients in there, and then depending on what you want, it sort of obviously looks at the individual and the consumer specific characteristics and builds whether it's the skincare cream or the lipstick or whatever, it builds that at a individual level, but something that's more for the future, right? So as far as AR and AI are concerned, they're already here, and we use them pretty much every day now.
Agreed. Okay, so I think Anil, you have already answered one. So it was supposed to be my next question around Perso, and it was from Varsha from MDA Gurgaon this time.
Oh, okay, finally again.
Yeah,
no one's competing with IFT. Too many questions from IFT.
Yeah. Okay. So we are still getting a lot of questions. I will just read out the next one for you. Approximately 650 million online consumers in India targeted to grow even to 1 billion by 2025. How will L'Oreal leverage this digital presence and explore the technological advancement to its fullest benefits?
Yeah, like I explained, right? I think overall beauty is an underpenetrated category in India, and there's a phenomenal sort of potential as far as this category is concerned, right? When you compare it to whether it's per capita consumption or the usage of certain products, etc. Um, uh, there's a phenomenal amount of potential, right? And from our perspective, still very early days for us, and we want to reach out to the next 100, the next 200, the next 500 million consumers who are now uh, available, or and are connecting online, and not just in urban but also in non-urban India, right, across the country. And what we are very, very excited about is two trends, or two mega trends that are happening, as far as the internet population is concerned, right? First, the rural internet penetration is growing faster, significantly faster than the urban internet penetration, so which is fantastic. The second part is, there are more women. The growth of women in in internet users is faster than men, right? So both these are trends which we are very, very excited about. And traditionally, urban India has typically had the most you know or the better products and better services, etc., right? But now what you see is that the non-urban part of India, the non-metro part of India, is getting access to the same products and the same services. In some of the e-commerce business that we see is that uh, you know despite the fact that we think that urban is a big part of consumption in India, we are actually seeing that a big part of beauty consumption now goes into rural India as well, or non-urban India, non-metro India as well, which is really, really interesting, right? And I think uh, as more and more people come onto the internet, it only means great for the development, obviously, of our country, but also of access for the consumer to many different categories, including beauty. And so that applies to us, and we're very excited about it.
Totally. And Anil, just to add on, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think 99.9% of the postal codes are now serviceable through
Through
e-commerce.
e-commerce, yeah. So e-commerce now reaches into majority of the
So it's
hinterland,
almost
right? So
everywhere.
majority
Right.
of our vast country.
Yeah, yeah, great. Okay, so IFT is back again, Anil.
Come on,
And this
guys,
is
compete. IFT is getting all the share.
okay, so I think this is an interesting one, Anil. There are many digital capabilities that are already available as services in the market. Okay, and how does L'Oreal decide which ones to build in-house, and How does the company plan to manage the balance having a dependency on a third-party service and managing costs for building in-house capabilities? So how
Yeah,
do we
great
decide what
question.
to build ourselves, and how do we decide what to give to Accenture or?
Uh, Absolutely. It's a great question, in fact, right? So, yeah, so as as a you know uh, as L'Oreal, right? We have certain core capabilities, right? Which is obviously understanding of beauty as a category, our brands, and consumers, etc. And then a certain part of digital as well as tech, right? Um, but that doesn't mean that uh, you know having said that, there's a lot of work that's happening within the startup ecosystem, not just not just across the world, but specifically in India as well, right? India is the third largest startup ecosystem, right, in the world. So for us, I mean, it's as a company, it's very difficult to take all the projects and build them in house. I don't think that's possible, basically from both from a time, resource, and resource perspective, right? So the way we work is we work with startups, and I gave examples of Founders Factory and Station F and tech accelerators across across the globe, and I mentioned about our fireside investment as well, right? So the intent, and every week, at least I have at least 1 or 2 meetings with a startup where we are exploring a new idea or a new use case. So typically, the way we would want to go about it is that we'll want to pilot or do a POC with with a third party or an external help, and then see whether that has potential, and if it has potential, then sort of accelerate it, and then probably pick it up, right? And in fact, that's how the investment in Modiface was made, right? In fact, we were working with Modiface prior to the acquisition as well, and we realized that this is great, especially when it comes to relevance to our category and our brands, and that's when we made the decision to acquire it. And so so in India, we are more than happy to work with startups which sort of have an interest in the areas, or which are working in the areas that we are interested in, and do pilots with them, and scale up as we see these pilots go to fruition.
Great. Thank you, Anil. I think that was a very in a simple way you explained it, and I think I'm sure people were able to understand this. Okay, so I think we are on time. We still have, to be honest, we still have a lot of questions, and I would request all the students, if your question is still unanswered, you please feel free to connect with us later on, and and I'm sure Anil will also be happy to answer all your questions. So as of now, thank you so much for your participation, and a big thanks to Anil for such a wonderful session. And I'm sure there was a big audience waiting for this session to happen. So of course, I'm sure people have enjoyed this, and we really look forward for remaining sessions for the day. And all the best to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Great, and lots of great questions. And over to Nandini.
Thank you. Thanks, Anil and Amit. Excellent session. So, guys, before the next session, it's the star session of the day. I am not going to give that opportunity to all of you to get to see that session. Before that, you've been an excellent audience today. So, what I want from all of you is it's 4:45. It's Sham ki chai time. So, rotate your neck, stand, sit, move around, leverage the fact that you're at home, and then come back to this session. So we're going to give you maybe 30 seconds. If you want, you can log out of this auditorium, go to the platform, click a picture, and come back. So we're going to wait for 30 seconds for you guys to just relax a bit, twist, turn, play some music at your home, enjoy your evening coffee or chai, and then come back. So we'll just wait for 30 seconds. Okay, so I can see some messages coming on the Q&A board saying, yes, we're twisting, yes, we're standing, yes, we're energetic for Amit's session. Yes, guys, as per the schedule, the next session is with our MD, Amit Jain. So we have Amit Jain, our managing director, who comes with extensive experience across the FMCG, retail, media, and entertainment sector. At L'Oreal, he is responsible for driving company's growth, operations, and people strategy across India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. And joining Amit is Priya Pandit, head of talent acquisition for L'Oreal India. This is a very interesting session, guys. She's going to have a tete-a-tete with Amit, and we are all going to try to get him to spill out the beans of his success. So over to you, Amit and Priya.
Thank you, Nandini.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Nandini. And welcome, Amit. And thank you for joining L'Oreal on Campus 2020. I can see that we are live in the show. And Amit, we've got an overwhelming response from students today since the morning that we began L'Oreal on Campus. And, you know, the students have really spent the day in witnessing what it takes to create the #1 beauty company in the world. And Amit, of course, you are someone who's leading this growth story for L'Oreal India. And clearly you are a shining example of business leadership, but, you know, really taking this tete-a-tete to the next level and really sort of kicking off our conversation. You know, to begin with, if you could just paint a picture for us, Amit, about your personal journey. I mean, we all know that our personal journeys have a very profound impact on who we are as a person and even as a leader. And, you know, if I were to ask you what shaped your ideals, I mean, we'd love to hear that from you.
Sure. So, first, a good afternoon, or is it almost good evening on a Saturday evening to all the students who are joining us. Those of you who have been plugged on to the L'Oreal day since the morning, my compliments for your perseverance and your passion for our brands and our company. So, but on to Priya's question, what shaped my ideals? As in the case of all of us, early childhood. My father is a retired air marshal from the Air Force, and I grew up on air bases. All I wanted to do was fly fighter jets and serve the country. So I think the underpinning of my upbringing was fierce pride of being Indian and serving the country. And of course, whatever comes from growing up on air bases, which is everybody around you is an uncle and auntie. So every 3 years you change a school. I went through 7 schools. So the lessons of respecting diversity across all of India, adaptability, and the urge to serve the nation was really the underpinning of my growing up. But then, of course, things took a sharp left turn, and I landed up joining the corporate sector. And I started with what was then among the top 3 or 4 multinationals. The company doesn't exist. It's called ICI, an integrated chemicals, consumers, fibers, explosive. It was a giant in the country. And, that was an organization which circulated its management trainees across multiple functions. And, for the first 7 years of my career, I got to do things as diverse as the classical sales and marketing, but purchase, HR. I actually got to run a factory outside Calcutta along with the Communist Union. So I think with the exception of pure R&I and finance, I pretty much landed up doing everything. And I say those days was known as a general manager's factory for the rest of the country. And I also learned the value of getting mentors while I was there. Yeah. I was exporting CEOs all over the country. And till today, some of them continue to mentor me. And you'll find the strange coming from somebody at my stage of life. Then I was fortunate enough to be a part of the startup team at Coca-Cola. That was back in '94, before the word startup was invented actually to the corporate sector. And there, the importance of building businesses from scratch, embracing partnerships, because Coca-Cola bottlers were very successful Indian businessmen. Once again, valuing the importance of what a local Indian entrepreneur brings to the table, healthy respect for them, as opposed to being locked into a multinational glass bowl, so as to say. So very, very edifying and a real pragmatic stint across 12 years with Coca-Cola, both in India and then building businesses across Southeast Asia. So I was based out of Bangkok and Singapore, building businesses, learning the importance of what cultural differences are. And that moved into a role into media, a company called Viacom, which was famous for MTV, Paramount Pictures, etc., etc. And there, I guess, the big lesson was disruption. We were a tiny company back in the mid-2000s, and we were up against some massive media giants in India. And we decided to create a joint venture called Viacom 18 and launch a channel called Colors in a very crowded general entertainment space, which in the first year became the number 2 network in the country. And there the lessons were daring to dream, having deep conviction in disruptive strategies, and then betting big behind those. And yeah, finally, I came back to the company where I started my career with, which was ICI, which had since then become Akzo Nobel. And my last stint was running businesses across Europe, based out of Amsterdam. And once again, the sheer diversity of Europe was staggering. And, the big learning was growing businesses in declining markets. So, I think the key takeaway over there's this oft-repeated adage about volume is vanity, profit is reality, and cash is sanity. And that's what one takes home. We Indians are spoiled in such high growth environments. So it's a must do to go to a market which doesn't have these kind of growth to learn what real business is. So yeah, I think exposure, especially the global exposure, is something which has served me well over the years, and hopefully get some of that to rub off on our businesses here in India.
Great. That's sort of summarizes your own personal journey. And Amit, coming from a family like that, obviously you moved within India, and then in your professional journey, sort of, had all the global exposure. And, now you're here in India, and having worked with a number of large global brands that you just mentioned, like Akzo Nobel, Coca-Cola, Viacom, who are really leaders in their industry. What made you decide to join L'Oreal, and what do you find different about it?
Well, quite honestly, Priya, it wasn't a part of the plan. I came back to India, and I was actually bent upon working for an Indian company after having spent 3 decades working with 3 global leaders. And I wanted to experience the entrepreneurship of being very local and Indian. Long story short, I went to Paris to meet the senior leadership of L'Oreal. And what struck me in the week I spent over there is the average person would get up and say, "Hi, I'm a L'Oreal baby." And you see a 45-year-old man or woman and say, "L'Oreal baby, what do you mean?" And that means they started their life, their working life, their careers at L'Oreal. So the bulk of the leadership of L'Oreal are people who started their careers with that. So seldom have I seen an organization which is so dedicated at building careers like L'Oreal. And along with that comes the unbelievable passion and expertise of the beauty domain, which comes from having spent most of your working life in that one sector. So that was very impressive. And the one thing which really swung me around is despite being a 28 billion multinational behemoth, entrepreneurship is at its core. So that's one of the things I was very clear about, where I didn't want to run one more branch office of a multinational. And L'Oreal, while its strategy is very global, but the way they run their markets is unbelievably entrepreneurial. So that was a very, very big part of the draw. And then along with that, of course, the value systems of L'Oreal, all companies talk about values. But in L'Oreal, what hit me in those few conversations I had was everybody was talking about values, ethics, sustainability, care for the planet. And that kind of touches you at the right place. So, bring it all together, organization which is by far, the leader in what it does, intensely entrepreneurial, gives you a lot of space to do your own things. Very, very ethical. I think 11 years running, L'Oreal has been voted to be the most ethical company in sector. And then, of course, having the spirit of a challenger in a very, very tough market like India, and being close to consumers. It all kind of swung me around to, hey, let's give this a shot. And, I can tell you it's been a wild ride since then.
Great, all right. I'm sure students listening to us are drawing some inspiration from what you're telling them, Amit. And you spoke about being close to the consumer and being deeply connected to the consumer is also one of the things that you really loved about L'Oreal as a company. And therefore, really, tying it up to my next question for you, Amit, uh, being a part of FMCG personal care business, a category that is highly developed with the best in class global multinationals. How do you see L'Oreal really creating a space for itself in this environment?
So, yeah, so first, it is indeed a very, very challenging context. But having said that, the things which really make me believe, one, we are a very young company. Yeah. We are as old as most of the audience on this call. We are in our mid-20s in India. Most of our peer companies have been around for whatever, 5 decades, 7 decades, 110 years, 120 years. So we are the young kid on the block, let's be clear, among this very venerable peer group of ours. And no surprises, we are a high growth company because what we are bringing to Indian consumers are sharply differentiated value propositions, which are driven by a global innovation engine. So it kind of, very clearly our teams have the opportunity at any point of time of having a very powerful story for the consumers and customers in terms of what is the added value which L'Oreal brands bring to their consumers. Couple that with the fact that in our 2.5 decades in India, we've just landed 2 out of our 4 global businesses. Yeah. So we have the consumer products division and the personal products division. And the entire luxury business and the active cosmetics businesses, they're yet to land in India. In fact, we've just relaunched the luxury business in India. And, a couple of our brands like Kiehl's, Giorgio Armani, Ralph Lauren, early days, very, very exciting. So half of our global businesses are yet to be launched. And 15 out of the 36 global brands which we have are yet to be launched. So we have an amazing opportunity of building our footprint across India. So we've just begun. That's one point. We are young. The second point is, of course, the changing Indian consumer. The millennial consumer and now the Generation Z, they're enormously digitally savvy. And that kind of maps into the global expertise of L'Oreal. So, digitally and on e-commerce, I believe Anil Chilla was talking just before me. And he might have spoken about the fact that, post-pandemic, our swing into digital and e-commerce is unparalleled globally. And L'Oreal has been voted as among the most resilient big companies post the pandemic, thanks to that. So, added half the businesses are yet to come to India. So it's going to be very exciting for the next decade. We've got 15 more global brands to launch over here. Yeah. There'll be enormous penetration-led growth in the segments which we work in, which is skincare, hair care, makeup. Usually penetration is in its 20s. And that will be aided by our expertise in digital and e-commerce. So I think the bet on the youth, both in terms of consumers as well as our own team, is something which is going to sharply position L'Oreal in the years to come.
Great, all right. And that is super exciting, Amit. I think you spoke about, being a young organization and essentially what you also spoke about is, being a part of this global giant and yet, being extremely entrepreneurial at heart. I think that is something that is really coming out. And, that brings me to a very relevant question for today, probably. Most of the audience here, who's watching this chat are obviously Gen Z. And as Gen Z sort of step into this world stage, I'm sure the impact of their entry will have rippling effects through the workplace, the retail consumption, technology, politics, and even the culture. And these are radically different than millennials. And as the Gen Zers come into the workforce, what is different about this generation?
So, Priya, for me, the attraction of investing my Saturday afternoon is to actually hear from that generation today. So hopefully we'll get some good questions out of them. But if I were to, give my initial point of view, a lot of research is showing us that Generation Z, uh, and I have the advantage of two kids which belong to that generation, so I'm, pretty close to this generation in more ways than one. Uh, they they have an amazing sense of purpose. So when I joined the workforce, we were in a scarcity economy. We were almost socialistic. This is before India opened up, and it was all about getting the next job, getting a good salary, and a name. Now the aspirations of Generation Z is about having a job but with a deep underlying purpose to it. That is the big difference we are seeing, and which really maps in very well to the, L'Oreal's ethos of creating beauty, which moves the world. Yeah, and which in very simple English really maps into triple bottom line responsibility. So L'Oreal's commitment to people, profit, and planet is almost unparalleled in our sector. In all humility, uh, I won't say globally across all companies, but definitely in the peer group which we work in, we're really committed to it. We are positioning ourselves and investing, more importantly, to be a leader in sustainability. We have just launched a massive global commitment called L'Oreal for the Future, where we are in the process of unrolling now unbelievably ambitious targets in line with the Paris Accord for 2030. So, for example, I can give you a sneak preview. Very soon, to the year, we will be going to the press in India, making a commitment that we will be carbon neutral in India by the end of next year. So this is just for this audience. Please don't look down. I don't want to see over here. And this is a very small domain of how we are thinking about it. So that's one point. And the second thing which we've understood from Generation Z is they want to be empowered on their learning paths. So they need to learn new skills which are relevant and sometimes even not relevant to what they're doing. It's something which we've understood very well. And we have created a highly flexible and digitally enabled learning environment and ecosystem at L'Oreal in India, which gives the power to the learner for self-directed learning. So I believe that's the other big need which we map into, and of course, most importantly, the flexibility of choosing your careers and making course corrections. And I can talk about that later on. But I do believe we have a very differentiated manner in which we are looking at careers of our millennials and Generation Z going forward.
Sure. And you rightly said, Amit, I think a purpose of a company that is not just limited to the planet. I think that's what the essence of what you spoke was really about. And sort of tying this up to the context in which we all and shifting gears from here and really talking about what is it that we all are witnessing around us, which is the pandemic. And I'm sure at L'Oreal, we all have sort of, how did you really pivot and adapt to this new normal?
Not well enough, to be quite honest. Hindsight is always 50-50. And there's so many things I would have liked to do differently. But anyway, let me talk about some of the priorities which we set ourselves. The first priority was safety, bar none. Yeah. So we put in place a crisis management committee, and the one-line agenda was the safety of all our employees, and not just our direct employees, but our associates, people who are joined up with the L'Oreal ecosystem. So we are talking about indirect responsibility of the safety of more than 8,000 to 9,000 people, getting them COVID insurance, hospital tie-ups, boring stuff like that. But let me tell you, that is what gives confidence to our entire ecosystem for being out there, producing, selling, distributing our brands. Yeah. And then, of course, the big priority was being very close to consumers. So listening to consumers deeply, understanding how they are pivoting sharply. So obviously, when consumers walked into the lockdown, their priorities completely changed. Yeah, suddenly food, hygiene, nutrition, immunity, completely new requirements started coming up, and we initially saw a big slide in the primacy of the categories which we deal in. But of course, that was temporary in nature and understandable. But having those consumer insights, for example, we realized that given the fact that people were not going out, do it yourself beauty suddenly became very big. And for example, people wanted to now, instead of going to salons, wanted to color their hair at home. So we organized live sessions for consumers to come and consult with our beauty advisors on what is the most appropriate way of selecting your hair color, to preparing for the coloration, and what's the best way of getting the benefits out of that. And series of live chat sessions in multiple languages. This is just to give one example in terms of how we pivoted towards consumers. Then, given the fact that consumers couldn't get out there, we quickly pivoted towards building up hyper local delivery. So if the pizza guys can do it, so can we, right? So we tied up with the Zomatos and the Swiggies of the world in terms of making sure that those consumers who wanted their favorite brands, yeah, be it Kerastase or L'Oreal Paris or L'Oreal Professional, our ability to serve the requirements at home. And that was put in place within the first 35 days of the lockdown. So by late April, we were delivering at home along with our partners. So to give you a more concrete example, we have a very large professional business which is working with the salons. I wonder if we shared it with the audience over here. But L'Oreal justifiably can claim shared credit for actually building out the salon channel in India. Earlier, we used to have beauty parlors, right, which used to do manicures and pedicures. So the entire creation of the salon channel is something which we help co-create and train in. And then suddenly it became incumbent on L'Oreal to help this channel, which was completely shut down. So what do? They have these loyal consumers who want their fix of Kerastase or Matrix or L'Oreal Professional. And how do they get it? The salon is shut. So with a very intricate tie-up, which involves social media across Facebook and Google Forms and WhatsApp, we created online catalogs, and we trained more than 200,000, 2 lakh hairdressers and beauty advisors in our salon ecosystem to counsel their loyal consumers online, and then make sure that they have online catalogs and there is delivery at home. Yeah, so this is to give you a very concrete example around what we can call very simply conversational commerce. Yeah, there were deep conversations between our beauty advisors, our hairdressers, and the consumers. And now, even after the salons have opened up, it continues to be obviously an unmet consumer need, which is being met now very powerfully, and it's turning out to be one of the big growth sectors for our business, or at least that's what our salon partners tell me. Similar examples, on a luxury business, we've got a beautiful skincare brand called Kiehl's. And Kiehl's is all about advice and diagnosis. Now, obviously, that can't be done. The Kiehl's shops were shut down in all the malls. So we created eKCRs, which is Kiehl's customer service advisors. And over a period of time, with this advice, which is completely gratis, you don't have to buy anything at the end of it. The business online over the last 5 months has become bigger than the business in the stores, even after the stores have opened. So we are seeing unbelievable pivoting of how we are connecting with consumers, how we are advising them, giving them value in terms of giving them the solutions to whatever the issues they're facing. So I'd like to think with this massive reskilling which we've done of our ecosystem and our associates, clearly L'Oreal India is beginning to be positioned as a beauty advisor to the emerging millennial consumers in India.
Absolutely, Amit, and those are some real examples that that has been sort of executed by your team, and of course, exciting plans and exciting ideas like this, of course, need people who will help you in achieving that. And I do know that you have a very young and strong team, that really has collective ambition and agility that you also earlier spoke about. And therefore, really continuing this conversation, tell us, Amit, and I'm very curious to know what is your secret sauce to building talent and leadership at L'Oreal?
So no secret to that, Priya. This is something which I share with my colleagues. My personal mission statement is around helping people realize their potential. And it's been that way for the last 15 years plus now. So nothing has changed with coming at L'Oreal. And it's something which I try to infect my leadership team with. So our cultural change initiative is around something which we call simplicity. Yeah, and as the name denotes, it is about simplifying the organization, how we work, how we interact. And one of the core of simplicity is around the fact that the teams are the new heroes. So we at L'Oreal don't believe in individual divas, but much more about creating teams which work brilliantly together, and collaboration being at the center of it all. And because of that, coming to now your question, with that ethos, the teams tend to help each other in terms of growing and reskilling. At any point of time, when you're collaborating instead of competing, you tend to rub off a lot of good stuff onto each other. So the opportunity for peer learning from your juniors or your seniors at any point of time is immense at L'Oreal. So for example, I have volunteered for a couple of our digital transformation projects. And on Saturday afternoons, if I weren't having this chat, I would be talking to one of my 3 digital mentors in the company. So I've got 3 mentors right now at any point of time. And they give me a very difficult time. I get lessons and I get homework in terms of what I need to do to reskill myself and grow. The other aspect which I believe really engenders talent growth is very simply exposure, the opportunity to make mistakes. And this is not just me talking, but what I hear from my colleagues at any point of time, especially people who have moved laterally from other companies, when I ask them, so what's the difference? How does it feel being over here? Now you've been 6 months. And they go, you know what? I really believe we are entrepreneurial. The kind of room I get to do my thing is unbelievable, and it's such a big change. Obviously, they miss some really good stuff from their previous organization. We don't have it all, in all humility, but that is something, the entrepreneurial energy of the organization really helps fast track career growth and learning for our colleagues. And very clearly, L'Oreal is a people company. We are not a process company. We are aware of the fact, and I say it with no hesitation, that our processes are relatively weak, relatively, compared to those very, very sorted out global multinationals, which works like a machine. I was a part of one of those. And when I come here, I suddenly say, oh my God, we could do with a little bit of process in this and that. Doesn't. We've got people up front and center. Yeah. So, for example, our career self-management platform, which has been recently launched, is called My L'Oreal Journey, where our colleagues can go online and they can actually look at a menu of how they would like to map out their career journey, obviously in consultation with the supervisor and their HR partners. But that is the kind of empowerment which we are trying to build within the organization. And we know, given the fact that on an average, we are at least 5 to 7 years younger than our peer companies. Yeah. So our organization age is somewhere in its early to mid 30s. And we know that this is exactly, to your point, the secret sauce or what works with the millennials and Generation Z, which is being empowered to manage your own careers.
Great. And Amit, I can absolutely vouch it with my own experience of joining L'Oreal. I think absolutely you spoke about sense of purpose, commitment, the freedom, the entrepreneurship and exposure that we have. I think what we can tell to students who are watching us is something that those are genuinely things that people have experienced here, and I'm sure when they sort of witness these stories through the day, they would have realized what each of our speakers really had to talk to them. And Amit, really from here, I think we've got hundreds of questions pouring in for you. And, I think in the interest of time, I will sort of try to club as many as of them together for you. So let me really go to, the Gen Zers asking you a few questions from here. And we've got our first question from Kirti. She is from FMS Delhi. Okay, so she says that I witnessed people with long careers in organization, how company is able to imbibe this in every incoming batch and current employee, and how the pandemic year has imbibed agility in the company culture. So I think she's really wanting to know that she has witnessed long careers in organization, and how do you imbibe this in every incoming batch and employee that you hire?
Yeah, this batch of students, guys, I empathize with you. So very clearly, the way you are getting into your MBA programs or whatever other programs which you're pursuing is truly, truly different from what all the other batches have put up with. And we've had to deal with the same challenge ourselves. So clearly, what is the challenge? The challenge is that a lot of the growth and the learning comes from informal interactions. So now we have these wonderful projects and we are structured and we have these meetings on our calendars. But the value of having that conversation on the water cooler or over a cup of coffee, at the cafeteria, is something which we need to replicate. So against that, what we've been trying to do now, and it's early days as yet, is apart from the structured, aspect of whatever the new management trainees are doing, how do we create the unstructured interactions over there? Because that is how culture is built. Yeah, through the informal culture doesn't happen out of a textbook. It doesn't happen out of a manual. It happens through conversations. It happens through role modeling. It happens through leadership. It happens through behaviors. And those are the soft things which we are now trying to get back and to the conversations with our colleagues. That's one. And second, we are very clear that we are not a tech company which is going to suddenly go work from home for the next 1 year. In our own small, highly secure way, we have opened now all our facilities in the country. So it's typically, the first 25% of our employees who come in on a rotating level. But we got this big feedback that people want to, come and have those informal conversations. And we are a company with creativity at our heart. So, to answer the question, we are trying to now, on a very guarded way, trying to get those conversations around, small projects going again. But of course, I must confess that right now, safety is by far the paramount need. So the way I see it happening is going forward, we will require a lot of innovation in terms of our ways of working. This generation of students, you will be the people at the forefront who will be helping us create that new method of how we go back to work.
Superb. I hope, Kirti, you have got your answer straight from Amit here. Amit, the next question we have for you is from Ashima Chawla from Mica, Ahmedabad. She's got a very interesting question. Ashima says, as the managing director, what is your biggest worry when L'Oreal plans mergers and acquisitions? And how does L'Oreal make sure that the core values like people are maintained even with new partners?
Hmm. So, Ashima, I think you have posed a great question and given me the answer. But all the same, I'm going to build on it. First, I just want to say that I was at MICA for your convocation the last year, and I've got nothing but great memories of my visit to the MICA campus. On M&A, having been on the receiving end of M&A for a very large part of my career. So, for example, in my years with Coca-Cola, we bought out almost 18 companies and consolidated them. And one of my jobs was consolidating and building, the bottling system. So I've been on the short end of it. And you're very right. And this is where you've already given the answer. One of the biggest risks of M&A lies in the cultural differences of incoming organizations versus the receiving organizations. And that is where, leadership really earns their big bucks. Because it calls for a huge amount of intercultural understanding, empathy, not behaving like the conqueror when you acquire a company, but actually like a friend who's there to hold the hand of those incoming people who are very unsure about what lies in front of them. And over a period of time, making deep investments on the softer side of it, which is the cultural integration, the integration to processes. Anybody, for example, who comes to L'Oreal, one of their first comments is unbelievable number of acronyms and abbreviations. It will take us the next 6 months. Somebody, in a very funny way, she showed me a notebook of the number of new abbreviations she had picked up in the last month. And they were like well over 100. Now, these are the little things which make the difference. And hence, the cultural integration, ways of working, empathy, the softer side of what I call post-merger integration is as important as the harder side of it. But I think you already know the answer.
Great, thanks, Amit. And we've got another interesting question from Richard here. Richard is from IIFT Delhi, and of course we've got a lot of comments pouring in, Amit, which I'm not reading to you, but they're just loving this chat show. So he says this is a very exciting thing to know that you, the kind of entrepreneurial spirit that runs in L'Oreal. How much freedom does an intern or management trainee has to explore his or her ideas?
Wow, that is a very open-ended question. Richard, assuming that you or your peers might well be one of our interns or trainees, there is no substitute for authenticity. I think the answer lies in the nature of the project. There are some projects which are highly structured, and there's a very clear objective and there's a very clear process of delivering against it. And there are some projects which are intensely entrepreneurial. So, for example, just 4 months back, I personally was interacting with a summer trainee who had a research project in the area of skin. Yeah. And he made an initial presentation to our general manager of one of the businesses. And she came in, Kavita, and said, listen, what this person has to say is very interesting. We had a quick chat. And before you know, this person in the balance half of his internship landed up making a business plan for an entry into a new business. Yeah. So the answer depends on the context, depends on the project, objectives, and a lot depends on what you opt for in terms of the nature of the project. So yeah, the answer is could be very entrepreneurial or could be very structured. That's the reality of it.
Great, and I think Amit, we've got last 5 minutes, so I'm going to pick maybe 2 more questions. The next question we have is from Abhishek Satpathy, who is from XIMB, and Abhishek has a question which says, what would be one thing that you're most proud of working in L'Oreal?
Wow. So now this is an embarrassingly long list which I have to choose from. A business is a business, a company is a company. You make stuff, you sell stuff, You hire people, you make careers. I think many companies do a damn good job of it. But the one thing which gives me a lot of pride is how we take very difficult decisions in the interest of sustainability. So very often we take a higher cost option. We would reject a far more competitive supplier and go for a more expensive supplier who's more sustainable, to give you a simple example. And that is our commitment. So if there's something which gives me pride, it is the fact that L'Oreal actively practices triple bottom line responsibility. There is the classical trade-off between profit and planet or people, but L'Oreal is very, very clear about what its ethical value system is, and invariably tends to invest behind that. That's what gives me a lot of pride.
Great. All right. And I'm sure, Abhishek, you got your answer there. And like he said, obviously, there is a long list. Amit, really moving to the last question, and I can see many students writing. Guys, keep your questions coming. And if you still feel that they have remained unanswered, through the sessions that you have sort of heard, please route them to us via your PlaceCom. But this one is the last one, Amit from MDI Gurgaon. Of course, thanking you for this wonderful session. And the question is really, if you were to go back to being a 25-year-old today, what are the key things you would put your time, energy, and effort in? What would you advise us who are in business schools watching this transformation the world is going through in the fallout of pandemic, looking to start our careers?
Okay, what a brilliant question. It's such a good question. So, the way we can think about this is all of us have seen the curve about the rate of change. It started with Moore's law, computing speed, how it kept doubling, and the incredible curves, which basically say that the change between the industrial revolution between 1850 and 2000, 150 years, compared to that, in the last 15 years, we have had more change. Yeah. Think about it, guys. So you obviously have not witnessed the glacial rate of change because you think this is the normal. But you are living, and now going to be working in the most dynamic times this earth has ever seen. So what is the implication of that? The implication is constant adaptability, unlearning and learning. Yeah. So if I were a 25-year-old, I would embrace diversity and be unafraid to say that I don't know something and I'd like to learn that. Yeah. And then greedily tap my peer groups or any other resources for constantly learning and reskilling, because the rate of change is so immense. A lot of the stuff which you are learning today might become irrelevant in the next 5 years. Yeah. So your MBA or whatever program you're doing is just the beginning. So the one advice I would have to the 25-year-old Amit Jain is make sure that you're doing your mini MBA all the time and be clear about what are those critical skills and experiences which you need. Be adaptable, have the humility. Just because you've been to a grade business school, it doesn't mean you know everything. When you hit work life, you'll realize that your MBAs have equipped you for maybe 25% of the job. The remaining 75% is something which you'll have to learn. So the 25-year-old me at any point of time would have the humility and build the self-awareness of knowing what I don't know and having the smarts on tapping into the appropriate resources, peers, and very importantly, mentors for constantly reskilling and growing myself to be relevant and competitive in these changing times.
Superb. I mean, that's a wonderful, and I think it goes on to say that we are all constantly learning, and we are all learners till the last day. So I think on that note, Amit, thank you so much. I think I have really enjoyed the chat, and with the comments that are coming in here, I'm sure our students really loved it. Any last, a few comments from you on how did you like the chat, and did you enjoy the questions?
No, it's just my regret that I was unable to take so many more questions which are pouring in. I really enjoy these interactions. Very recently, I had a similar conversation at one of the business schools. And, the nature of your questions are very valuable to me. So I just want to thank you for putting these very searching questions. We are going to make a note of those. And it's not just about answering yourselves, but we as a leadership team at L'Oreal, uh, it's a great marker for us in terms of what are those things which are at the top of your mind. And I want you to know we'll be addressing these questions very seriously among ourselves. So thank you for your participation, making time on a Saturday evening, and interacting with us the way you did. And we really value that.
Thank you. Thanks, Amit. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you to everybody who is watching this talk with the Managing Director, L'Oreal, Amit Jain. Thanks, Amit, once again. And signing off now as we move on to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amit and Priya. Truly inspirational. With Aditya from MDI being asking Amit about what he would say at 25, the 29-year-old Nandini is very inspired. We've now come to the end of the day, and now we have Roshni Wadhwa, our Director, Human Resources. So to decode for all of you, what does freedom to go beyond mean? The theme for L'Oreal on campus this year. Over to you, Roshni.
Thank you, Nandini. What an awesome day. Thank you so much. So, my dear future leaders, firstly, a very big hello to all of you once again. I hope you all are doing good and safe. This has been by far a very, very special day for us to meet all of you on this virtual platform. We would have really loved to come to your campuses and meet you all personally. But perhaps since we are all living in a very new normal, I'm really proud and super happy that we still made it, right? All of you have literally lived a day with L'Oreal today. And I hope you all had a great day engaging with the brand L'Oreal, interacting with our teams, and experiencing our products virtually. You almost met about 50 to 60 people from L'Oreal today across level. And I'm sure you would have picked up many things. In the next 10 minutes, I will quickly try and summarize a few points for you and also leave you with some parting thoughts together with our value proposition that we really offer to the students from campuses. In your conversation with our teams through the day, you would have witnessed and experienced words like entrepreneurship, exposure, freedom, endless opportunities, personalized experience, autonomy, innovation, agility, and so on. In some aspects, each of these words have come to mind for a reason, right? Whether something we embraced or did it in the past, or something that was bound by our market context. These literally are the words are part of our culture. We live in, day out. You will notice how many of our employees would have spoken about the constantly evolving state of our company and the industry overall. Entrepreneurship, dynamic, fast-paced, continuous development. Some of these words are driven by the fact that our environment is demanding and challenging, driving the way we work and the value that we deliver to our end consumers at the end of the day. Indeed, it's a culture of a constant progress that we live. The world is witnessing new consumer habits, the new digital engagements, and the technology has changed everything, right? So the market is forever changing, and all of this is at a very, very lightning pace. This means that we need to, this means we need to adapt constantly and always be at top of our game. And this is exactly what the purpose that we live at L'Oreal, which is about create beauty that moves the world. We have made significant transformation of the company, actually making more changes in the last 5 years and rather more in the last 6 months, than we have done in the past 50 years. Almost challenging ourselves, we have reinvented the entire way we do business. the way we create our products, the experience, the way we market them, the way we communicate to our consumers through our advertisement and communication and so on, the way we empower our employees in the organization, net, even the way we work on a daily basis, right? So a lot of it has changed and constantly adapting. At L'Oreal, we offer our employees to experience the freedom every day. We believe in letting our employees, freely explore new ideas, be more curious, and discover new functions and so on. We encourage our employees to create a positive impact beyond the organization, and this is what really, makes us push our boundaries and move fast to really stay ahead of the game. So when you hear about this whole freedom, experiencing the freedom every day, what freedom are we really talking about, right? So let me try and summarize this into, maybe 3 or 4 key points. First one, freedom to keep growing every day. So L'Oreal puts great efforts on developing and grooming our people with extremely personalized approach. Yeah, you also you also have many flex learning options that we have. We are in the process of also launching a personalized learning platform called Netflix, and this gives you a great empowerment and freedom to choose what you want to learn. We also have mentorship programs, particularly for newcomers in the system, where the mentors are being assigned, the guides are being assigned to make sure that your professional growth is happening on an everyday basis. The second freedom that you see is freedom to be you, freedom to be yourself. Each one of you are unique, and also what you bring onto the table is unique. At L'Oreal, we really value that, and that's also our diversity and inclusion manifesto that we really want to build in the organization. Authenticity is really key to your approach and success. So just relax, celebrate, and embrace this whole uniqueness that we really have within the L'Oreal culture. The third one really is freedom to explore any path, right? The approach to career path is very much personalized. We strongly believe that all aspirations do not lead to the same destination, right? Everyone has their own different destinations and their own, way to nurture their career. There is a lot of entrepreneurial approach to even career conversations that we really do internally in our company. We also don't believe in, working within the box. We encourage employees to really go beyond their, job description page, because that's really will move you fast in the organization. That really will equip you and give you a freedom to choose your path in the organization. And the fourth one that I would really highlight is freedom to challenge the status quo. You have all the space to question, express your point of view, and also make sure that you are creating an impact, right? The famous quote that you will always hear in L'Oreal at any point of time is that you are never too young or too new to make any impact in the organization, right? So as long as you are on the table, you are in the meeting room, your point of view is really important. It's really very valuable. So make use of it, speak your mind respectfully, but make sure that you are creating an impact to whatever project or whatever assignment or project you are part of it in your work stream. So that's really what we mean by freedom to challenge the status quo. So I hope this really gives you an idea of what we literally mean by freedom to go beyond. And I'm sure all the conversations that you've had since morning has given you a lot of inputs about what as an organization we are, how can you see yourself shaping your career within the organization, and also enjoying all the freedom and space that you get to really demonstrate your true potential in the organization. So with this, I really would leave all of you to explore more about L'Oreal. The platforms are on. I know it's already an evening on Saturday, and you all are leading towards your weekend. The platform will be available even tomorrow. So on your lazy Sundays, if you have time, I would really encourage you to go through the platform and engage with a lot of content that is already available on the platform. All the sessions that we've had today will also be recorded and will be available, and I'm sure you can make use of, if you have missed out, you can hear them out, or you can rehear all of those conversations that have happened today. And I wish you all the very best. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care, class of 2022. Nandini, over to you.
Thank you so much, Roshni. And as an employee, and as I started the day by telling all of you, 5 years back, I was in a classroom, not at home, but at classroom, like all of you. Each word, each of the speakers have said have been resonated by me. And freedom to go beyond, indeed, that is the beauty of L'Oreal. So as Roshni said, we would leave this platform for all of you now to explore L'Oreal more, discover L'Oreal, and experience our culture. We'll leave this platform open for all of you till tomorrow. Till then, take care, stay safe. Good luck, class of 2022.